Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku had a twin sister. Here is short summary. After a villain encounter, Izuku Midoriya meets All Might and learns the truth. Meanwhile his sister, Amy Midoriya, born with a dangerous quirk, tries to overcome her insecurities to become a hero. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Why are you being so mean? You're making him cry, Kachan, a green-haired boy said. The kid stood in front of a child crying on the ground. The green-haired boy stared back at the three kids in front of him with hands clenched. He was shaking nervously at them. If you keep on hurting him, I'll stop you myself. The boy shouted, raising his fists. The three kids stared at him completely dumbfounded. HMMPH. Kachan smirked. The kids behind him both smiled as their quirks started to activate. The chunkier kid to the right of Kachan expanded his red dragon-like wings and flew a foot off the ground. The kid on Kachan's left raised his hand in the air and let his fingers extend a foot long. You wanna pretend to be a hero? Kachan asked, punching his other hand. The punch created a small explosion on his arm. You don't stand a chance without a quirk, Deku. Kachan smiled. Deku flinched back in fear of what was gonna happen next. The three kids came running towards him with their quirks ready. Deku crossed his arms and covered his face preparing to be pummeled by the three kids. Kachan created little explosions in his hands as he ran towards Deku, ready to beat him up, but then his explosions flew right off his hands, causing him to stop in surprise. The other kids by Kachan's side reared back at the fast-moving fire and smoke from Kachan's explosion. The Dragon Wing kid flew backwards and messed up his trajectory, landing on his bottom. The kid with the extending fingers yelped as the dragon-winged kid dropped on his extended fingers. Kachan looked at his hands in confusion before realizing what happened. Kachan glared and clenched his fist, staring at the direction the flames flew in. He looked to his left with the other kid's eyes following his and found the person responsible. You. Kachan glared. Deku peeked one eye open through his crossed arms and looked at Kachan and the other kids. He noticed their attention was away from him and looked to his right. A few feet away stood a little girl with her hand raised. Her hair was only slightly darker than Deku's. Her green hair had given away her identity, raising Deku's emotions. Sis. Deku squeaked out, still crying. Don't you dare hurt my brother, Bakugo. The girl screamed. The fire from Bakugo's explosion now hovered above the girl's open palm. The little girl looked at the flame on her hand and opened her mouth. She took a breath and inhaled the flame until she had it all in her mouth. The kids behind Bakugo looked at her in confusion. Bakugo glared at her and growled in frustration. You ate my explosion, flame breath. Bakugo yelled at her, clenching his fists. The two little kids glared at each other silently, waiting for one of them to make a move. Unlike before, however, Bakugo didn't activate his quirk in his hands. The girl smiled and showed her teeth. Through her smile was fire burning inside her mouth, causing the kids behind Bakugo to gulp. You want it back, she dared. Bakugo growled at her, clenching his fist tighter. A few seconds later, he unclenched his hand, surprising his friends. You're lucky your sister's here to protect a quirkless loser like you, Deku. Bakugo said, glaring at Deku. Deku looked at the ground and frowned at the insult. Come on, let's get out of here. Bakugo ordered. The other kids deactivated their quirks and followed close behind Bakugo. Deku watched them leave and dropped his protective stance. He sighed in relief and wiped the tears away from his face, still sniffling a bit. Deku heard the sound of a gulp and looked to see his sister swallowing the fire in her mouth. She exhaled and a small amount of smoke exited her mouth. She sighed in relief at the events that occurred. She heard sniffling and made eye contact with Deku. Amy, Deku said with tears in his eyes. Before she could react, Deku ran towards her and hugged her. You saved me, Deku cried out, huge streams of water escaping his eyes. Amy looked at Deku with concern and gently pulled him away from her. You're welcome, Izzy, Amy said nervously, dropping the serious expression on her face. There was another sound of sniffling from behind Deku that made Amy peek behind her brother. Deku's eyes widened and turned towards the kid he had been protecting earlier. "Hey, it's okay. Kachan and the others are gone," Deku said, putting his hand out in front of the child. The kid looked up at Deku and saw him trying to smile through the tears on his face. He looked unsure of him and noticed the girl beside him. The child made eye contact with Amy and immediately grew fearful. He gasped and got up from the ground and ran away as fast as he could. Deku looked at the child in confusion and shouted at him. "Wait, you didn't thank my sister," Deku shouted, trying to get his attention. Deku looked back at his sister and saw her staring at the ground with tears forming in her eyes. She turned back around and started walking away. "Come on, Izuku, let's go," she said, quietly. Izuku stared at her in silence. He couldn't see her face but he could hear the sounds of her sadness. Izuku looked down at the floor in hesitation. He couldn't understand why the child would run away from his sister like that. He watched as 2 tears fell off his face and hit the ground. Years later, here's the sad truth. All men are not created equal. When I was 4 years old, I learned that some kids have more power than others. Izuku narrated. Izuku ran past several people on the sidewalk as he headed towards his destination. "But that won't hold me back. If anything, it pushes me to do better," Izuku said to himself as he ran through a puddle on the floor. Izuku could barely stop himself as he rushed towards the disturbance on the street nearby. Barely catching up behind him was a tired young girl with long green hair that parted on the right. She wore a black school uniform with a red handkerchief on the collar. She ran past the people on the sidewalk barely holding onto her breath as she tried to catch up to Izuku. The people around her watched her struggle to catch up with her brother before carrying on with their day. "Izzy, wait up," she shouted at Izuku. "Sorry, Amy," Izuku apologized, doing a weird dance as he waited for the stoplight to turn green. "But I don't wanna miss whatever hero could show up here," Izuku said. Amy finally caught up to Izuku at the stoplight and panted heavily. She leaned over and held on to both of her knees and took the chance to catch her breath. Not even 10 seconds later and the stoplight turned green again. Seeing the light turn green flooded Izuku with energy, instantly running across the street. Amy looked up at the green light and groaned, shaking her head in misery. "Oh come on," she muttered, feeling drained. Izuku ran through the crowd and looked up at the train tracks above. Amy was slowly catching up and saw the same thing Izuku did. Her eyes widened at the situation in front of them. The disturbance was exactly what they expected. A villain attack. She turned her attention away from the disturbance and glanced at Izuku with an uncertain look. "Izzy, why do you always insist on going to these?" Amy thought, continuing her approach. Amy looked to her right and read a sign attached to a street light. "Tetuan Station." What? Did he miss the train? Amy thought, wondering what a villain was doing on the tracks. Amy caught up to Izuku and started to pant heavily again. "I don't know. How, you're not tired, Izuku?" Amy said, barely able to catch her breath. Izuku was too caught up in the moment and looked at the giant figure that stood on the train tracks. Amy looked at the massive crowd of onlookers that stood between Izuku and the criminal on the tracks. She also looked up at the figure and felt a small bit of concern for her safety. The figure was a giant muscular man that had an elongated face built like a monster. The giant of a man looked around the front and back of the tracks he stood on and began to roar loudly into the air. "Man," Amy said in awe, intimidated by the large villain. She frowned at the sight of him and gripped the straps of her backpack. Her reaction to the villain of the week was always the same. On the other hand, however, Izuku had a very different reaction to villains of the week. "That's one huge supervillain," Izuku said, excitedly. She heard the excitement from her nerdy brother and smiled lightly, shaking her head at his response. Ching Ching City. The first incident was in Ching Ching City. Inside a hospital in the city, a baby sat in a small crib. The newborn cried out in its room as its body was enveloped in a bright yellow light. The father of the child looked at the baby in shock through the hospital window. An extraordinary child was born who radiated light. After that, reports of people with superpowers popped up across the globe. No one knew what was causing these quirks. Before long, the supernatural became the totally normal. Dreams, a reality. The world became a superhuman society, with about 80% of the population possessing some uncanny ability. Our streets looked like scenes from comic books. As cities swirled with chaos and confusion, a new profession dominated our collective conscience. It was an age of heroes. Izuku narrated. The criminal roared into the sky and destroyed a support column on the bridge. The crowd screamed and covered themselves in fear. Amy saw the falling debris and started to get worried, gasping in fear. She then felt the ground beneath her rumble a bit before hearing giant footsteps run from behind her. She quickly turned her head to the left and caught sight of the approaching figure. It was a large muscular man dressed in a costume. Amy recognized the man as a hero and felt her fears wane. She watched as the man jumped beneath the path of falling debris and raised his hands upwards. Gritting his teeth and flexing his muscles, the hero caught the debris with his bare hands, struggling just a bit before getting hold of it. A sense of relief filled Amy. The feeling of worry was replaced with excitement. The sound of spraying water had quickly caught her attention. Amy gasped in excitement when she saw the second hero to arrive. Backdraft had arrived on scene and protected the crowds, using his pipe arms to create a watery fence that kept citizens from getting closer to the disturbance. She stared into the crowd of onlookers and watched Izuku run inside the crowd. Amy looked at Izuku with concern before she sighed, giving up. She was sure it would be safe for Izuku to stay in the crowd with two heroes around. She smiled and turned away from the fight, accepting her position. At least the heroes are here, she said, watching the scene from afar. She could see the action from her spot as the villain remained up on the train tracks. Amy watched as another new hero showed up to the scene. The new hero swung onto the tracks on wooden branches, ready to fight the villain. Amy caught a glimpse of the hero from her spot and noticed his wooden appearance. The wooden hero landed on the rails with narrowed eyes. Within seconds, the wooden hero jumped high into the air faster than the villain could keep up. The villain slammed his fist into the spot where the hero was and groaned upon missing. The villain looked up at the hero and shouted, "Get away from me or I'll break you, toothpick." The villain shouted, his voice echoing loudly. Inside the crowd, Izuku looked up at the fight with excitement. He moved out of the way of several onlookers and reached the front of the crowd, staring up at the wooden hero in awe. Izuku recognized the wooden hero and couldn't resist nerding out to the heroes while a bystander watched. "It's Kamui Woods," he exclaimed, watching Woods use his arm to grip the support beams and swing higher into the air. "He may be new, but he's making a big name for himself," Izuku stated, getting a nearby bystander's attention. "One look at that dopey grin and I know what you are." "A fanboy," the bystander said, pointing at Izuku. Sort of," Izuku agreed, looking away in embarrassment. Kamui Woods ran on the train tracks and quickly jumped to avoid the arm crashing down on him. He landed on top of the arm and raised his other arm up. He extended his right arm and attached himself to the villain's left arm. The villain flung his arm outwards, causing Kamui to fly above the villain and land himself onto the train station. The smoke cleared as Kamui looked up at the angry villain and started to talk. "Assault, robbery, and illegal use of powers during rush hour traffic. You are the incarnation of evil," Kamui said, hardening his fist. "There, his special move," Izuku pointed. "Come on, tree man, show us something flashy," the bystander said. "Binding lacquered chain prison," Kamui shouted, shooting a huge amount of wood out of his arm. "Canyon cannon," a woman's voice shouted. To the surprise of everyone, a new hero had arrived and kicked the villain with the one shot. "Huh," Kamui Woods said in confusion. Both Izuku and Amy looked at the giant woman in surprise. The villain hit the ground hard and fainted from the force of the kick. The giant woman landed on the empty street opposite of the train tracks, giving onlookers a view of her hero costume. "Money shot, money shot, money shot," a row of people with cameras said, surrounding Izuku. "Piece of cake for the world's next hottest hero. Hi there everyone, I'm MT. Lady, and you don't have to worry about this bum anymore," she said with an emphasis on bum. "Money shot, money shot, money shot," the people with cameras said, shooting up to the front of the crowds. Amy clapped from her spot behind the crowd and listened to the cheers. Seeing the fight was over, Amy stopped clapping and had a grateful smile. She looked at the crowd of people that Izuku was inside of somewhere and approached it, hoping to reunite with her brother. As she walked closer to the large crowd, an uncomfortable feeling shot up in her stomach. She quickly stopped walking and stared at the crowd. There wasn't much space between the large amount of people for her to get around. It would be a tight squeeze if she was going to enter the crowd. She gripped her backpack straps and gulped, anxiously. She made an effort to comfortably breathe through her nose and tightened her lips, keeping her mouth shut. Even after doing all that, she found it hard to continue walking. She lowered her head and stared at the pavement, sighing loudly. She took a step away from the crowd and waited for their numbers to dwindle. Half an hour passed when the police had arrived and arrested the villain. Mount. Lady stood beside the captured villain and waved at the crowd, smiling at their admiration. Amy looked at the waving hero and felt happy. She glanced at the train tracks above her and caught a glimpse of Kamui Woods lying on his knees in disappointment. Her smile quickly faded upon noticing the wooden hero. She looked around and wondered if anyone else was seeing him and realized it was just her. That sucks. Mount. Lady's getting the credit, she thought to herself. When the crowds had mostly dispersed, Amy felt comfortable enough to get closer in search of her brother. She looked on the sidewalks and walked around for a bit. Knowing Izuku, he was probably somewhere writing this stuff down. Sure enough, there he was. Amy spotted Izuku standing in the middle of the road, mumbling to himself. He was writing stuff down into his journal, unaware of his surroundings. Amy got close to Izuku without him noticing and listened in on his mumbling. She could hear him talking about the hero, Mt. Lady and her quirk. She rolled her eyes and let out a tiny laugh. Izuku was always doing this whenever a hero had saved the day. She stared at him and heard a bystander call out to him. She watched from the sidewalk and saw a man talk to Izuku. "What's that, fanboy, you taking notes over there? You wanna be a hero too, huh?" The bystander asked, getting Izuku's attention. "Yes, more than anything," Izuku exclaimed, looking up from his journal with a happy smile. Amy looked at Izuku's smile and felt herself frown at his words. "Oh, Izuku," she sighed, looking down at the sidewalk with a hint of remorse. She looked at the time on her phone and felt her eyes bulge out in horror. "Izzy, we got to get to school," Amy called out to Izuku, causing him to jump. He was caught off guard by the outburst but also freaked out at the realization. He gasped and turned towards his sister, watching her run away. He panicked and quickly put his journal away while the bystander watched. "Wait, sis, wait for me," Izuku exclaimed, running towards his sister. The bystander watched them run away from the scene and shook his head in amusement, focusing his attention back to the scene. Aldera Junior High. "So, as third-year students, it's time to start thinking seriously about your futures and what you want to do with your lives," the teacher said. The whole class was silent and had their full attention on the teacher. Except for Izuku, who was writing notes down on his journal. "I could pass out some career aptitude tests, but why bother?" the teacher said, quickly grabbing the aptitude tests with his hand. Izuku watched as everyone in his class activated their quirks in unison. "I know you all want to go to the hero track," the teacher laughed. The class erupted into cheers and excited hollers, with everyone proudly showing off their quirks in class. Izuku looked at them all with embarrassment and a hint of jealousy. Off in the back of the class, Amy looked at the classmates around her that proudly showed off their quirks without a care in the world and felt her nervousness increase. She put on a fake smile and looked to her side, staring at the student sitting nearby. He was proudly displaying his quirk's odd ability. The boy's quirk made his head inflate like a balloon, making him almost float up to the ceiling if not for the fact he was holding on to his desk. She fixated herself on his quirk to make herself feel better. Unlike her classmates, Amy wasn't so keen on using her quirk. Yes, you've got some very impressive quirks but no power usage allowed at school. Get a hold of yourselves," the teacher said, calming down the class. "Hey, teach. Don't lump me in with this bunch of losers. I'm the real deal, but these guys will be lucky to end up as sidekicks to some busted D-lister." Bakugo gloated, sitting casually in his desk with a grin that provoked the class. "You think you're better than us, Katsuki? Let's go, I'll take you all on." Bakugo challenged them. Huh, you've got impressive test results, maybe you will get into UA. Hi, the teacher said, looking at Bakugo's test scores. He's gonna try for the national school. A student asked. That school has a 0.2% acceptance rate. It's impossible to get in. Another student commented. Izuku heard them and quietly put his head down in shame. That's exactly why it's the only place worthy of me, Bakugo declared, standing up on his desk. I aced all the mock tests. I'm the only one at this school who stands a chance at getting in. I'll end up more popular than All Might himself and be the richest hero of all time. People all across the world will know who I am. And it all starts with UA. Hi, Bakugo shouted, with his fists in the air. Amy looked at Bakugo and rolled her eyes. The teacher looked at another piece of paper on his podium and saw the test scores from Izuku and Amy Midoriya. Oh, yeah, the Midoriya twins. Don't you wanna go to UA, too? The teacher asked, making the whole class turn silent after hearing that. Izuku heard the teacher and quietly raised his head, looking at Bakugo in fear. All of his classmates' eyes were on him. They stared in silence for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Midoriya, you're kidding, right? I could see your sister, maybe, but there's no way you're getting into the hero course without a quirk. A student said, laughing loudly. Amy heard her classmates' laughter and frowned. She stared at her brother with an embarrassed expression, placing her chin on her desk to lay low. She could see the faces of every student around her laughing at her brother. After that comment by one of her classmates, Izuku stood up out of his seat. Actually, they got rid of that rule. I could be the first one, Izuku stated, getting out of his seat. Before he could react, Bakugo came charging towards his desk and slammed his fist onto Izuku's desk. Amy saw the fist slam down on Izuku's desk and raised her head up in shock, flinching in response. Before Amy could react, Bakugo activated his quirk and created explosions from the palm of his hand, destroying the desk. Amy watched as Izuku was pushed into the back of the class from the force of the explosion. Amy gasped and looked at Bakugo with fire in her eyes. She couldn't believe Bakugo would use his quirk on her brother like that. Actually, she could, but she was still angry at him. She narrowed her eyes at him, visibly upset. She gripped the sides of her desk and gulped, feeling a tingling sensation move up from her body and into her mouth. A small glow illuminated her neck, shining through the skin like a hand over a flashlight. She gritted her teeth and saw a small bit of smoke emit through her teeth. Bakugo noticed Ami's upset expression on her face and caught a glimpse of the smoke coming out of her mouth in his peripheral vision. He internally groaned and held back his explosions. He controlled his explosions and made sure he used it just enough to fly smoke off of both his hands. Amy glared at his move, knowing exactly what he was doing. He's remembered. I can't collect smoke, Amy thought to herself. I'm too far away from them to use my quirk, too. Damn it, Kachan, please don't do anything physical, Amy begged in her mind. Bakugo saw she was unable to do anything and grinned. Listen up, Deku. You're even worse than the rest of these damn rejects, you quirkless wannabe. You really think they'd let someone like you in when they could have me? Bakugo asked, angrily. Izuku looked at Bakugo's face and panicked. No, wait, you've got it all wrong, really. I'm not trying to compete against you. You've gotta believe me, Deku said, crawling back against the wall. It's just that, I've wanted to be a hero since I was little. I may not have a quirk, but I can still try my hardest, can I? Izuku asked, making Bakugo scoff. You'd never be able to hang with the best of the best. You'd die in the exams. Defenseless Izuku. The school's already crappy. You really wanna embarrass it more by failing so hard? Bakugo questioned, making Izuku feel upset. 12:02 p.m. The same city. A woman's scream disrupted everyday life in the city. Rushing out of his store, a man shouted out at the thing that just robbed him. Hey, get back here, he shouted, watching the thing run off. Someone stop that monster, he pleaded. The sludge monster laughed at the store owner and continued running away. He ran past several pedestrians on the sidewalk, who moved out of his way. Yell all you want, sucker. This cash is mine, the sludge monster said, cash slipping off his body. Pedestrians across the street watched the scene take place with strangely calm expressions. Dude, where are all the heroes? Weird. Normally someone would swoop in right away. Maybe they're all still busy from that scene this morning, the man said watching the sludge villain escape. Remember when we didn't have to worry about randos with quirks all the time? The man asked. Exiting the store behind him, a skinny man looked at the escaping sludge villain and flexed. His body stretched outward into a completely muscular form. Seriously, there's no stopping him. Yes there is, the man said, getting the pedestrians' attention. You know why? He asked. The sludge villain heard the deep voice and looked to his left. His eyes were shocked to see who it was. His eyes widened at the signature smile that was on his face. Oh, no, the sludge villain thought. I am here. Aldera Junior High. Amy sat in the back of the class on the right side. She watched Izuku pack up and followed his example. She pulled books into her backpack and jumped when a metal object fell out of her backpack and clanked on the floor. Her eyes widened at the clanking sound and raised her head up to look at the classroom. She was relieved to know everyone had left already except for her and Izuku. She looked down on the floor with a plain smile and stared at the metal object on the floor. She sighed and bent over, dropping her knees to the floor. She quickly swiped the metal object off the floor and wiped off the dust and dirt. It was her personal lighter. She smiled at the shine coming off the metal lighter and remembered a memory from her mind. Fire quirks aren't as rare as you think. But given the uniqueness of her quirk, I'd say practicing on a lighter should be useful. The doctor explained to Inko Midoriya, confusing her. Is it really safe for her to carry around a lighter? Inko asked, putting a hand on her daughter. Normally I'd say no, but in this situation it could prevent another accident like at school from happening again. The doctor explained. How so? Inko asked. It's not unheard of that manifesting a quirk can cause some accidents to occur. Especially relating to quirks like your daughter's. However, most of them have no way of getting rid of their own fire. Fortunately for Amy, her quirk lets her collect fire. We don't usually encourage children to use their quirks at such a young age, but given the circumstances, it's best she gets help with her quirk. The doctor explained. Not every fire user has the ability to stop their own fire. She should consider herself lucky. The doctor said. The voice echoed through her head as she stared at the lighter. She could remember as clear as day when she had first manifested her quirk. It was a day she wouldn't ever forget. I don't know what you think you're doing, Deku, but we're not done. Bakugo said, getting Ami's attention away from her memories. She put her lighter into her backpack and stayed hidden on the floor behind her desk. She peeked her head over the desk and watched Bakugo and his friends show up. She looked at Bakugo with a glare and wondered what he wanted with her brother. Her eyes widened when she noticed the book he was holding. It was Izuku's hero notebook. What's ya got? His diary. Bakugo's friend asked. Huh, don't tell me you're taking notes on how to be a hero. That's so pathetic. The other one laughed. He's delusional, he said, insulting his notebook. Real funny, guys, just give it back. Izuku said, hoping Bakugo would hand over his notebook. Instead of handing it over, Bakugo activated his quirk, forcing Amy into action. She quickly stood up and inhaled as wide as she could. The instant his explosions went off in his palms, the flames shot out of his hands and flew towards Ami's mouth. Bakugo was caught off guard by the action and glared. The kids behind him were caught off guard by the flying flame and panicked for a second. So, you're here, too, Habanero. Bakugo said, with an annoyed glare. It didn't matter to Bakugo. He knew what to do with her around. Without turning around, he threw the notebook behind him and right out the window. Izuku freaked out at seeing his notebook get thrown out the window and flung his arms in the air. Hey, you know what that notebook meant to him, Bakugo. Amy scolded him. Bakugo gave her a passing glare before looking back at Izuku. HMPH. Most first-string heroes show potential early on. People look at them and know they're just destined for greatness. When I'm the only student from this garbage junior high to get into UA, people will start talking to me like that. They'll realize, I'm legit. The next big thing. That's not ego talking. I just know I'm good. Ego. His friend said behind his back. Here's a little word of advice, nerd. Bakugo said, putting a hand on his shoulder. Don't even think of applying or else. Bakugo smiled, threateningly. He used his quirk to make his hand smoke again while on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku stared at Bakugo in shock, completely startled by his actions. That's just sad. I thought you at least had some fight in you. Bakugo's friend said, disappointed by Izuku's lack of action. He finally gets it. He'll never be a hero. Better to find out now instead of later, I guess. Bakugo's other friend said, you know, if you really want to be a hero that badly, there actually might be another way. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Bakugo said. Izuku heard the words that escaped out of Bakugo's mouth and turned around. He looked at Bakugo with a face that looked ready to cry. Izuku was clearly bothered by the words from the explosive blonde. Izuku wanted to say something, at least do something, but he found himself unable to move. Bakugo had his fist raised and created small explosions on his hand as a threat display. Izuku looked at the exploding hand and froze, getting Bakugo to smirk. Amy heard the words that escaped Bakugo's mouth and let out a small gasp. Her gasp caught Bakugo's attention, getting him to stare at Amy. He saw the surprised expression on her face and clenched his fist. What are you looking at, habanero? Bakugo said, narrowing his eyes at her. Amy gripped her desk with both her hands, unsure what to do. Is he trying to get me to use my quirk? Amy thought. No, he knows me. He knows I wouldn't, not even for this, Amy thought. She released her grip on the desk and sighed. She closed her eyes and swallowed the fire in her mouth, deactivating her quirk. That's what I thought, Bakugo said, leaving the classroom. Amy watched Bakugo and his friends leave the classroom and sighed again. She looked at her bag and pulled out a bottle of water. She opened the cap and drank as much as she could out of the bottle. That jerk. He knows how I feel about my quirk, Amy thought, closing the lid on her drink. She looked up to the middle of the class and saw Izuku gathering his things in silence. His green hair covered his eyes, covering the sad expression on his face. Amy looked at Izuku with sympathy. She knew how Bakugo was around her brother, especially after discovering he's quirkless. She looked at him and didn't know what to say to him. Izzy, she called out to him. Izuku stopped what he was doing and listened to his sister. Yeah, Izuku asked. Are you okay? She asked out of worry. I'm fine. Thanks for not letting him use his quirk on me, Izuku said, thanking her. You know how he is, Izzy. I just can't believe he'd say that, Amy said, thinking about what Bakugo said. Yeah, I know, Izuku frowned. Hey, I was supposed to go to the arcade with friends after school today. Do you wanna come? Blow off some steam, maybe? Amy offered, hoping to get Izuku's mind off things. Izuku appreciated the offer but shook his head and declined. Thanks, Amy, but I'm just gonna walk home. I need to go get my notebook anyway. See you later, Izuku said, leaving the classroom. Amy wanted to say something back but he left before she could get a word out. She stared at the door for a few seconds thinking about him. She frowned and stared at her desk in disappointment. She didn't like when her brother was sad like this. I'm sorry, Izuku, Amy thought. That was when a memory went through her head. Amy frowned as she thought about the past again. Years ago. Mom, hurry, a smaller Izuku said, running into the kitchen. Behind him was a smaller Amy that quickly caught up to him. They both had smiles on their faces as they reached their mother. Come on, Mom, it's computer time, already, Inko said, washing dishes. Faster, let's go. Geez, I think you've added 10,000 views to this video yourselves, kids. I don't know why you like it. I think it's scary, Inko said, starting the video with Amy in her left arm. Amy looked at the video with a rush of excitement. Izuku was rocking back and forth on the chair with excitement. The twins were incredibly excited to watch their favorite video again. The video I loved was an old one. Disaster footage from a long time ago, but more importantly it was the debut of the greatest hero the world has ever known. Who is this? The guy's already saved 100 at least and it hasn't even been 10 minutes. This is crazy, I can't believe it. The reporter screamed. Ha 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 ha. Look, he's got more. The reporter screamed in shock. The giant man laughed once more as he carried 6 people on his body. 2 people were on each shoulder along with people on both his arms. "Fear not, citizens. Hope has arrived," the man said. Izuku made noises with his mouth as his favorite part approached. "Because I am here," the man exclaimed. Izuku got up from his chair with glee. He raised his action figure in the air and ran around the room. Inko put down Amy and let her chase after her brother with glee. "He's the coolest in the universe. And once we get our quirks, me and Amy are gonna be heroes just like him." "Yeah," Amy exclaimed loudly, raising her arms high with happiness. Inko watched her children play with each other at the door with a smile. She hid the unsure look on her face from her children. "Sorry, kid, it's not gonna happen," the doctor said. Izuku froze in place after hearing those words. The action figure he had in his hands dropped to the floor upon hearing the revelation. "Oh dear, so you really think there's something wrong then?" Most of the other kindergartners in his class have begun to show signs already. Even Amy. Inko frowned, looking at Izuku with worry. Izuku's eyes were bulging wide. The hair on his face gave his wide eyes cover from the bright hospital light. "My records say you're a 4th-generation quirk user. What powers do you and the boy's father have?" the doctor asked. "Nothing too special. I can float small objects towards me and my husband breathes fire. They're useful enough, I suppose," Inko said, levitating the small action figure into her hand. Izuku should have already manifested one of these quirks or a combination of both like your daughter. But after viewing his X-rays, I don't think he's going to. This is an X-ray of your son's foot compared with an X-ray of your daughter's, the doctor said, putting both X-rays on the board to his left. "You see, when superpowers first began appearing, there were many research studies conducted and doctors discovered a link between the bones in a person's foot and their likelihood of developing a quirk. People with powers have only one joint in their pinky toes. As you can see, your daughter has only one joint in her pinky toe. Her body has evolved into a more streamlined version of the human form. You can see here that Izuku has 2 joints in his pinky. Like roughly 20% of the population these days. Based on the research that's available, it's safe to say your son isn't going to develop a quirk." After the trip to the doctor's, Izuku sat alone in a room with nothing but the computer on. Inko stood at the door with Amy standing a foot away from her mother. Amy heard what had happened to her brother from her mother. She couldn't understand why he didn't have a quirk. It felt completely impossible in her young mind. Amy watched her mother open the door with Izuku inside. Amy took a peek in the room and saw Izuku staring at the computer watching the same disaster footage they both loved. But something was different about it now. Amy wasn't getting the same amount of excitement she felt when watching it before she developed her quirk. And now, she learned a different perspective on the video. She felt herself begin to cry at the scene in front of her. "See that, Mom," Izuku said. There's always a smile on his face no matter how bad things get. Even when things seem impossible, he never gives up, Izuku said, turning the chair around. Both Inko and Amy teared up when they saw a crying Izuku pointing at the computer screen. Amy saw how red her brother's face had gotten and noticed his shaking while he pointed at the screen. "Do you think I can be a hero, too?" Izuku asked. Silence filled the room as Inko slowly approached Izuku. Inko dropped to the floor and grabbed onto Izuku with tears on her face. Amy watched the scene play out at the door. "I'm sorry, Izuku. I wish things were different," Inko cried out. Amy felt herself cry at the scene in front of her and ran up to them. She got up on the chair and hugged her brother. "Mom, Amy, that's not what I needed you to say. Couldn't you see? My world was crumbling. There was only one thing I wanted to hear," Izuku narrated. Izuku left school a while ago. He looked down at his notebook and saw it was starting to dry. Izuku remembered leaving the classroom and exiting the school. He walked over to where his class's window was and saw his notebook floating in the water surrounded by fish. He pulled it out of the water, happy that it wasn't burnt from Bakugo's attempt to blow it up. Thinking back to the present, Izuku stopped walking as he approached the underpass. "I made a decision that day. No matter what anyone else thinks, I have to believe in myself. And I'll keep smiling just like him," Izuku thought, raising his fist. He started to laugh just like All Might as he walked through the underpass. His laughing blocked him from hearing the sewer grate move. Behind him, the sludge villain appeared out of the sewer. Izuku heard the sound of sloshing and stopped laughing. He turned around and saw what was rising out of the sewer. His mouth was open in shock at the thing in front of him. A villain, Izuku thought out loud. The sludge villain maneuvered out of the sewer and opened his eyes. He stared at the green-haired boy and showed his teeth. "You'll make a perfect skin suit for me to hide in, kid," the sludge villain said. Izuku heard the words and started to run away. The sludge villain quickly caught up to him and jumped onto Izuku. He quickly pulled him back into the darkness of the underpass and shoved his sludge into his mouth. Izuku screamed through the sludge as he felt it enter his mouth. "Don't worry, I'm just taking over your body. It'll be easier for both of us if you don't fight back. It'll only hurt for a minute. You'll feel better soon," the sludge villain assured him. "I can't breathe," Izuku thought, realizing the sludge villain was also blocking him from breathing through his nose. Izuku felt himself getting exhausted from the attack and tried pulling him away from his face. "Grab all you want, my body's made of fluid. Thanks for the help. You're a real hero to me, kid. I didn't know he was in the city. I got to get out of here fast before he tracks me down," the sludge villain said. "My body, getting weak. I think I'm dying. No way, this can't be the end. Somebody, help," Izuku thought as he slowly started to lose consciousness. Then the sewer grate suddenly flew into the ceiling. The sludge monster heard the sound and looked behind him. His eyes widened when he saw the figure that appeared out of the sewer. "Have no fear, you are safe. Now that I am here, that is," the muscular man said. The sludge villain raised his fluid arm into the air and lunged it toward the man. The hero quickly ducked under the arm, easily dodging the attack. He smiled and rushed towards the sludge villain. The villain widened its eye and extended his other arm towards the hero. He watched the hero reel his arm back and shout, "Texas Smash!" The hero shouted, punching the sludge villain's hand. The air pressure from the punch vibrated the sludge villain's body. He felt hurricane winds fly towards him and yelled. He was unable to hold himself together from the strength of the punch. "I can't hold together," the sludge villain said before blowing up. Izuku felt himself breath again and opened his eyes. For a split second, he saw the figure of a muscular hero stare at him. "As that, All Might," Izuku thought, before falling unconscious. "Hey, wake up, hey," All Might said, lightly slapping the unconscious boy repeatedly. Izuku felt himself regain consciousness and heard the man's voice. He looked up and saw All Might look at him with a smile. "Thought we lost you there," All Might said. Izuku screamed and crawled back at the sight of his favorite hero. "Well, looks like you're moving around all right. Sorry about that back there. I didn't mean to get you caught up in my justicking. Usually I pay more attention to keeping bystanders safe. But it turns out this city's sewer system is pretty difficult to navigate." "Ha ha ha," All Might exclaimed. Izuku stared up at him in total shock. He couldn't believe what he was looking at, nor could he believe who was standing next to him. "Anyway, you were a big help. Thank you. I've captured the evildoer," All Might explained, thanking the boy. All Might showed off the bottle that contained the sludge villain. Izuku stared at the bottle and was amazed such a large villain could fit inside a 2-liter bottle. The most amazing hero in the entire world. All Might. The real thing, in the flesh, standing right in front of me. He looks so much cooler in person, Izuku thought, staring at All Might's huge smile. "Holy crap, I've gotta get an autograph. I got a pen around here somewhere. Please sign my notebook," Izuku requested, pulling out his notebook. "Ah, he already did," Izuku exclaimed, opening his notebook to see All Might's signature taking up an entire page. Izuku quickly started bowing his head in respect. "Thank you so much. This'll be an heirloom, a family treasure passed down for generations to come," Izuku exclaimed, bowing intensively. "Aha," All Might said, giving Izuku a thumbs up. "Well, I've gotta get this guy to the police so they can take care of him. Stay out of trouble, see you around," All Might said, starting to stretch his legs. Izuku stopped his bowing and stared up at All Might. "Wait, you're leaving already?" Izuku asked, stuttering just a bit. "Pro heroes are constantly fighting time as well as enemies," All Might said. He can't go yet. There's still so many questions I have to ask him. Izuku thought. Now stand back. I'm taking off. All Might warned. He quickly jumped high into the air at incredible speed, reaching high in the sky. Thanks for your continued support. All Might shouted. He felt a force on his leg as he flew in the air and looked back. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw the green-haired boy holding onto his leg with his mouth flapping in the wind. Seeing the boy made him panic over personal space. Let go. I love my fans, but this is too much. All Might, grabbing the boy. Wait, we're flying. If I let go now, I'll die. Izuku shouted. All Might stopped his attempts to get him off him as he realized his position. Oh, that's a good point. All Might admitted. I just have a lot of things I want to ask you personally. You're my all-time favorite hero, All Might. Izuku blurted out. Okay, I get it. Just keep your eyes and mouth shut. All Might said. Izuku listened to the advice from All Might and did as told. All Might grabbed onto the boy and looked for somewhere to land. He coughed a little and felt blood escape his mouth. Shit, All Might said. All Might found a building to land on and dropped onto it. He led Izuku down and made sure he was a distance away from him. Izuku took huge breaths as he regained his senses. He looked deader than usual after the dangerous thing he did. He was happy to be back on solid ground again. My whole life just flashed before my eyes. Izuku commented, feeling drained. His heart was beating rapidly from being high in the air. Not a very smart move. Bang on the door for a while, someone will let you in. Now I have to go. See you on the flip side. All Might said, making his exit. Izuku heard his words and quickly recovered. Wait, not yet. 1 second, he pleaded. No, I don't have any time. All Might replied. I have to know, Izuku shouted, reaching his hand out. Memories flooded in his mind as the past came to him. He thought about the words that his mom said to him all those years ago. Sometimes I do feel like I'm a failure. Like there's no hope for me. But even so, I'm not gonna give up. Ever. Izuku thought. Is it possible to become a hero even if I don't have a quirk? Izuku blurted out. All Might heard what the kid said and stopped. I'm a normal kid without any powers. Could I ever hope to be someone like you? Izuku asked. All Might heard his words and turned his head. Without a quirk? All Might questioned, feeling déjà vu from the question. He paused what he was doing and winced in pain. He felt like a sharp blade had just stabbed through his skin. Oh, no, not now, damn it, not here. All Might muttered through the intense pain. All Might crouched to the floor and started to emit smoke throughout his body. Izuku was too caught up in his own words to see what was going on. People think I don't have a chance. That not having any powers makes me some kind of weakling. Even my sister thinks so. My classmates like to make fun of me. Izuku frowned, thinking about the people in his life. But you know what? That makes me wanna prove them wrong. Ever since I was a kid, I thought that saving people was the coolest thing you can do. I want people to see my fearless smile and feel safe and be the kind of hero everyone in the world looks up to. Just like you, all am I, Izuku said, cutting himself off. As he spoke he stared up at All Might and saw something he wasn't expecting to see. A different person was in front of him. A serious-faced, skinny-looking skeleton was staring at him through smoke. Izuku was dumbfounded by the blonde skeleton man's appearance, feeling air escape his lungs in shock. His mouth dropped at the sight of him, feeling his mind start to freak out in terror. All Might looked at him in his skinny form with piercing eyes and frowned. This was going to be a headache for him to explain. Somewhere else. Amy kept quiet while walking down the sidewalk with her friends beside her. Whenever she wasn't walking home from school, this was the daily route she'd take to go shopping with her friends. On this occasion, it was also the fastest way to get to the arcade. Amy walked beside a girl with orange hair who had her arm wrapped around a boy's arm. The boy had short hair and also happened to be the boyfriend of her orange-haired friend. Her friends were dating for quite a while. They were head over heels in love with each other, which often made Amy feel like the third wheel. Her friends were the only people she talked to daily. They were also one of the few people in school who weren't afraid of her quirk. They smiled at each other and laughed at a joke the boyfriend had made. Amy heard the joke and laughed a little to not arouse suspicion of her downtrodden mood. She tuned out their laughs and stared at the pavement as she walked, frowning in sadness. The words that came out of Bakugo's mouth were still fresh in her mind. You know, if you really want to be a hero that badly, there actually might be another way. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Bakugo's voice echoed through her mind. Amy winced at the line and squeezed her backpack straps in response. She couldn't believe he'd stooped that low in his daily insults towards her brother. She knew in her mind why he would target her brother so much. She didn't want to admit it, but she knew he was right. Unlike her, Izuku wasn't blessed with a quirk that came from their parents like hers did. It's not common for twins to share the same quirk unless you were identical. Even so, she wished he had been born with a quirk. Maybe then she would have turned out better. She could understand how Izuku felt. Even though she had a quirk, she thought back to the day her quirk manifested and closed her eyes. Amy sat in the office chairs in the fetal position, bawling her eyes out. Vivid memories of her recent actions looped in her mind. The experience was absolutely traumatizing to her. Inko had arrived shortly after receiving the call from school and stared at her traumatized daughter with worry. Her heart skipped a beat upon seeing Amy cry. She reached her hand out to try and comfort her daughter, only for Amy to smack her hand away. Don't. I don't want to hurt you. Amy yelled, her voice cracking. Principal Takedo, what happened? My daughter won't let me touch her ever since I arrived here. Inko asked, staring at her daughter with worry. Your daughter manifested her quirk today and started a fire. She was playing with the other students in her class when she suddenly got the hiccups and started spewing fire out her mouth. She tried to cover her mouth, but the other kids swarmed her. They didn't know any better, they just wanted to see her quirk. But she hiccuped and accidentally set some of the students' desks on fire. The principal explained, causing Inko's eyes to widen. Oh, dear, Inko said, putting a hand over her mouth to hide her shock. Was anyone hurt? She asked, full of concern. Principal Takedo simply shook his head and continued. Fortunately, one of our other students used his quirk to let smoke out of his hands and activate the sprinklers in the class. When the sprinklers activated, it prevented her from hiccuping more fire. He explained, bringing tremendous relief to Inko's mind. That's a relief, she stated. After that, your son, Izuku Midoriya, directed her to the sink where she spewed fire into the sink until her hiccups stopped. You have a smart kid. He knew the sink was non-flammable and told her to spew her fire there. It's thanks to him and the other student, Katsuki Bakugo, that nothing bad happened to her or the other students. Sir, I'm so sorry for what happened. My husband can breathe fire. I didn't realize what would happen if her quirk were to suddenly activate at school. It's no problem at all, Mrs. Midoriya. I've seen my fair share of accidental quirk-related accidents in my years at this school. Nothing of value was lost in the accident. However, given the potential dangers of her quirk, I have to recommend immediate quirk counseling starting today as well as a doctor's visit. Inko agreed, signing her name on the approval sheet for quirk counseling. Amy entered her class for the first time since the accident and immediately got the attention of every kid in class. Amy, Izuku shouted with joy. Amy looked at Izuku smiling at her and smiled back. Her smile quickly faded when a new voice spoke up. Hey, fire breath, you set my desk on fire. Bakugo shouted from across the room. Amy heard Bakugo's harsh tone and flinched, feeling small. She sniffled and tried to speak up. I'm sore. You could have hurt someone with that quirk. You even set the desks on fire. Only villains with flame quirks set desks on fire. You're a villain, Amy. Bakugo shouted. Amy looked at the boy and felt tears fall down her face. She didn't want to hurt anyone. She didn't want to be a villain. The thought terrified her. Amy looked at the class and saw their expressions. They were afraid of her. Everyone was afraid of her, except for Izuku. That's not true, Kachan. All Might said anyone can be a hero no matter the quirk. And don't forget, Endeavor's a hero, too. And he's got a fire quirk, too. Izuku said, defending his sister with pride. That's right, class. The hero Endeavor has a fire quirk, too. This is a great time as ever to bring up fire safety rules. Amy, please take a seat. The teacher said. Amy sniffled and slowly walked towards an empty desk. She looked at Bakugo from her seat and blew her nose. At that moment, she believed what Bakugo said. Amy broke out of her memory and returned to reality, sniffling a bit. Stupid. Bakugo. Amy muttered out loud, holding in her anger. Ami's insult towards Bakugo had caught the attention of the orange-haired girl next to her. She turned her head and glanced at Amy, noticing the frown she had on her face. She tilted her head and looked at Amy with concern. Her boyfriend noticed her action and looked at Amy as well. The orange-haired girl put her hand on Ami's shoulder and grabbed her attention. Hey, are you okay? She asked, concerned. We heard what Bakugo said earlier during class and felt bad. She said. I thought him and Midoriya were friends. The boy asked. They are, Amy said, thinking about their complicated friendship with the blonde. The boy lowered his eyes and scoffed. Yeah, then why's he such an ass to your brother just because he's quirkless? The boy questioned, making Amy frown. He's just being a jerk because he wants to go to UA. High as well, Amy said, letting go of her backpack straps. But, Amy, don't you wanna go to UA? High as well, why doesn't he come at you, too? The boy asked, raising his eyebrow. It's because he knows, Amy answered in a low voice. Huh, knows what? The boy asked, with a puzzled look. He knows I ignore my brother because of my quirk. That's why I don't go near him. But you don't go near anyone, except us of course. The orange-haired girl said. Yeah, that's only because you guys aren't affected by my quirk. Amy said, attempting to pull her lighter out. Oh, let me, the orange-haired girl said. She snapped her finger and a small candle-sized flame appeared at the top of her finger. Amy looked at the small flame on her friend's hand and smiled. She inhaled and let the small flame fly into her mouth. Gotta keep practicing, right? The girl laughed. Thanks. Amy smiled, appreciating the gift. She and her friends crossed the streets and laughed together as they made jokes. Amy was smiling at the happy couple beside her and sighed, closing her eyes. At least I have you guys. She admitted. Idiots. A voice shouted. Amy quickly opened her eyes and saw Bakugo in an alleyway with his friends to her right. Amy saw Bakugo and felt a small bit of anger well inside of her. She stopped in the center of the alleyway and stared at Bakugo. He hadn't noticed she was there yet. Amy clenched her fists and stared at him. Her friends realized she wasn't beside them and turned around. They were unaware of Bakugo standing in the alleyway. What's the matter, Amy? The orange-haired girl asked. Amy shrugged and smiled to dispel any worries and waved at them. You two go on ahead. I'll catch up with you, Amy said. All right, later, Amy. The orange-haired girl waved. See ya. The boy waved. Amy waved back at them and watched them leave. When she was clear, she turned back at the alleyway and stared at Bakugo. He was yelling at his friends in front of him. She reached into her backpack and pulled out her lighter. She looked at it for a second, then back at Bakugo. She flicked the lighter and quickly inhaled the flame. With that done with, she started her approach. Amy entered the alleyway and walked past an empty soda bottle. Unbeknownst to her, a small green sludge stared at her as she walked past him. Amy thought of something to get Bakugo's attention and quickly thought of something. Hey, Kachan, she yelled, getting the group's attention. Huh, Bakugo heard her voice and turned around. He saw the approaching girl and raised his eyebrow, immediately recognizing her plain face. Is that you, Habanero? Bakugo asked, narrowing his eyes and pretending to not be surprised by her appearance. His friends behind him looked at each other and back at Amy before whispering amongst each other. Midoriya's sister. What is she doing here? The kid with extendable fingers asked, gulping. He remembered the last time she had approached him and Bakugo. What the hell do you want? Have you been following me or something? Bakugo asked, glaring at her menacingly. Amy saw those angry eyes and kept her serious expression. She knew about his intimidation tactics. She also knew his best one wouldn't work on her. She clenched her fists and approached the blonde with each step getting louder. Off to the side, the sludge villain watched the scene unfurl with amused interest. Why would you say that to him, Kachan? Amy asked, keeping her face low to the ground. Her hair covered her eyes, preventing her upset eyes from being seen by the explosive teen. So that's what this is about, huh? Deku, Bakugo said, making Amy even more upset. His name is Izuku, she gritted, angrily. You got a problem with what I say, Habanero? He asked. I do. We're friends, Bakugo. You know it's his dream to become a hero just like us. What the hell's your problem with that? Amy shouted, raising her head up to make eye contact with Bakugo. Bakugo saw her eyes and scoffed. Cut the crap, we're not friends. Not you or that quirkless idiot. And don't act like you believe in him. I figured you out a long time ago, Fire Breath. You don't believe he can become a hero, either. Bakugo said, making Amy clench her fists in distress. A quirkless superhero. Give me a break. You don't want him to become a hero, either. Bakugo said, not holding back. Ami's eyes widened at Bakugo's words. She felt the fire inside her start to activate. She remembered when Izuku had asked her if he could be a hero. And she remembered what she said with overwhelming regret. The second he tries to be a hero, he'll die and you know it. Why bother letting him believe he's good for anything? That's how people get killed. Bakugo said, crossing his arms. Amy gritted her teeth and held in her breath. You're wrong about him. He has a drive just like you, Kachan. That notebook you tried to destroy earlier today. He writes down everything about being a hero in that notebook. Sometimes I wonder if he was ever jealous of me. We're only 3 minutes apart and I'm the one with a quirk. But, I realized something. He wasn't jealous of me. He was proud of me. He was happy for me. I got a quirk and he didn't. He didn't, Amy said, frowning while clenching her fists. She looked down at the cement and watched her tears hit the ground. Her head shook as her emotions got the best of her, summoning up enough courage and willpower to shout back at him. He's an inspiration, Kachan. And a hero always inspires others. So, guess what, Kachan? Amy asked, raising her voice. The tone of her voice had caught Bakugo and his friends by surprise. Bakugo raised his eyes questionably at her, thrown off by her increasingly loud voice. Izuku's already a better hero than you'll ever be. She screamed as loud as she could, her voice echoed down the alleyway. Bakugo and his friends stood there completely in silence at her outburst. None of them expected her voice to get that high. Bakugo was surprised the most. He had to think about what to say in response. However, before he could speak up, sludge began to pile up behind her. Bakugo and his friends saw the sludge behind Amy and widened their eyes. Amy was worn out from her outburst and panted in exhaustion. She looked at their shocked reactions and wondered if it was because of her until she heard a strange noise behind her. Followed by the strange noise was a laugh that shook Ami's core. She felt her senses tingle in fear and slowly turned her head to see the source of the strange laughter. Wah! She looked up at the giant sludge laughing at her and felt her heart skip a beat. A villain, she thought in fear. He. That was very entertaining, kid. I was gonna try and take that kid's body but now I'm not sure which is better. I'll just take the body of whoever dies first. The sludge villain said, smiling. The sludge villain charged towards Amy and extended his sludge towards her. She let out a fearful scream and tried to activate her quirk before she felt someone grab her shoulder. After that, things got blurry. Some building's roof. Meanwhile, Izuku couldn't stop screaming. Right in front of him was a skeleton man that had once been All Might only a minute ago. Izuku was stunned when he saw the skinny man. He had no idea what to think after seeing him. His appearance was so off-putting to Izuku that he denied what he saw with his own eyes. There was absolutely no way that he was the real All Might. Wait, who? What happened? You deflated. Where'd All Might go? You're not him. You're a fake, an imposter. Izuku stuttered in denial. All Might heard the boy's panicked denial and sighed, already feeling a headache coming. I assure you that I am. All am I. He coughed up blood before finishing his sentence. Izuku freaked out again at the sight of the coughing man. Ah, impossible. Izuku screamed, having a mental breakdown. You know how guys at the pool are always sucking in and flexing and trying to look buff. I'm like that, All Might explained, making a visual in Izuku's head. Izuku imagined it in his head and screamed. This can't be real. Izuku freaked out. No, I'm dreaming. All Might's a giant of a man who saves everyone. He defeats all obstacles and wins the day with a fearless smile. Izuku said, continuing to stay in denial. All Might scoffed at the comment. There's plenty of fear behind that smile. All Might stated, shutting Izuku up. All Might took a seat on the floor and stared at Izuku with a serious stare. I'm counting on you to keep your mouth shut. Don't go talking about this online or telling your friends. All Might requested, confusing Izuku. Izuku looked at All Might with a puzzled look, not understanding the request. All Might saw his confusion and decided to lift his shirt, showing off his wound to Izuku. Izuku reeled back in disgust at the sight of the horrific wound. Pretty gross, right? I got this in a big fight 5 years back. My respiratory system was basically destroyed. I lost my whole stomach. All the surgeries have pretty much worn me out and it can't be fixed. Right now I can only do hero work for about 3 hours a day. Rest of the time, this is what I look like. All Might said, scaring Izuku. Izuku was beyond shocked to hear those words. The thought of having multiple surgeries and still having a wound like that upset him, especially when it was on the body of his idol. He thought about what he said and wondered what happened 5 years ago. No way. 5 years ago. So does that mean it was the fight with Toxic Chainsaw? He asked. Wow, you know your stuff. But no, the punk may have landed some hits but he couldn't bring me down. Most of the world has never heard of this fight. I did everything I could to keep it under wraps. All Might said. I'm supposed to be the guy who's always smiling, right? I'm the symbol of peace. People everywhere have to think I'm never afraid. But honestly, I smile to hide the fear inside. All Might said. He raised his hand up and clenched his fist tight. It's just a brave face I put on when the pressure is high. This job isn't easy. Pro heroes are always having to risk their lives. Some villains just can't be beaten without powers. So can you be a hero? Not without a quirk. All Might answered truthfully, crushing Izuku's spirit. Izuku listened to what All Might said and lowered his head. I see, he muttered. If you want to help people, there are plenty other ways to do it. You can become a police officer. They get crap because the heroes capture most of the villains, but it's a fine profession. It's not bad to have a dream, young man. Just make sure your dreams are attainable. Realistic. Understand? All Might said, leaving the building's roof through the door. All Might didn't stay to look at the kid's reaction to his advice. Entering the stairs, he walked down the steps and coughed up more blood in exhaustion. Now let's get you to the station. All Might said, grabbing his pocket. His eyes widened when he felt the lack of a bottle in his pocket. He pulled out both of his pockets and looked around the stairs. On cue, a large explosion was heard from a mile away. All Might looked out the window and saw the explosion. He let go of his pocket and gritted his teeth. Not good, All Might thought, fearing for the worst. From the rooftop, Izuku saw the explosion and temporarily snapped out of his depressed state. He stared at the explosion and watched the smoke rise into the air. A villain. I wonder which hero will show. Izuku wondered out loud. He turned around and ran towards the exit before coming to a stop. He remembered what All Might just said to him and slumped his shoulders in defeat. He sighed before walking off slowly. All Might ran as fast as he could in his skinny form towards the location of the explosion. He hoped for the best, that the explosion meant the situation was under control. He looked up at the smoke from the blast and gulped. Almost there, he thought, continuing to run. Tetuan Station. Citizens were screaming as they ran past the fire and smoke in fear. Explosions blasted smoke towards their directions as they ran. It's a monster, a woman cried out. 3 heroes showed up to the scene. One of them was Death Arms. They stared up at the culprit that stood in the middle of the road. The sludge villain was laughing at the sight of the heroes. Death Arms looked at the sludge villain's body and saw another body squirming within it. It's taken someone hostage, he shouted. He slammed his fists into each other and rushed towards the villain with anger. How dare you prey on a child? He roared, slamming his fist into the sludge villain. His fists made contact with the sludge and had no effect. Death Arms groaned and was surprised to see how ineffective his punch was. The sludge villain laughed at the action and let the hero's arm slip into his fluid body. What the hell is this? Some kinda goo, Death Arms said, trying to get his arm out. The sludge villain slapped him away and flung him to a metal garage door. The other 2 heroes approached Death Arms with concern. You okay, Death Arms? The bird hero asked. Heads up, the other hero warned, dodging the assault from the sludge villain. Stay back or I'll snap his neck, the sludge villain demanded. Bakugo wiggled his head out of the sludge villain's grasp and roared loudly. You picked the wrong guy to mess with. I'm gonna sink you back to whatever sewer you crawled out of. Let me go, Bakugo yelled, creating gigantic explosions out of his hands. The sludge villain saw the explosions produced by the teen and grinned. The force of the explosions shook the nearby buildings, creating a small vibration in the ground. The vibrations traveled far, reaching a small alleyway in an instant. The vibrations disturbed the girl that laid on top of a pile of trash. She hid in confusion and moved around, feeling her regain consciousness. Amy tensed her body and lifted her head out of the pile of trash. She opened her eyes and felt her heart beating rapidly. Amy woke up dazed and confused, not knowing how she got there. She had trouble remembering anything in the past 5 minutes. She winced at the pain coming from her head and stroked it, trying to recover her memory. After a few seconds of lying there did her memory return. Everything except how she got in the trash pile before she was knocked out came flooding back to her as she recovered, making her panic in realization. The sight of a villain staring down at her sent a chill down her spine. The sludge villain's intimidating presence terrified Amy, making her shiver. Upon recovering, she immediately looked around the alleyway for any sign of Bakugo and his friends. She could only hope they managed to get away in time. She tried to think about how she ended up in this pile of garbage and was drawing blanks, forcing her to assume what happened. The sludge guy must have thrown me to the side and went after Bakugo, she thought, realizing what she thought a second later. Bakugo, she gasped. She then heard another explosion to her right and saw the sludge villain in the center of the blasts. She was so close to the sludge villain it's a miracle he hadn't noticed her yet. Amy couldn't believe the position she was in. Trapped in an alleyway with no escape. A real villain was right in front of her and Bakugo was missing. Among the crowd, All Might arrived. He looked at the action and winced. He tried to go into his muscle form but couldn't. He gripped his shirt in anger at the mistake he made. I must have dropped him in the air. I was distracted worrying about my time limit. I can't believe I made such a rookie mistake and after lecturing that kid about what it takes to be a hero. I'm pathetic, All Might muttered, shaming himself. Izuku walked the streets, reading his notebook. He looked through all his notes on different heroes he had seen. Words from his past slipped back into his mind as he read the book. He closed it and sighed. Even All Might said it. A hero needs a quirk. Don't cry, damn it. Deep down you knew this all along. You've just been avoiding reality. That's why you were trying so desperately to prove yourself wrong. Izuku thought. He thought about what would have happened if he agreed with his sister's offer and went to the arcade with her. At least he'd still believe in becoming a hero. His thoughts were interrupted by another explosion that rocked the ground, shaking the sidewalk Izuku stood on. The explosion interrupted his sadness and made him look up. Up the street, he saw the crowds and the smoke. That's strange. Is the fight from earlier still going on? Why am I here? Did I subconsciously walk this way to check it out? Izuku thought. He crossed the street and approached the crowd, thinking to himself. I shouldn't even stop, all my notes are useless. Izuku thought, contemplating leaving. He looked up ahead and saw what was happening. His eyes widened in shock when he saw the sludge villain was there in the middle of the burning street. That's the guy who attacked me. He gasped. That can't be right. All Might captured him. But the bottle, if he dropped it, that means it's my fault. Izuku thought, realizing he caused this. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? A citizen asked. It looks like they met their match plus the villain captured a kid, another citizen said. On the other side of the crowd, Amy got out of the trash pile and slowly approached the entrance to the alleyway, clinging onto the wall for support. She took a look at the sludge villain and her surroundings and felt her legs shake in fear. This was the closest she had ever been to a villain. When her and Izuku showed up to these disturbances, she always kept her distance while Izuku ran to the front of the crowd. She gripped the wall and frowned. She spotted 3 heroes on the ground and felt relief. However, her relief quickly vanished when she noticed their lack of action. Why aren't the heroes stopping him? She thought, shaking in terror. They're all just standing there, looking at him. Why are they just looking at him? She thought. She looked at the sludge villain more closely and realized someone was inside him. She let out a small gasp as she realized the situation. They can't do anything because the villain has someone. But who? She thought. She didn't want to think of what the person could be feeling inside that sludge villain. Back in the crowd, Izuku was sulking in his own self-blame. He covered his mouth in disgust at his own failures. He put himself down in his mind. To the left of the crowd, All Might gripped his shirt in anger. He too was blaming himself for his own failures. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. So sorry, Izuku said, apologizing to All Might in his head. I'm a disgrace, All Might said, putting himself down. Help will show up and save the day, I'm sure. Izuku thought. I'm not a real hero, All Might said, frowning in disappointment. Someone, a real hero will come soon, Izuku said, covering his mouth. At the same time, both he and Amy got a look at who was trapped inside. Izuku noticed the hair in his eyes expanded farther than before. The prisoner's face peeked through the sludge and stared into the crowd with fear. Izuku and Amy saw those eyes and realized who was trapped inside. And without even thinking about it, Izuku bolted out of the crowd. All Might's eyes widened at the sight as well as the other heroes. From her spot in the alleyway, Amy saw who was running out towards the sludge villain and panicked. Izuku. Ami's eyes bulged out of their sockets at the sight of her brother running towards the sludge villain. Without even thinking, she dropped her backpack and ran towards them. Death Arms saw Izuku run out towards the villain as well as the girl rushing out of the alleyway and shouted. Stop, you idiots. This brat again. The sludge villain groaned. Bakugo heard his words and opened his eyes. Deku. Bakugo muttered, barely getting a word out of the sludge. What am I doing? Why am I running? And why can't I stop? Both Izuku and Amy thought. What would a hero do right now? Izuku thought, thinking of an idea. Page 25, right. Take this, Izuku said, throwing his backpack at the monster's eyes. The sludge villain felt a soda can hit his eye and flinched. Kachan, Izuku said, grabbing onto the sludge villain's body. Amy pulled out her lighter and ate as much flame as she could. The flames surrounding the monster also vanished and flew towards her mouth. Up from above, Kamui Woods watched in awe as the flames surrounding the sludge villain flew to the girl. His eyes widened when seeing the girl. Damn it, I thought I got everyone. Kamui thought. He stood up and watched the flames enter her mouth. He looked around and decided to take the chance to swing around and save more people. Bakugo watched Izuku claw at the sludge and forced his mouth out of the sludge. He quickly took huge breaths of air. He coughed before regaining his senses and watched as Amy jumped onto the sludge villain from above. Bakugo watched as both Izuku and Amy clawed at the monster with all their strength. What the hell? Why are you here? I don't know. My legs started moving. Kachan, I couldn't just stand there and watch you die. Izuku cried out. Izuku, grab him, she shouted. Izuku quickly grabbed onto Bakugo's wrist through the sludge and pulled. What would a hero do in this situation? Come on, Amy. Think. She said to herself. She then thought of something All Might would say. Eat this, Amy said, opening her mouth wide open. The sludge villain watched Amy and saw a red glow light up her throat. What the hell? The sludge villain said with confusion. He was then hit with a blast of flame that covered the top part of his body. The sludge villain felt the burn and roared in pain. She's drying me up. I need to put more fluid in between that fire and my eyes, the sludge villain thought to himself. He quickly moved the fluids in his body up towards the fire in an attempt to shield himself with his own fluid. This effort caused him to put less focus on the boy trapped inside him. Izuku managed to get a single hand out of the sludge monster before he realized what he was doing. Not so fast, kid. I'm not ignoring you. Save the boy. This thing will kill him. Death Arms shouted. The sludge villain swiped at Izuku and raised his fist high in the air. Izuku fell to the floor and saw the incoming arm and raised his hands to protect himself. Before he could get, a blur appeared between him and the sludge villain. The contact with the blur created a blast of smoke that engulfed the group. Amy inhaled the smoke and gagged on her own fire. She expelled every bit of flame in her body and nearly slipped inside the monster until she felt a piece of wood wrap around her stomach. She looked down at the wood with confusion before she was pulled out of the action and onto the floor. As the smoke cleared, Izuku looked up from his defensive stance and stared at All Might. "I really am pathetic," All Might said. "All Might," Izuku said. "I told you the traits to make a great champion, but I see now I wasn't living up to my ideals." All Might said, breaking free from the sludge villain's grasp. All Might quickly grabbed onto Bakugo's wrist and continued. "Pros are always risking their lives. That's the true test of a hero," he exclaimed, reeling in for a punch. "Damn you, All Might," the sludge villain yelled. Detroit SMAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAA leaving Bakugo free from death. Amy watched the scene play out safely on the street and was barely able to keep herself from falling. She was standing with support from the wooden hero next to her. She glanced at him and saw what looked like a glare on his face. She felt a raindrop hit her, causing her to look up. To her surprise, the sky had been covered with clouds and was starting to rain. The punch from All Might had caused it to rain. The crowd stood there shocked at the amazing display of power before erupting into cheers at the #1 hero. Amy looked across the street at All Might. This was her first time seeing him in person. She remembered the days her and her brother would play hero together as children. He looks so much cooler in person, she thought to herself, excited but also exhausted. After that, the heroes collected all the scattered mounds of sludge and the villain went into police custody where he belonged. Izuku narrated. All Might was surrounded by paparazzi while the police made sure everyone was safe. Izuku had woken up after the incident and was immediately scolded by heroes. "You moron. Do you have a death wish?" Kamui said with his arms crossed. "There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger like that." Death Arms scolded. "I know, sir," Izuku said, staring down at the pavement. "At least we tried, right?" Amy cut it in, getting their attention. She sat on the pavement, drinking a bottle of water. "You're not off the hook either, Ms. Kamui Woods said. Jumping onto the villain like that and using your quirk was bordering vigilantism." Death Arms glared. "You're lucky I pulled you out in time before that villain caught you," Kamui Woods said. He looked at the girl and thought back to his view. He was caught off guard seeing the flames that prevented him from doing anything suddenly fly forward into her mouth. It was because of that opportunity that he was able to get to her in time. Normally, he'd shy away from heroes with fire quirks, but this was a citizen he was dealing with. Not a hero. He crossed his arms and sighed. "I cannot condone your actions today, but without your fire quirk, I might not have been able to rescue more citizens. You have my thanks." Kamui Woods nodded, walking off. Izuku and Amy heard his thanks and looked at each other. They smiled at one another with excitement. Then another hero walked up to them. "Whoa, it's Backdraft," Izuku said, excitedly. Backdraft approached the two and tipped his hat in respect. "A fan, huh?" he asked, getting an excited nod from Izuku. "Yeah, I like lots of heroes," Izuku stated. He turned to look at his sister and noticed her nervousness. "But you're one of my sister's favorites," he proudly exclaimed. "Is he?" Amy whined, feeling embarrassed. "I am, huh? It's good to know I inspire people with quirks on the opposite spectrum of mine," Backdraft said. "I'd like to know your names if you wouldn't mind," he asked, politely. "My name is Amy, and this is my brother, Izuku," she answered. "Your siblings?" Backdraft asked, not realizing their similarities. "Twins, actually," she corrected, glancing a smile at Izuku. Backdraft looked at the two of them and crouched down. "What you and your brother did for that boy wasn't safe, you know." "We know," they both said in unison, frowning at the same time. "But you have my thanks for getting rid of the fires. It's because of you that I was able to safely maneuver more civilians out of harm's way. You have a very good quirk for helping with fires. If you ever want to become a hero, I'd like you to join my agency," Backdraft said, handing Amy another bottle of water. Amy accepted the bottle of water and chugged it down lightning fast. Using her quirk like that took a toll on her. She'd never used her quirk in an offensive attack before. She realized a long time ago her quirk made her dehydrated. Amy sat there on the pavement feeling stunned. She heard the praise from Backdraft and felt herself start to cry. Tears fell from her face after hearing his praise. Backdraft saw this and felt concerned. "Are you all right? I'm sorry. I'm used to people calling my quirk dangerous." She smiled through her tears. Bakugo stared at the ground in silence, thinking things over. Surrounding him were two heroes that were praising his explosive quirk. He ignored everything they said and looked at Amy talking with Backdraft and then at Izuku, who was getting up from the pavement. He narrowed his eyes at the both of them and growled. When the dust had settled, the crowd dispersed and life had returned to normal. Izuku walked home ahead of his sister. She had told Izuku to go on ahead without her, saying that she needed to find her friends. Izuku had reluctantly nodded and did as he was told, walking towards home, alone. Amy wandered around the scene, keeping her eyes peeled for the person she wanted to talk to. She hoped Backdraft was still nearby. Seeing him nowhere, it wasn't until a few minutes later that she finally spotted him. She rushed over to Backdraft, who had just finished giving the okay on the building's safety. Amy could see him walking with firemen towards the fire trucks and called out his name. "Backdraft! Wait, Backdraft!" Amy shouted, waving at him. She sped after Backdraft and got his attention with her shouting. "Ms. Amy?" Backdraft questioned, recognizing her. He stopped walking and turned to face her, making the fireman pause. The firemen nearby saw him stop and turned to look at him. They quickly realized what was going on when they saw Amy walk up to Backdraft. They smiled and turned the other way, walking back to the fire trucks. Amy reached Backdraft and panted in exhaustion. "I have to ask you something. It's about my brother. I told him to go on ahead of me because I wanted to ask you something." She panted, catching her breath. "All right," Backdraft replied, concerned for Ami's health. Amy flashed a smile at his reply, happy that he was willing to talk with her. She took a deep breath and composed herself, looking down at the cement in hesitation. Now that she was here, it was harder to ask than she had thought. Nonetheless, she stood tall and looked at the hero. "My brother, Izuku. All his life he's wanted to be a hero. We used to say that when we got our quirks we'd be the best hero duo ever. We wanted to be like All Might so much. But then, I got my quirk. And he didn't. People used to make fun of him for being quirkless. Saying a person like him could never be a hero." She frowned, feeling her tears stream down her face. Her emotions had successfully gotten the best of her again. Flashes of memories went through her head at that moment. All the insults and bullying inflicted towards her brother through the years caused her whole body to shiver. "I'm his sister, yet even I didn't think it was possible," she said in a low voice, feeling ashamed of herself. Yet even now, he still wants to be a hero. More than anything, even when not a single person believed in him, he still didn't give up. And after seeing him run to Bakugo, I realized that. So, I wanted to know. Backdraft, she said, sniffling. She looked up at Backdraft and tried to wipe off her tears with her arm. "Is it possible? Can he be a hero even without a quirk?" she asked, loudly. Backdraft looked at her with his orange eye and stood there silent. Amy looked at the hero's mask and was unable to see what he was thinking. Backdraft thought of everything he just heard from her and gathered it all together. It took a few silent seconds before he knew what to say. "There are many things I could say to that. My family has been heroes for generations. And before that, we were firefighters." Backdraft approached the crying Amy and looked down on her. "Many people will tell you you can only be a hero if you have a quirk. And for the most part, it's true. But that's only looking at it in one way. As a firefighter, you go into a burning building not just to put out a fire. You go in to save lives and help as many people as you can. It's a dangerous job, but so is being a hero. But even before quirks, that's never stopped them from doing it, has it?" Backdraft said, thinking back on his own experiences. Amy stood there listening with her mouth open, blinking over and over. She was surprised to hear what her hero was saying to her. "Despite the risk, despite the odds, your brother still went in, did he? Despite his own fears, he risked his life to save another. To me, that makes him a hero," Backdraft said, truthfully. Amy stopped blinking and kept her eyes half shut, feeling another wave of tears fall down her face. Her face turned red as she struggled to hold in her emotions. Anyone can be a hero, Amy. Even without a quirk. Backdraft finished, staring down at the shaking teen. Amy heard his words and felt the world around her stop. She sniffled and put a hand on chest, feeling her heart beating rapidly. Backdraft watched her lower her head and felt concerned for her well-being, only to see her lift her head up with a massive smile. Amy bowed respectfully at him and composed herself as best as she could. She looked at Backdraft and wiped the tears off her face. He nodded at her and received a nod back. She thanked him before turning around and running off. Backdraft bowed his head in respect and watched her leave with a smile behind his mask. "Thanks, Backdraft, for reminding me," All Might said, standing behind Backdraft. Backdraft heard the voice and jumped in surprise. He gasped and quickly turned around to see the smiling hero look at him. "All Might?" he asked. Backdraft watched All Might move forward and jump high into the air, leaving him to his thoughts. Was he listening this whole time? Backdraft thought. Izuku walked in silence. He was disappointed that he was unable to talk to All Might again after the villain was defeated. He decided then that he'd try and write to him on his website when he got home. He was walking until he heard a familiar angry voice call out to him. "Deku, Kachan," Izuku said, turning around. He watched Bakugo run up to him and catch his breath before talking. "Listen, I would never ask for a weakling like you to help me. Don't think you can look down on me." "Huh, got that. I was fine by myself. You and your sister didn't help me." "You did nothing. I don't owe you anything," Kachan shouted. He turned back around and angrily walked away. "What was that? Kachan is right though. It's not like I did anything against the sludge villain, but at least I tried. Guess now I should go back to giving up on my dreams." Izuku frowned. Bakugo turned the corner and walked more casually than before. He heard running up ahead and looked up to see who it was. He stopped walking and recognized who it was. In front of him was Amy. She had been running without stopping just to catch up to Izuku and talk to him. She stopped running and started breathing heavily. She wasn't expecting to run into Bakugo. She made eye contact with his glare and tried to think of something to say. She opened her mouth to speak but Bakugo quickly interrupted her. "Shut up," he said. Amy raised her eyes at the response. "If you want to thank me then don't bother. I only pulled your ass away from him so I could bomb him with my quirk. I don't give a damn what you think about me, you hear? You mean nothing to me," Bakugo said, walking right past her. Amy stood there on the sidewalk dumbfounded over what he said. She stared at him silently as he walked past her. While she stared at him, her memories had returned to her. Bakugo had grabbed her arm and threw her to the garbage pile in order to save her. Or, at least, try to attack the sludge villain. Amy smiled at the revelation and sighed. "See you around, Kachan," Amy said, blankly. Bakugo heard the goodbye and gritted his teeth in anger as he walked away from her. That was the nicest thing he's ever said to me, Amy thought. Wait, I still got to catch up to Izzy, Amy thought, sprinting around the corner. She reached the street and spotted Izuku standing in the middle of the road. She didn't question why he was standing there and sprinted faster in excitement. There he is, she thought. "Hey, Izzy," Amy shouted, waving her hand in the air to get his attention. Izuku heard Ami's voice and turned around, making eye contact with Ami's excited smile. His eyes shrank as he realized Amy was charging after him, completely unaware of the figure standing in front of him. He quickly turned around and raised his hands up high and started panicking. "Wait, don't come any closer," Izuku yelled, freaking out. Ami's smile faltered upon seeing the panic in Izuku's face. She stopped right in front of him and poked her head around his shoulder. She gasped when she saw All Might standing in the middle of the road with Izuku. She saw the serious expression on All Might's face begin to falter and watched as he quickly covered his mouth to hide his signature smile. "As that, All Might?" she thought, narrowing her eyes in confusion. She saw him stand there with parts of his body literally bursting into smoke before he was enveloped entirely in smoke, followed by a popping sound. Amy was taken aback by the sudden cloud of smoke that enveloped All Might and wondered what that was. However, when the smoke had cleared, Ami's eyes bursted open, nearly flying out of their sockets. Standing in front of her and Izuku was no longer All Might, but a thin man that resembled a skeleton. Her jaw dropped when she saw the skeleton figure standing where All Might just stood. All Might locked eyes with hers and grimaced, already knowing what was coming. Ami's entire face turned a pale white as she raised her hand and pointed at All Might in shock. Before Izuku or All Might could speak to her, she screamed and panicked while a frantic Izuku tried to get her to stop. He only managed to calm her down after a minute of screaming. Izzy, what happened to All Might? Why does he look like that? Ami stuttered, looking pale and pointing at All Might with a shaky hand. All Might groaned and rubbed the side of his face. He opened his eyes and started speaking. Hey, keep it down now. Someone could hear, All Might warned, dropping his hand downwards to signal her to turn the volume down. I was hoping I could stay in my muscle form during all this in case you showed up, but I suppose it can't be helped. He said. All Might looked around and made sure no one else was nearby. He then lifted his shirt up and showed Ami his wound. Ami looked at the wound and felt her eyes shrink. She gasped and covered her mouth in horrified shock. I got this from a fight 5 years back. This was the best the doctors could do to fix this. Right now, I can't go more than 3 hours a day in my muscle form. That's terrible, she commented, staring at the horrific wound for an uncomfortable amount of time. I've already told Izuku to keep this quiet and now I ask that you do, too. All Might asked, putting his shirt down. Ami snapped out of her shock and instantly agreed, rapidly nodding her head. I promise, Ami promised, getting an appreciative smile from All Might. She stared at the smile and remembered what Backdraft said to her. She gasped and turned to look at Izuku. Izzy, I need to talk to you about something, Ami said, confusing Izuku. What is it, Ami? Izuku asked. It's all right, young lady. I overheard your conversation with Backdraft before I left. I'd like to take it from here, if you don't mind. All Might asked, politely. Ami looked at All Might and nodded. All Might smiled at the two of them and started talking. I came here to thank you. And also to discuss your question from earlier. All Might said. If you hadn't told me about your life, if you hadn't run into that fight, I would have been a worthless bystander watching from the crowd. So thanks, he said, getting Izuku to interrupt. Oh no, it was my fault he was there to begin with. Izuku apologized. Wait, what? Ami interrupted. I got in the way of his work and wasted his energy. And I almost died. Izuku said, looking the other way. You almost died, Ami shouted, grabbing Izuku's shoulders. Both Izuku and All Might shushed her. Right, sorry, Ami apologized, letting go of Izuku. I'm not done. You told me you didn't have a power. So when I saw this timid, quirkless boy try to save a life, it inspired me to act, too. All Might explained. What do you mean? Izuku asked. There are stories about every hero. How they became great. Most have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. Almost on their own. All Might said. Izuku heard him and thought of all the things people said to him once more. For some reason, I remembered my mother's words in that moment. Izuku narrated. I'm sorry, Izuku. I wish things were different. Inko said. Izuku put his hand on his chest and resisted the urge to cry. He bent down and dropped to his knees. Ami saw this and put her hands on his shoulders. And today that's what I saw from you. Both of you, All Might said, getting an appreciative smile from Ami. Tears were starting to fall down her eyes again as well. Izuku could barely hold back anymore and let the tears exit his eyes. You never told me, Mom. Back then, the thing I wanted you to say. The words I needed to hear. Izuku narrated. Young man, you too, can become a hero. He said, looking down at Izuku. Izuku looked up at Ami and saw her give him a supporting smile. They hugged each other for the first time in years. She started to cry as well as she attempted to comfort her brother. All Might watched the scene play out for a second. He felt a bit of joy at the affection between the siblings. He made sure to hide it and cleared his throat to get their attention. I didn't know it then, but what All Might was about to tell Izuku would forever change his life and my very own. Ami narrated. Izuku Midoriya, I deem you worthy of my power. My quirk is yours to inherit. All Might said, raising his hands. Izuku stopped crying for a moment and looked up at All Might with confusion. Amy also stopped crying and shared a confused look with Izuku. There was an awkward silence between the two as they fully realized what he said. Huh, Izuku uttered out. Izuku Midoriya, I deem you worthy of my power. My quirk is yours to inherit. All Might said, raising his hands. Izuku stopped crying for a moment and looked up at All Might with confusion. Amy also stopped crying and shared a confused look with Izuku. There was an awkward silence between the two as they fully realized what he said. Huh, Izuku uttered out. Wait, what do you mean inherit? Inherit what? Izuku asked in confusion. Did you just say, my quirk is yours? Amy interjected. She stared at the skeleton man and watched him start laughing. You should see your faces right now. Don't worry, I'm not gonna force this thing on you. All Might laughed, touching his forehead. He stared at the confused teens and took a few steps forward. He lifted his arm and pointed at Izuku. Listen well, young man. This is your choice. Do you wanna accept my awesome power or not? He exclaimed, coughing up more blood. The blood splatter from his cough freaked out the twins even more. Izzy, what's he talking about? Amy whispered. Izuku glanced at Amy and shrugged his shoulders, unable to come up with an answer. All Might looked at them and nodded to himself. He anticipated their confusion and prepared himself for his response. There are a couple things you should know about my abilities. All Might said, raising a finger. Journalists always guess my quirk is super strength or some kind of invulnerability. When people ask in interviews, I always make a joke and dodge the question. Because the world needs to believe that their symbol of peace is just a natural-born hero like any of them. But I'm not. There's nothing natural about my ability. I wasn't born with this power, it's a sacred torch that was passed on to me from someone else. All Might explained, leaving the twins baffled. Someone gave you this quirk? No way, Izuku stuttered. Yes, way, and you're next. I can give you my abilities. All Might said, repeating his offer. Amy was speechless by All Might's revelation of his quirk, sensing the image she had of All Might shattering in an instant. She listened to him repeat his offer to Izuku, which caused her to snap out of her baffled state. What do you mean your quirk was passed on to you? Amy asked, standing up. Yeah, wait a minute. This is a lot to process. Izuku stated, nodding in agreement with Amy. He stared down at the pavement and held a hand under his chin in deep thought. It's true there's a lot of debate as to what your quirk actually is. No one's ever been able to figure it out. It's one of the world's greatest mysteries. People are constantly talking about it online. Izuku said, speaking faster with every word. His speech quickly turned into muttering, going way too fast for All Might to even understand what he was saying anymore. Amy could only keep up so much before losing track of his speech, hearing enough of it to know the basics. She nodded a little and agreed with his speech. She also thought All Might's quirk was super strength, although she never thought much about the specific description of his quirk. Super strength always seemed to be a good enough summarization in her mind. She casted the thought aside and was surprised Izuku was still muttering without needing to take a breather. She glanced at All Might and caught sight of his confusion. All Might noticed her eyes and glanced back at her, raising his eyebrows and shifting them toward Izuku's direction, getting her attention. This common? All Might asked, receiving a nod. More often than not, Amy admitted, thinking of the many times she's heard Izuku mutter to himself. Amy gently grabbed Izuku's shoulder without getting his attention. She then shook it violently until he ceased his muttering and returned to reality. Huh, Izuku blurted out, snapping out of his muttering. He glanced at Amy and processed what was happening around him, making his face turn slightly red in embarrassment. Izzy, this isn't the time to nerd out. I think you should let All Might explain this whole inheriting thing himself. Amy asked, pointing at All Might with her thumb. Oh, right, sorry. Izuku apologized, nodding in understanding. All Might sighed internally, relieved that the boy's sister shut down his muttering. HMPH. Listen up, young man. You'll have to adjust your reality and accept this new truth. I can transfer my quirk to someone else. And that's just one facet of my secret abilities. All Might said. All Might held out his right hand in front of his chest with his palm facing upwards. He stared at the twins and acknowledged what he was about to say in his mind. No turning back now. The true name of my power is One for All. All Might revealed. One for all, Izuku repeated in a quiet whisper. All Might heard his low whisper and nodded. Yes, one person improves the power, then hands it off to another person. It continues to grow as it's passed along. It is this cultivated power that allows me to save those who are in need of a hero. The truth behind my strength, he revealed. Izuku gulped and took in that new info with a heavy weight on his shoulders. But why would you choose to give me a gift like that? What if I can't live up to it? Izuku questioned, unsure by all of this. I was on a long hunt for a worthy successor, young man. And then I found you. When I watched you jump into action as the rest of us just stood idly by. You may just be a quirkless fanboy, but you tried to save that kid. You acted like a hero. All Might said, making Izuku's heart tighten emotionally. Izuku cried after hearing All Might praise him, causing Amy to lean back a bit to avoid getting wet. Seriously, you gotta stop crying so much if you want my power. Seriously, kid, All Might said, wondering how one kid could have so much tears. Izuku stopped crying and looked up at All Might. He didn't say a word as he stared into him. He said so much to encourage me. He even told me the secret behind his powers. Is this what I've been waiting for all these years? How could I turn him down? Izuku thought. Okay, I'll do it. Yes, Izuku agreed. No reluctance. That's exactly how I figured you'd respond. All Might smiled. Amy watched Izuku's excitement with an amused smile. A part of her wondered how the whole passing on thing worked, but she didn't give it any thought. She kept her eyes on Izuku and smiled as the realization of what Izuku agreed to set in. After years of being quirkless, Izuku was getting a quirk. But not just any quirk, All Might's quirk. She could only wonder how he was going to get it. But it wasn't that simple. Receiving All Might's power wasn't going to be a simple walk in the park for Izuku. As he'd soon find out. Amy narrated. Dagoba Municipal Beach. 2 days later, early morning. Izuku pulled with the rope as hard as he could. He grunted, groaned, and sweated buckets through his clothes as he pulled the fridge across the sand. The weight of the fridge was unbearable to Izuku's poor physique. The effort wasn't made any easier, however, thanks to the giant of a man that sat on top of it. Amy was off to the side, giving her brother words of encouragement. At the moment, she was too busy yawning and falling asleep on the soft sand. Izuku dropped the rope and plopped down onto the ground in exhaustion. Hey, it's pretty comfy on this fridge. How are you doing down there? People move these every day, you know. And most of them don't have any super strength. All Might said, watching Izuku struggle in the sand. Well yeah, but there's an extra 600 pounds with you sitting on top of it. Izuku complained, weakly looking up at All Might. Nah, I've lost weight so I'm down to 560 these days. In this form at least. All Might smiled, brushing aside the complaint. Great, much better, Izuku said, tiringly. All Might had brought a bunch of men's health magazines with him to the beach. The magazines were there with the purpose of providing pictures of various poses and workouts. Ami's eyes went wide at the collection of magazines and took a peek at the front cover. If her eyes were detachable, they would have most certainly fallen to the sand once she took a look at the cover art. Wah, holy crap, Amy whispered, staring at the gigantic muscular man on the front cover. She quickly grabbed hold of the magazine and flipped through the pages in curiosity. As she skimmed through its contents, the sight of it all had given her quite the shock. The workouts, most of all, made her question how All Might expected Izuku to do this. You want Izzy to do all this, Mr. All Might? Amy asked, looking at the intense workout described in the magazine. She hid her red face behind the magazine. She did her best to hide the fact she was ogling at the muscular men on the magazine. All in good time, young lady. All Might responded, giving her a thumbs up. Why do you have me dragging trash across the beach anyway? Izuku asked, tired. Haha, take a look at yourself, you're not ready for my power. All Might smiled, taking pictures of Izuku with his phone. Wah, but I thought you said I was worthy. Izuku panicked, crying on the sand. I'm talking about your weak body. My quirk One for All is a whole lot to handle. The combined physical abilities of everyone who's ever used it creates a hurricane of pure force. An unprepared body can't fully inherit it. Your arms and legs would shoot off if you tried to. All Might said. Seriously, Izuku and Amy said at the same time. That's why we're starting small first. All Might said, waving his hands down. This is small, Amy thought. Okay, so this whole trash thing is some kind of gym workout. And you're my trainer, Izuku assumed, getting up. You got it, but there's another reason, too. All Might replied, with a thumbs up. I did a little online research yesterday. Turns out this part of the beach used to be beautiful, but it's been a total mess for the last few years. All Might explained, tapping the fridge with his knuckles. That's right, because of the ocean currents, anything that's dropped in the water ends up here. People take advantage of that when they're illegally dumping their trash. Now all the locals avoid this place, Izuku said, looking at the huge mounds of trash. He looked at All Might and watched as he stepped behind the fridge, getting the twins' curiosity. Heroes these days are all about showing off and capturing flashy villains. Things were different before quirks. Service is what mattered. Back then, heroes were those who would help their community, even if it was kind of boring. All Might said, flattening the fridge with just his right hand. Izuku watched his strength in awe. Ami's jaw dropped watching the fridge get flattened to a pancake. She gulped at the display of power. I'm really happy that All Might's a good guy, she thought to herself. You'll restore the coastline for the entire section of the beach. That is the first step on your path, young man, towards being a hero, All Might proclaimed. Izuku looked at the trash piles and felt more unsure than ever. All this? Izuku asked, feeling nervous. But there's so much. That's impossible, Izuku exclaimed, cracking his voice for a second. His voice bounced off the trash and echoed around the area. Amy nodded her head in agreement. Even if this was all to make him worthy of inheriting All Might's quirk, Amy did not believe Izuku was capable of cleaning an entire beach in just a few months, all while training for UA. She glanced at all the trash piled on top of each other and gulped. This was a job for a team of professionals, not a scrawny green kid. All Might heard Izuku's claim and shook his head in disagreement. Young Midoriya, you want to go to UA, right? All Might asked, interrupting his uneasy feelings. He looked at All Might and fumbled a bit before speaking up. Well, yeah, of course. You went there, so it must be the best school around, right? He explained, feeling a smile form on the side of his lips. It's a long shot, but still, I'm gonna shoot for the moon. UA, Izuku said, putting his hand on his chest with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Amy smiled at his words. She always liked the positive mindset her brother had, even if it got him in trouble. She never realized how much drive Izuku had. Izuku's willpower reminded her of a much angrier person aiming for UA. It was like two sides of the same coin. All Might was equally amused with Izuku's drive and smiled, ready to test him. You got a lot of spirit, fanboy. But, as I mentioned before, heroing isn't easy to do without a quirk. It's not fair, but that's the reality. And UA is the hardest hero course to get into. So that means, he explained. Izuku narrowed his eyes and finished All Might's sentence. That I have to prepare my body for your quirk really fast. Izuku said, counting the date in his head. UA's exam is in 10 months. Izuku said, slightly worried about the deadline. Not to worry, kid. I've got you covered. With the help of my handy, aim to pass, American dream plan. All Might smiled. What? Amy muttered, watching as All Might pulled out a sheet of paper from seemingly nowhere. Follow this to the letter and the beach will be cleaned up just in time. I also detailed every other aspect of your life while I was at it. All Might instructed, handing Izuku a concerningly large amount of paper. Izuku's eyes widened with concern as he stared at the sheet of paper. Even my sleep is scheduled, Izuku stated, reading through the plan with bewilderment. When did he get the time to do this? He questioned, keeping his thoughts to himself. If I'm being honest, this is going to be super hard. Are you up to it? All Might asked, already expecting an answer. Yeah, sure I am. I have to work way harder than anyone else to get in. So what choice do I have, right? Izuku said, scrolling through the pages. He was amazed by how detailed and precise everything was in the paper. Once he reached the end of his, he unknowingly started flipping through a different sheet of paper. Izuku looked at the diet and exercise plan and raised his eyes in confusion. It was similar yet different from the plan that he read, causing him to look up at All Might. He pulled apart the sheets of paper and held a sheet on each hand. But what is this one for, All Might? Izuku asked, holding the second sheet of paper with his other hand. All Might inspected the sheet of paper in Izuku's hand and nodded in confirmation. Oh, that one, that's for your sister, All Might answered, solemnly. Why what? Amy asked, dropping the magazine she was adamantly admiring. She pointed at herself as if she wasn't Izuku's sister. She dropped her new favorite magazine and walked over towards Izuku with an unsure expression. She wasn't expecting to be given the same plan as Izuku. Izuku watched her approach and reached his hand out with her sheet of paper in his grip. Amy looked at the sheet of paper and cautiously took the sheet of paper off of Izuku's hand. She looked down at the sheet of paper and read its title. Aim to pass American Dream Plan. She looked at the sheet of paper with a slight concern for her health. She cautiously opened the paper and read through her schedule, phases, meal plan, set plan, and lastly her sleep schedule. The whole plan was tailored to her and her needs, causing her to get wide-eyed at its contents. This American Dream Plan was clearly written with nothing but good intentions. I understand you want to go to UA as well, right, young Amy? All Might asked, turning towards the young woman. Amy glanced at Izuku for a split second before coughing up a reply, clearing her throat. Yeah, of course, I want to go. It's been my dream to become a hero since me and Izuku were kids. She said, thinking back to her past wishes. Izuku heard his sister's reply and smiled. Amy continued to flip through her plan until she reached a new section at the back. She stopped to read its title and raised an eye at the page. Hey, wait, quirk training, but I never told you my queer. Young Midoriya filled me in about your quirk over the phone. He told me everything I needed to know about your quirk. All Might explained. Everything, Amy stuttered, hesitantly. She felt embarrassed that Izuku told All Might everything about her quirk. That was mostly private information and it's not like she went out of her way to explain it to anyone. She sighed and accepted it. Only Izuku could know so much about her quirk while knowing so little. I managed to type this one up all night thinking of how we can improve your quirk until it's in tip-top shape for the UA exam. All Might said, congratulating himself. You have an interesting fire quirk, young Amy. It reminds me of another hero that I know. All Might said. Amy thought of who he could be referring to and realized it was Endeavor. She never put much thought into the similarities of her quirk and Endeavor's. She wasn't much of an Endeavor fan anyway, even though he is the number 2 hero. She read the title of her page with quirk training and read a description of her own quirk. The experience of reading about her own quirk was surprising to say the least. Amy read through it and glanced at Izuku. She knew he was observant, but this was way more detailed than she was expecting. It practically seemed like Izuku knew more about her quirk than herself. She read off the short summary of her quirk at the top of the page. Amy Midoriya, quirk. Flame catcher. She can breath fire through her mouth and collect any kind of fire in her environment. Even the fires caused by other quirks. Amy read the description in her mind. Short, sweet. It was basically the shortest summary of her quirk ever. You inherited quite the combination quirk from your parents, wouldn't you agree? All Might asked, getting her attention. Amy glanced at his face and saw his endearing smile, nodding slowly in response. Yeah, I guess, Amy replied, frowning ever so slightly. All Might noticed the frown on her face as soon as it appeared. He focused on her facial expressions and watched as she resumed reading the sheet of paper in an attempt to hide her frown. He let his smile falter a bit as he stared at her, sensing the frown's implication. There was a clear nervousness in her eyes. All Might felt sympathy for her and quietly flared his nostrils, inching closer and placing a hand on her shoulder. Amy felt the large hand on her shoulder and raised her head up, glancing back at All Might. She looked at the expression on his face and saw there was more comfort in his smile than before, making her feel safe. Young Midoriya told me you've been practicing collecting flames with your quirk since you were young with that lighter you carry around. But, also, you've had almost no experience with the fire-breathing side of your quirk until you used it on the sludge villain, correct? All Might asked, getting a reluctant nod from Amy. Yeah, she admitted, hesitantly. All Might heard the hesitation in her voice and frowned in sympathy. He sighed and crouched down, sitting on one knee. Amy turned and faced All Might, staring directly at him with equal height. Even with one knee on the floor, All Might's height reached her own. Amy stared at the solemn smile on his face and the look in his eyes that showed his sympathy for her, making her emotions well up. All Might cleared his throat and spoke with a low voice, making sure Izuku was unable to hear what he was saying. Izuku didn't tell me how you manifested your quirk. I assume it's personal for you, he whispered. Amy heard the question and frowned, immediately recalling the memory in her head. Yes, it is, she answered, looking down at the ground in shame. All Might looked at her shameful expression and shook his head. I won't cry, but I want you to know it's okay. All Might said, patting her shoulder with his big hand as comfortably as possible. Amy felt All Might's hand pat her shoulder and smiled weakly at his restraint. He was trying his best to make her feel better and she knew it. The build-up of emotions she felt go through her at that moment broke her barrier, letting tears escape her eyes. Thank you, All Might, she said, crying softly at his comforting words. Comforting words usually didn't make her feel better, but the fact it was coming from the #1 hero had deeply affected her emotions. She found it difficult to control her tears. She looked at the sheet of paper once more and wiped her tears away with her arm. She smiled at All Might and nodded, acting brave despite her crying. I'll do my best, All Might, Amy promised, feeling reinvigorated. That's the spirit, young lady, he exclaimed, laughing. He then coughed up blood and turned back into a skeleton. Ah, Izuku and Amy screamed. Just like that, we began 10 months of absolute hell, Izuku narrated. All Might and Amy watched Izuku drag more heavy objects across the sand with only his hands. Amy cheered him on as he struggled to pull the heavy lockers through the sand. The adrenaline in his body and the encouragement of his sister pushed him to go beyond. He wasn't used to hearing any kind of encouragement from his sister. And he could tell she wasn't used to encouraging him either. He pushed aside unpleasant memories and focused on dragging the locker, feeling the little muscles he had begin to bulge. Come on, put your back into it, Midoriya. It's not gonna move itself, All Might exclaimed, dressed up like a gym coach. If he was going to train someone, he might as well look the part. You can do it, Izzy. Keep going, Amy cheered, jumping up in the air. I'm using different muscle groups depending on the size and shape of the trash I'm hauling, Izuku narrated. He ran across the beach with a gigantic tire as fast as he could. All Might stood on a throne of trash watching Izuku run. Amy had her fist in the air, shouting out words of encouragement. Let's go, let's go. The clock is ticking and 10 months will be over before you know it. Don't you give up, it's time to go beyond, All Might shouted. Izuku stumbled a bit while carrying the huge tire and quickly recovered. He continued running across the beach with All Might and Amy watching him go far with awe. He glanced at Amy and turned. Hey, listen up, All Might said. Amy stopped her shouts and looked at All Might. What is it, All Might? She asked. When we're not here, I need you to keep an eye on Izuku for me. Make sure he doesn't overdo it. His American Dream plan was created with his body in mind. It was fine-tuned to ensure his progress is swift, manageable. He can't go overboard. It's gonna have the opposite effect of what we want, All Might explained. He's always gone overboard with things in the past, especially with stuff like this. But I'll do it. I'll make sure he doesn't overwork himself, Amy said, nodding. All Might looked at her and smiled. Oh, and after this, you're next, All Might said. Ami's eyes widened and gulped. She hoped she was ready. Back straight, Amy. Nice and slow now, All Might instructed. Amy struggled to keep her form good as she did push-ups. She was admittedly not good at PE for most of her life. She felt the sweat drip down her forehead and how damp her hair was. She had tied her hair into a ponytail so it wouldn't get in the way too much. After that, she growled through her teeth as she struggled to lift the huge weights with both her arms. All Might was there to grab onto the weight in case she couldn't bring it up, but to his surprise, she never dropped the weights. Izuku had returned the favor and gave her words of encouragement. By the time Amy was done, she was practically dead inside. Back at home, both Izuku and Amy had to convince their mother to cook the meals described in their American Dream plans and did so successfully. Inko watched both her babies scarf down the food she put on their sides of the table with slight worry. She wasn't expecting they'd be so into this. She was especially surprised one day when she spotted Izuku and Amy in Izuku's room. She peeked inside and watched the two of them work out together. Amy had her eyes closed as she struggled lifting herself off the ground for sit-ups. Izuku held on to her legs and made sure she wasn't cheating. Izuku and Amy were giving each other words of encouragement as they switched turns. Inko watched the two of them for a few minutes and felt herself get teary-eyed. She hadn't seen them do anything together in the house for years. Flashes of the two of them, running around the house playing with their All Might action figures with glee entered her mind. She smiled at the two of them and wandered off. A few more months passed with the training getting more and more intense. Both Izuku and Amy had noticeably improved but still needed more time to train. At the moment, it was Ami's turn for her quirk training. The trash pile on the beach was getting smaller, but it was still noticeably big to still call the beach ugly. Amy finished tying her hair into a ponytail and did arm stretches. In the distance, she stared off at a huge wooden log that All Might had borrowed. She stared at the log and estimated how far it was in her head. That's gotta at least be 30 feet away, Amy guessed, estimating the distance. Now that we've worked on your fire breath from close range, it's time we focused on your distance, All Might said. But, All Might, Amy can't use her flamethrower that far, Izuku said. Amy nodded in agreement at Izuku's words. Flamethrower is what they had come up with instead of saying plain, old fire breathing. It made the move sound cooler in her head. When you jumped onto the sludge villain, I saw how you inhaled all the fire that young man made with his explosions and used it to your advantage. You managed to clear the whole street of flames with just your breathing alone. And you were able to add that flame into your body to boost your own power as well. So, depending on the amount of fire around, the range of your flamethrower increases. All Might said, pulling out Ami's lighter. Amy saw her lighter in All Might's hand and raised an eye. He flicked the lighter and looked at the small flame emitting from the top. It's a useful little thing, isn't it? Custom made, I see. The flame stays on until you flick the top again, All Might said, flicking the lighter. The flame on the lighter disappeared after the flick. Absorb the flame from the lighter. Okay, Amy said. She tensed her body and ignited the flames in her body. She felt the flames she produced herself enter her mouth. A small bit of smoke leaked out of her mouth as she grinned. She stared at the lighter and prepared herself. Ready, yup, Amy replied. All Might flicked the lighter again and watched the small flame appear at the top. She stared into the tiny flame and breathed through her nose. She then took a breath and inhaled. The flame on the lighter immediately flew over to Ami's mouth. The constant flame emitting from the lighter created a string of light that flew towards Ami's mouth. It looked like the string and bait of a fishing pole. She closed her mouth and felt the intensity of the flame increase. The training with All Might had made her better handle the negative effects of her flame. The fact her body was also in shape factored into it as well. She stared at the wooden log and clenched her fists. She was ready. Without hesitation, she blew her flamethrower towards the wooden log and watched the flames travel far. Within seconds, the flamethrower reached the tree and blasted it with flames. Once she expelled as much flame as she could without getting too dry, she deactivated her quirk. All Might looked at her and felt a small sense of pride. Maybe being a teacher wasn't so bad after all. All right, go, Amy. Izuku cheered, happy for his sister. Amy looked at All Might with a smile. Now what? She asked, curiously. Now you breathe it back in, then back out. Your body's used to inhaling the flame and extinguishing it in one go. Now you need to train yourself to not only keep the flame going, but to also allow for even bigger flames down the road. All Might explained, taking on a more serious expression. This is the next step in your quirk training, he stated, causing Amy to nod in understanding. She tensed up her body and, okay, let's do this. I can do this, Amy said, hyping herself up. She looked at the burning log and inhaled. The flames on the log quickly flew off the log and entered her mouth. She felt the flames enter her mouth, and instead of swallowing the flame, she exhaled and blew it back onto the log. She was surprised how much that took out of her. Nevertheless, she continued inhaling and exhaling the flame until there was nothing left to inhale. Amy was panting heavily and fell on her knees in exhaustion. Izuku quickly rushed to her aid and held onto her shoulder. "Amy, are you all right?" "Yeah, I'm fine. Thirsty, as all," Amy said between breaths. She looked up and saw All Might with a water bottle in his hand. He approached her in skeleton form, which had still slightly creeped her out, but not as much as before. He held the water bottle out for her to grab and smiled. "You did good, kid. Both of you did good." All Might nodded, looking at his two students with satisfaction. "That's all for today. We'll continue tomorrow," All Might said. Izuku and Amy sighed at that. All Might could tell they wanted to keep going, but he knew they couldn't overdo it. For the rest of the last few months, Izuku and Amy trained alongside each other. Amy made sure Izuku wasn't muttering to himself in class. She also made sure spending time with her own friends wouldn't get in the way of her training. She adamantly refused any offers of cheap meals that would go against her training. As the school year was coming to a close, many of the students took notice of both Izuku and Ami's changes. It wasn't hard to notice how much muscle the previously scrawny plain kid got. As for Amy, many of the boys in her class took notice of her attractive physique, much to her dismay. Even Izuku would sometimes hear his classmates' opinions on his sister, which had made him deeply uncomfortable. Amy had also heard the same thing coming from the girls in her class, which had annoyed her more than Bakugo. Bakugo had also noticed both Izuku and Ami's changes and glared at them with anger. He knew they both wanted to go to UA and could see they were preparing just like him. February 26th, and suddenly, it was the morning of the exam. All Might walked out of his truck with heavy, baggy clothes. He stared at the ground as he walked up to the beach, unaware of the changes. "Ah!" Izuku's voice cracked as he cried out into the sky. All Might looked up and grew wide-eyed. He saw the huge pile of trash on the boardwalk and looked at its peak to see both Izuku and Amy covered in sweat. Izuku was shirtless despite the cold air. Amy was wearing a short-sleeved shirt with a pink cat on the front. "How was that?" Izuku asked, twisting his head towards Amy. "Not bad," Amy replied. She stomped on the trash she stood on and belted out a loud war cry. "Ah!" Amy roared, a small bit of flame exiting her mouth. All Might looked at the fire that came out of her mouth and was impressed. Thanks to their training, Ami's natural fire could reach 12 feet. And that was without outside help like her lighter. "Ah!" Izuku joined his sister and screamed as loud as he could into the sky. The two of them hadn't even noticed All Might watching the screaming match with amusement. He looked at the beach and took in the sights, feeling a gasp escape his mouth. Hey, holy crap, kids, you even cleaned up outside the area I told you to. There's not one speck of trash left on this beach," All Might said with complete shock. "Holy, stinking, super crap," All Might exclaimed, turning into his muscle form. All Might watched the twins get down from the massive pile and look at him with gleeful excitement on their faces, making him feel prouder than ever. "Excellent work, you two," All Might congratulated them. "We finished everything, All Might. We did it. Do you think I'm ready now?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, you did good, kid. I knew you had it in you, but this is beyond," All Might smirked, stopping himself. He pulled his phone out and showed Izuku a picture of himself crying on the sand. "Look at this," All Might said. "It's you crying. 10 months ago." He explained with a smirk. Izuku said, looking at the photo in confusion. "Look how far you've come. Such improvement," All Might approved, looking at how incredibly jacked Izuku had gotten. Amy looked at the photo of Izuku from 10 months ago and couldn't believe how much had changed. "There's still a long road ahead of you before you can inherit my full power set, but it's starting to look like you can do it," All Might admitted, giving an encouraging smile at the twins. He directed his attention to Amy and switched the picture on his phone to an image of her. "As for you, young Amy, look at this," All Might said, showing her a picture of her breathing fire 3 feet long. "Whoa," she commented, in a low but equally astonished voice. "Look how far you've come as well," All Might praised. Amy stared at herself and squinted her eyes in confusion, wondering when he took that photo. Either way, she did as told and stared at her old self. The most surprising thing about the old her was how tiny she appeared. She never realized how small her and Izuku were. She admired herself and felt a surge of pride enter her. The times had certainly changed in their favor. Before, your flamethrower could only go 3 feet, but now, you've improved that by ×4. He exclaimed, raising a thumbs up. I'm so proud of you too. All Might exclaimed, pulling his phone away. Izuku smiled at the praise All Might had given them and started to cry. Amy noticed his tears and stood close to him, smiling warmly and making him feel better. He clenched his hand and sniffled. All Might, do I deserve this? Are you sure? You put so much time and energy into helping us. How did we end up so lucky? He questioned, unable to comprehend the moment. All Might grinned at Izuku and nodded. It was your hard work that did this, Midoriya. All Might stated, making Izuku feel much better. He was right. After all, he wouldn't be this buff now if he had gone lazy. Now for your reward, Izuku Midoriya. Yes, sir, Izuku said. All Might then plucked a piece of his hair out of his head without even flinching and smiled. Someone told me this once. There's a difference between being lucky and deserving. One's an accident, the other a reward. Never get the two confused. Take that to heart, young man. This gift, you earned it with your own valiant efforts. All Might said, bestowing onto Izuku a gift unlike any other. And so, I held out my weak, quirkless hands, and grabbed the future. Izuku narrated, grabbing hold of All Might's gift. He stared at the gift in his hands and froze, going wide-eyed. Eat this, All Might ordered, smiling innocently. Izuku stared at the piece of hair and attempted to process his order. Huh, Izuku replied, confused. Amy looked at the piece of hair on Izuku's hands and raised her eyebrow in confusion. She looked at All Might and saw the smile beaming from his face and knew where this was going. She scrunched her nose up in silent disgust and preemptively prepared herself from gagging. All Might stared at the twins' confused expressions and felt his smile falter. To inherit my power, you have to swallow some of my DNA, that's how it works. All Might explained, causing Izuku to grow nervous. This isn't exactly how I imagined it, he admitted, looking at the hair in his hands. Amy held her breath and patted Izuku's shoulder, giving him a supportive nod. Come on, Izzy, eat it already, we're gonna miss the exam. Amy encouraged, shaking him a bit. All Might agreed and smiled, forcing Izuku's hands up to his mouth. Exactly, now eat, 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 All Might shouted. Izuku screamed out as he was forced to eat All Might's hair. 8:40 a.m. the same day, UA. High school entrance exam location. Izuku and Amy rushed past the entrance to the high school, ignoring many of the students that were walking to the door. They stopped halfway and quickly caught their breaths. Woo, we made it, Amy said, quickly recovering. Training with All Might definitely made her less exhausted after running. Made it just in time, Izuku thought, catching his breath. Amy stared at the front entrance and smiled. She took in the sights and felt a rush of excitement go through her. UA. Hi, she said, staring at the sign. She glanced at Izuku and started to get curious about the quirk. Hey, feel any different yet? Amy asked, tugging Izuku's elbow. Izuku glanced back at her and made eye contact with her. He shook his head and covered his mouth, hiding his grumbling frown. Amy noticed the expression on his face before he covered his mouth and let her smile falter a bit. There was an unamused look in his eyes that let Amy know he wasn't satisfied. I may have swallowed the hair, but I don't feel like anything great has happened to me yet. Izuku responded. Amy tilted her head a little and nodded slightly in understanding. She was about to attempt to cheer him up, but before she could react, a familiar voice appeared behind them with a snarl. Stupid, Deku, the voice said with annoyance. Izuku flinched a bit and turned around, staring at an approaching Bakugo with surprise. Kachan, Izuku responded. Bakugo glared at him and then glared at the girl next to him. He flared his nostrils in disappointment at the fact the both of them were here. He kept his walking speed and didn't slow down, glaring at Deku. Get out of my way before I set you on fire, he threatened, continuing to glare at him. Amy heard Bakugo's threat and got mad, flaring her nostrils. She gave him a glare and scoffed. "You can try," Amy said, crossing her arms and glaring at him. Bakugo ignored her and made no attempt to reply. Instead he kept up his annoyed attitude and continued glaring at Deku as he approached. Izuku watched Bakugo's approach and gulped, getting scared by his intimidating presence. "Oh, hey, good morning. Let's just do our best out there, okay? Good luck," Izuku said, waving his arms in a panic. Bakugo walked around them and continued his way to the entrance, surprising them both. Amy and Izuku stopped what they were doing and turned her heads back, watching as Bakugo walked towards the entrance with a confused look. "Oh, guess I was just scared out of habit," Izuku said, dropping his hands. He took a deep breath and sighed in relief. "Did he ignore me?" Amy asked with her eyebrow raised, feeling strangely offended. "You know, ever since that day, Kachan has been taking it easy on us," Izuku pointed out. Amy heard Izuku's theory and couldn't help but agree. Between now and the sludge villain, the incidents between them and Bakugo had decreased by a lot. She nodded in agreement and had her own theory as to why. Maybe ignoring us is his way of thanking us, Amy guessed. She watched Bakugo enter the building and shrugged. She often had trouble figuring out Kachan. She shook her head and relaxed her shoulders. "Let's go inside and check the place out before the exam starts," Amy said, walking ahead of Izuku only a little. "Right," Izuku replied. "I have to remember all the work I put in. Thanks to All Might, I'm actually going to be a hero." Izuku smiled, building back his confidence. He took a quick breath and took a step forward, immediately tripping on himself. "Or, I'll just die," he said, not even trying to save himself. Izuku stared at the impending floor and braced for impact. However, before his face could make contact with the floor, he felt a hand pull on his backpack. Izuku's body tensed up in response to the sudden grab and widened his eyes. Whoever was holding on to him had to have a pretty strong grip to keep him suspended in midair. However, he couldn't help but notice a feeling of weightlessness that he couldn't explain. He stared at the ground he was seconds away from touching and froze in confusion. "Hey, are you okay?" a girl's voice asked. Izuku felt the grip on his backpack let go of him, sending him into a frenzy of flailing arms and panicked cries. Amy heard Izuku's cries and froze, letting her smile fall. She quickly turned around with concern for his safety. However, the situation Izuku was in was far from what she expected. Her concern dropped immediately and was replaced with bewilderment. Izuku was waving his arms and panicking while suspended in the air. Like he was floating. Even stranger, there was a brown-haired girl standing next to him. She watched the girl grab onto her brother and properly return him to the ground with a smile on her face. Izuku's eyes were wide and his pupils were shrunk, frozen in complete shock at the girl in front of him. Amy watched the girl smile and clasp her hands together in an apology. She quickly listened into the conversation. "I stopped you with my quirk. I'm sorry I didn't ask first. But I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you," the girl said, with eyes closed and an innocent smile on her lips. Amy looked at her brother's confused face and noticed the red he had on his cheeks, causing her to raise an eyebrow at him in amusement. She gripped her backpack strap and started to smirk, holding in her giggling. "Isn't this all like way nerve-wracking?" the girl cheerfully asked. "Oh, Izuku fumbled, trying to get a word out. "Well, guess I'll see you inside. Bye," the girl said, walking off. The girl passed by Amy without noticing the smirk on her face. Amy held her breath in order to not make a noise that would alert her of her presence. She watched as the girl Izuku had met with entered the building and disappeared, finally exhaling with an amused smirk. Izuku watched her leave with a blush still visible on his face. The situation he was in took a while to process, but when it did, it gave him a rush of excitement. "Holy whoa, I just talked to a girl," Izuku thought to himself, feeling accomplished already. Amy stared at her brother's face and smirked harder, covering her mouth with her hand and trying her hardest not to giggle uncontrollably. "Really, Izzy, the first girl you meet?" Amy thought, snickering at him. Izuku smiled happily as can be and walked forward, reuniting with Amy at the front entrance. Exam orientation. After her brother's close encounters with the female kind, Amy and Izuku sat in the middle row of the orientation room. Students were pouring in at the same time as them, filling up the room quickly with students from different schools. They took their seats quietly and waited for the presentation. Amy and Izuku had found seats next to each other and waited with excitement. While seated, another student took a seat on the empty chair to Izuku's right. Izuku glanced at the person sitting next to him and quickly recognized who it was. Izuku's eyes went wide when he saw Bakugo was sitting in the seat next to him. Amy was also wide-eyed at the sight of Bakugo. They were mostly surprised to see him sitting next to them. Before they could say anything to him, the lights had turned on. "What's up, UA candidates? Thanks for tuning into me. Your school DJ. Come on, let me hear ya," he shouted, putting his hand up to his ear. His ear was greeted by the sound of silence which caused him to shiver. "Keeping it mellow, huh? That's fine, I'll skip to the main show. Let's talk about how those practical exams are gonna go down. Are you ready?" the DJ shouted. "Oh my goodness, it's the voice hero, Present Mike. So cool. I listen to his radio show every day of the week. It's so crazy nuts that all the UA teachers are pro heroes." Izuku geeked out. Amy nodded happily with equal excitement. "Will you shut up?" Bakugo whispered in annoyance, glaring at Deku. He stared back at the hero talking below. "Like your application said, today, you rockin' boys and girls will be out there conducting 10-minute mock battles in super urban settings. After I drop the mic here you'll head to your specified battle center, sound good?" "Okay," Present Mike shouted. "I see. They're splitting us up so we can't work with any of our friends," Bakugo said, looking at his exam ticket. Izuku looked at his exam ticket at the same time as Amy. Both of them stared at their ticket with scrutiny, reading every detail in their head. Amy nodded in understanding of the ticket and finished reading. Being curious, she looked at Izuku's ticket and noticed they were separated. She then got a peek at Bakugo's ticket and then back at hers and sighed in relief. "Well, at least I'm not with Bakugo," Amy said out loud, looking at her ticket. The not-so-quiet comment quickly captured Bakugo's attention. "You tryna start something, habanero?" Bakugo whispered angrily. Izuku glanced at Amy and looked at her ticket. "What? Where are you?" "Battle Center C," Izuku said, reading Ami's ticket. Bakugo overheard Deku's voice and groaned in frustration. Earlier hopes he had before coming today were quickly dashed by their placements. "Damn it, I was hoping I'd crush at least one of them," he thought, staring at his ticket. Okay, let's check out your target. There are 3 robots in the battle center. You'll earn points based on their level of difficulty, so better choose wisely. Your goal in this trial is to use your quirk to raise your score by shredding these villains like a mid-song guitar solo. But check it, make sure you're keeping things heroic. Attacking other examinees is a UA, no, you dig. Present Mike said. "Excuse me, sir, but I have a question," a man called out, raising his hand. "Hit me," Present Mike said in approval. "On the printout, you've listed 4 types of villains, not 3. With all respect, if this is an error on official UA materials, it is shameful. We are exemplary students, we expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake such as this won't do," the man said. "Oh bother," Amy muttered, holding her head up with her hand. What did it matter if the materials got one thing wrong? It's just one less villain to deal with, Amy thought. Additionally, you, with the unkempt hair. The man turned, pointing to Izuku. "Huh?" Izuku asked, realizing he was looking at him. "You've been muttering this entire time. Stop that. If you can't bother to take this seriously, leave. You're distracting the rest of us," the man demanded. Amy looked at the man with scorn and stood out of her seat. She wasn't gonna let some rich kid embarrass her brother like that in front of everyone. "Hey, why don't you take a chill pill and relax, Richie?" Amy said, tapping into her anger. Truthfully, she had no idea where that came from. Maybe there was unforeseen stress bottling up in her to cause her to act out. "Sit the hell down, habanero," Bakugo whispered angrily. The man with the glasses intensified his serious glare at the girl and was ready to retort, but Present Mike stole the mic. Now, kids. To answer your question, the 4th villain type is worth 0 points. That guy's just an obstacle we'll be throwing in your way. There's one in every battle center. Think of it as a hurdle you should try to avoid. It's not that it can't be beaten, but there's kinda no point. I recommend my listeners try to ignore and focus on the ones top of the charts. Present Mike clarified, getting a satisfied nod from the serious student. I see. Thank you very much. Please continue. The man bowed in respect, sitting back down in silence. Amy listened to his apology to the teacher and narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms with a harumph. That's all I got for you today. I'll sign off with a little present. A sample of our school motto. As General Napoleon Bonaparte once laid down, a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. Now that's a tasty soundbite. You ready to go beyond? Let's hear a plus ultra. Good luck. Hope you practiced hitting more than just books. Present Mike finished. Students quickly started standing up and leaving. Amy looked at her exam ticket and took a deep breath. Her future was just a test away. She tensed up her body in preparation for what was to come next. Battle Center C. Amy stared at the front gate with wide eyes. The entrance to the battle center was absolutely huge. Amy had to crank her neck up just to see the top. She stared at the top of the gate and gulped, letting her mind drift. This is Battle Center C. How big are the other battle centers? She questioned internally, hearing the whispers of the applicants around her. A crowd had gathered around Amy, raising her nerves a bit from the amount. Amy clenched her fists and put on a serious face. She looked around the other teens with her and made note of their expressions. They were all just as ready as her, but some of them had equally nervous expressions on their face. She saw a girl with hair like vines praying and heard her muttering to herself. Amy stared at her with worry. Maybe I should pray, Amy thought, nervously. To her right, she twisted her head and saw a boy turn into metal. The boy pounded his fists with excitement, letting the muscles on his metallic body bulge out widely. Amy stared at the metallic muscle man and felt her eye twitch a little. Beside her was a student with hair that was green like hers. She watched as the girl crouched down onto the floor and ribbit like a frog. Amy tilted her head at the surprising sound and stared somewhere else to avoid detection. She looked far off from the crowds and caught a glance of another teen. The teen had created some distance between himself and the rest of the applicants, confusing Amy. He was hard to see between the applicants, but she was able to see ice covering the entire left half of his body. He looked rather intimidating with his cold stare and the glowing red eye on his left side. Amy made a mental note not to get in his way. Right, let's start, Present Mike said, getting everyone's attention. Amy's concentration broke at the sound of Present Mike's voice. The door to the battle center opened up in front of the examinees, surprising them. They all turned their heads and stared at the large speaker by the door and waited for Present Mike's okay to start. Get moving. There are no countdowns in real battles. Run, 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 listeners. You're wasting airtime here, Present Mike said. Amy gasped and stared straight ahead, watching as the applicants all charged forward into the battle center. She panicked and immediately rushed into the battle center. She gritted her teeth anxiously and ran in, staring face to face with a robot. She glared at the robot and took one step before watching the robot get destroyed in seconds by another applicant. She felt a sigh of relief and heard explosions all around her. Robots were getting destroyed all over the place, prompting Amy to run ahead to look for more. She ran past plenty of deceased robots and examined their damage. She saw one with huge fist-sized holes sparking on the floor, one was covered in ice, and one that looked like it was squeezed to death. I'm way over my head here, she thought out loud, gulping. She continued running down the streets and listened to the sounds of battle echoing throughout the streets. From the sound of things, there were fights going on everywhere she wasn't. She flinched at the sound of an explosion from across the street and started breathing heavily. She stopped running and grabbed onto her knees, breathing rapidly. She slapped herself in the face in an attempt to calm herself down, succeeding in catching her breath. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, focusing on nothing but her thoughts. This is it, Amy. Don't let All Might's help go to waste. This is your moment, she thought, clenching her fists tightly. She opened her eyes and gritted her teeth, feeling more focused than before. She ran ahead deeper into the battle center and passed by even more deceased robots. Shaking her head at their bodies, she continued running. That is until one of the robots jolted off the floor towards her. Amy jumped in response to the robot's presence and watched as it rose up between its fallen brethren. Beep beep. She watched the robot's red-eye lens focus on her, raising its claws towards her. She stood still and glared at it, letting out a happy growl. Three-pointer. She gritted, flashing her teeth at the robot. She gulped and activated her quirk, feeling flames rise up her body. The robot watched as her neck glowed orange, sensing an increase of temperature through its sensors. It tilted its head at her in confusion. She grinned at the robot and saw smoke emanating between her teeth, feeling the heat of her flames on her tongue. She widened her stance and stomped the ground, opening her mouth wide and firing her flamethrower. The robot stared at the flames coming out of her mouth before getting consumed in fire from head to toe. The robot's alarms went off inside its body as the intense heat melted through its armor. The circuitry inside its body melted, causing the robot to glitch up in response. Before long, the robot succumbed to the flames and fell. Ami's eyes widened at the robot's defeat and stopped her flamethrower. She took a deep breath and stared at the robot's smoking corpse with a victorious smile. Yes, she exclaimed, raising her fists into the air. Woo, that's me, I did it, Amy exclaimed, jumping up in the air repeatedly in excitement. She was getting a little carried away in her excitement at getting 3 points. Far away from the battle center, a hidden camera captured Ami's celebrations. Several cameras were recording the other applicants' actions from a small dark-lit room. Inside the room was a group of heroes that watched the cameras hidden in the battle centers with excitement. Among the group was a deflated All Might. He was mainly focused on watching the action going on in Battle Center B, but occasionally would check on Battle Center C. On the screen, he saw Amy celebrating her victory over the smoking dead robot and made a tiny smile. He flared his nostrils and nodded at the screen with pride, staring back at Battle Center B in search of young Midoriya. Another teacher in the dark room watched Ami's celebration and watched as she took a heavy breath and inhaled. He stared at her with a surprised expression as flames leapt off the dead robot's body and flew straight into her mouth, leaving the teacher curious. My, that's neat, the small talking mouse said, staring at the screen with a happy smile. He continued watching Amy as she ceased her celebrations and resumed hunting. Amy ran off towards another street with a satisfied smile. Her nervousness from before had swiftly vanished after eating the flames off the robot corpse. The accomplishment had raised her spirits, pushing her to go on even further. She turned a corner and entered a new street, slowing down and listening for robot sounds. She heard the sound of treads on the road and felt her excitement rise. She ran down the road and saw another robot in front of her. She smiled at the sight of the robot and recognized it as a three-pointer. Yoo-hoo! Amy exclaimed, getting the robot's attention. The robot raised its head up and turned to the right, spotting Amy in the middle of the road with its red vision. Beepbeepbrrr. Over here, Amy hollered, waving her arm at the robot. The robot twisted its body and drove towards her direction, raising its claws at her. Amy stood her ground and grinned at the robot, activating her quirk. The robot picked up on her temperature change and detected a heat source within her body. The robot's red eye focused on her neck and saw the glow, alerting it to danger. Beep beep. The robot activated a horn in its body, alerting nearby robots. Amy heard the horn and faltered a bit in confusion. She raised her head up a bit and lifted an eyebrow at the machine. Huh, she questioned, caught off guard by the horn. Beepbrrr. Beepbrrr. Two more horns went off behind her, causing her whole body to tense up. She felt a chill go down her spine from goosebumps. She turned her head a little and saw two more robots approach her from behind. She counted the robots' numbers and realized she had gotten surrounded by three-pointers. The robots glared at her with their one red eyes and snapped their claws at her in intimidation. She glared back at them and shook her head, concentrating back on her quirk. She stared at the approaching robot in front of her and prepared to her flamethrower. Just as she was about to open fire, she felt a vibration beneath the ground. All of a sudden, large green vines erupted out of the ground and wrapped itself around the robot. The robot stared at the vines wrapping around its body and detected a threat. The robot snapped its claw at the vine, chopping one in half. The chopped vine didn't stop, however, and continued to coil around the robot. The robot felt the vines constrict its body and attempted to chop them off, but failed. Within seconds, the vines constricted the robot and bent its metal arms until they no longer functioned. Amy watched slack-jawed as the vines crushed the robot in its grasp. She heard the ground shake behind and turned her head back again, catching a glimpse of the other two robots as vines wrapped around them as well. Holy crap, Amy thought, watching the robots get crushed to death. She heard footsteps behind her and turned around, watching a girl with green hair approach. Amy stared at the girl and recognized her as the girl that was praying at the entrance. She hummed a song as she crushed the life out of the three robots. The robots struggled to stay online as their bodies were crushed by the vines. Seeing no way of breaking free, the robots' red eyes started beeping rapidly. As soon as the beeping started, Amy and the girl watched as the robots exploded within the vine's grasp, shocking both of them. Whoa, Amy yelped, jumping out of the way as the robot's shrapnel came flying towards her. She dropped onto the floor and shielded her head with her arms, staring at the burning remains of the dead robot. Geez, Amy commented, hearing the flames burn. She turned her head and stared at the other girl, checking on her safety. The other girl had a surprised expression on her face. She was clearly not expecting the robots to self-destruct like that. Amy looked at her concerned expression and noticed smoke was coming off her. Her eyes widened when she saw the girl's vine hair was on fire. Amy gasped at the sight of the burning hair and immediately stood back up, making eye contact with the other girl. Hey, your hair is on fire, Amy shouted, pointing her finger at the girl. The girl heard Amy's shouts and looked up at her hair. Her eyes shrank at the sight of the fire and gasped, entering panic mode. The vine girl's jaw dropped with fear as she started to frantically swipe at her hair in an attempt to put out the flames. The vines holding onto the robots retracted back into the ground and returned to the girl, letting the broken machine slump to the floor in flames. Amy watched the girl panic and frowned, feeling like she couldn't leave without trying to help her. Wait, I can help. Calm down, Amy said, rushing to the girl's side. She waved her hands at her to get her attention and calm her down. The girl swiped at her hair and stared at Amy with a scared expression. She saw the concern in Amy's eyes and nodded, ceasing her actions. Amy looked up at the burning hair and reactivated her quirk. She opened her mouth and inhaled. The scared girl froze and watched as all the fire on her hair flew straight into her mouth, sending her into shock. She watched as Amy reeled back with the flames in her mouth and swallowed, freeing her hair from any more injury. The girl relaxed and sighed in relief, feeling her hair was now free of flames. Bless you, miss, bless you, the vine girl said, praising Amy. She bowed at her in respect, making Amy smile awkwardly at her. It's no problem, Amy said, shyly. Two robots blared their horns at them, startling the two girls. Amy saw them approaching from behind the girl and swerved around her. She carefully stood in front of her in defense and clenched her fists. She opened her mouth and exhaled, releasing a plume of fire straight into the two robots. The robots were blasted by the intense heat and felt their armor and circuitry melt, shutting them offline permanently. She ceased her fire breathing and panted in exhaustion, wiping sweat off her forehead. She stared at the burning robots and watched them slump to the ground, dead. Sighing in relief, she opened her mouth again and breathed in all the fire in the area, leaving no flame left behind. Once all the fire in the street was gone, she deactivated her quirk and sighed, slumping her shoulders and taking slow breaths. I've gotta pick up the pace, Amy thought. She turned back at the vine girl and bowed at her. Sorry, I have to go set more robots on fire, Amy apologized, turning around. Sorry about your hair, it's really cool, Amy shouted, echoing down the street. The vine girl waved back at her and ran in the opposite direction, grateful for her help. Back in the dark-lit room, the teachers sat in seats, patiently watching the applicants' performance in all of the battle centers. With every robot destroyed, the teachers would smile and nod to themselves. The teachers also paid close attention to the applicants' skills and tactics, silently complimenting every successful strategy the applicants performed. All of them were quickly growing impressed by the applicants. Sitting among the teachers, All Might watched the cameras dedicated to Battle Center B and C with a solemn expression. He stared at Izuku through the cameras and watched him run around, seemingly missing his chance to get points. He felt his nerves act up while staring at Izuku, making him gulp. "Come on, young Midoriya," All Might thought, clenching his fists. Sensing himself getting nervous, he switched focus and stared at the Battle Center C cameras. He quickly found Amy among the cameras and focused on her. She was currently setting another robot on fire, sending him relief. She was mostly relying on hit-and-run tactics, but she was doing a fine job by herself. First, she'd set the robot on fire. Second, she'd let it burn and melt apart. Third, she'd inhale the flames right off the robot's corpse and run off. Finally, she'd find another robot and repeat the process. All Might dropped his shoulders and relaxed, taking in a deep breath in his seat. All Might was satisfied that Amy was doing fine. However, he quickly noticed she was breathing more heavily with each robot destroyed. He squinted his eyes and stared at her, panting, feeling a concerned frown growing. Ami's getting points, but she's starting to get tired, All Might thought, watching the screen. He looked at Izuku on the other camera and saw he was still running around in a panic. His frown widened by a fraction. He had hoped Amy and Izuku would end up in the same battle center somehow, but knew that was just wishful thinking. Clearly the examinees have no idea how many villains are present or their locations. They have limited time, must cover a vast area, and hunt down every last target. Some use information gathering abilities to plan out strategies, while others rely on speed to pull ahead of their peers. Of course, remaining calm under pressure can be a huge advantage, as can pure power and combat ability. The most successful students use a combination of all these tactics. They're the ones who rack up the highest scores. The mouse said, watching the screens with interest. All Might and the other teachers nodded in agreement. "I'd say this year's class looks promising," a female voice said. One of the teachers nodded their head in agreement, speaking up with a modified voice. "Well, there's still plenty of time before it's over. The real test is yet to come," the man said, heading over to a desk full of electronics. He opened a glass case and pushed the red button inside, activating machinery. "Let's see how they react," the man said. The other teachers stared at the masked teacher and glanced back at the cameras, ready to see how the applicants deal with a problem this big. In the center of the battle centers, rumbling began to take place. The road began to automatically open up like a hidden door. As light from the sun illuminated the dark hole, lights began to turn on from inside. At the bottom of the pit, gears started turning. Slowly, a platform rose up out of the pit, bringing with it a mechanical terror. Amy ran through the battle center with a heavy breath. So far her hit-and-run tactics were working fairly well. However, not even she could ignore the exhaustion she had steadily gained from her tactics. She turned a street corner and slowed down, leaning on a parked car in exhaustion. She placed her elbow on the parked car and relaxed, wiping sweat off her forehead. She leaned on the car for a few seconds and glanced at her reflection through the side view mirror. She checked herself out and noticed how wet her hair was from sweating, wincing a little in disgust. She stared at the floor and began counting in her head. She had encountered a few more three-pointers since her run-in with Vine Girl and managed to score some points. That was at least 30-something. Amy mumbled, counting her point total under her breath. She took slower breaths and felt her composure return to normal. She took deeper breaths and sighed in relief, feeling her strength return. "Keep it up, Amy," Amy mumbled, motivating herself. She wiped off more sweat from her face and stretched, feeling her body pop satisfyingly. She felt good about herself and flared her nostrils, flexing her muscles in anticipation. "All right, let's do this," she thought, smiling with determination. Boom! Amy heard the loud explosion and instantly jumped in the air in fright, yelping at the explosion's volume. Startled by the sound, she closed her eyes momentarily and reopened them. She sighed and felt her heart beating rapidly again. The unexpected sound had scared her badly. She raised her head and looked around for the source of the loud boom. "What is happening? Is this someone's quirk?" Amy guessed, looking for any clues. Just as she started theorizing, the ground beneath her started to shake. Amy looked down at the ground and panicked, attempting to balance herself. As she struggled to stay standing, even more explosions rang out from nearby. A strange mechanical sounding noise echoed around the buildings, startling her more. As the booms came closer and the shaking became stronger, the windows on the buildings ahead of her shattered from all the noise. She stared at the falling shards of glass from the dozens of windows and started to freak out. The mechanical noise got louder than before, making her worry. She looked around again and gasped when a colossal shadow appeared on the side of the taller buildings. Amy trembled at the sight of the shadow as the thing casting it came into view. It was a colossal machine that traveled using street-sized tank treads. The mechanical terror moved down the street in front of Amy, passing by without noticing her. She watched as the gigantic robot snapped its claw hands in an intimidating manner. She shuddered at the robot's immense height, feeling her jaw hit the floor and her legs tremble. Slowly the robot passed by and entered another street, creating another explosion as its tank treads effortlessly rolled over parked vehicles. Ami's heart stopped functioning as the robot vanished, feeling her eye twitch in anxiety. "That's not cool," Amy panicked, trembling. The ground beneath her stopped shaking as badly, giving her a chance to compose herself a second time. She gasped and stared at the floor, hyperventilating in fear. Even though the shaking stopped, her legs sure didn't. She bent down slightly and grasped onto her knees, trying her best to stop her trembling. "All right, Amy, you're doing great so far. The zero pointer is only the size of a building. No reason to panic," she assured herself, smiling with an obviously terrified expression. "Less than 2 minutes left," President Mike said over the speakers. Amy jumped at the sound and gasped, standing back up at full height. She panicked and yelped, holding onto her face with both hands. "Less than 2 minutes. Man, I hope Izzy's doing better than me," she hoped, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. "Breath, Amy, breath," Amy thought, inhaling and exhaling slowly. She tensed up her whole body and self-examined herself. Concentrating, she activated her quirk and focused on her flames. She could tell her flames were getting weaker. She was tired, after all. "I'm losing the fire," she frowned, flaring her nostrils in disappointment. She opened her eyes and looked up at the sky, calming down. She stood there alone on the road, contemplating what to do with only 2 minutes left. As she thought about what to do, a crazy thought entered her head. Maybe if the robot blows up enough buildings, I can eat the flames and melt him down. Amy quickly thought up. It sounded crazy. She'd be facing down a building-sized machine. She immediately doubted her chances of hurting it, but seeing no other alternative, she nodded her head. She wished she could think of a better idea. "Yeah, that sounds good. Let's try that," she thought, concluding her plans. She bolted down her street and stood in the middle of the robot's path, gulping at the tread marks it left behind on the street. She stared down the street and saw the gigantic robot rolling down the street. She narrowed her eyes and clenched her fists, getting into the mood. Surveying the damage left behind, she noticed a car burning on the side of the road. She gasped and quickly ran towards the car, opening her mouth and inhaling the flames, feeling her fire's power increase. Feeling her fire get hotter in her mouth, she smiled and ran towards the machine. While running, she ran past other applicants in her pursuit of the robot and heard their protests and warnings. She ignored them all and stayed focused on the robot, inhaling as much flames as possible as she ran by. Her quirk's special ability was quickly noticed by the other applicants, who noticed her strange behavior. The applicants watched the flames fly straight into her mouth, confusing them as they ran. Eventually, Amy reached the back of the robot and struggled to stand from the shaking. She stopped her approach and looked up at the robot which, thankfully, hadn't noticed her yet. Its lack of awareness gave her some amount of relief as it made her approach easier. Amy stared at the robot and felt her body tense up on reflex. She gritted her teeth and took a wider stance, making sure she wouldn't fall from the intense shaking. "No holding back," she thought, narrowing her eyes. She clenched her hands and felt her knuckles pop, thinking back to her training. She thought about the happy memories she made training countless hours with her brother Izuku at the beach, reinvigorating her spirits. A smile formed on her lips at the memories. Then the memory of All Might helping her with quirk training appeared. Izuku standing right next to her, cheering her on to keep going. She flared her nostrils and smiled, letting a tear fall down her eye. It's thanks to All Might that I'm here now. I won't let him down. She thought, glaring at the robot. I won't let Izuku down. She swore, activating her quirk. Her body temperature rapidly increased, making her smile. She kept her eyes on the floor and concentrated, watching her neck light up with a brilliant orange glow. She grinned as flames entered her mouth, watching as smoke emanated through her teeth. She stared up at the robot with a rush of adrenaline and opened her mouth. An intense blast of fire erupted out of her mouth, impacting the back of the gigantic robot in seconds. To anyone watching, it looked like her face was a campfire. She closed her eyes and screamed. The colossal machine picked up a rapid temperature increase in its rear, alerting it of danger. The robot stopped moving and froze, blaring its horn loudly. VRRRR. Amy stumbled a bit as the shaking ceased, but quickly kept up her stance. She kept her mouth open and screamed at the robot, unleashing more fire onto the robot's armor. The giant robot heard the scream and twisted its head around, taking notice of the girl. Its numerous sensors on its face zoomed in on Amy, staring at her. Amy stared up at the robot's face and continued her assault. The robot blared its horn at her, making her flinch. She refused to back down and continued, screaming loudly at the machine. She let loose on the robot's tank treads, melting away at the machine thick armor plating. Sensing danger, the robot swerved and attempted to turn around, but Amy didn't let up. She scorched the robot's left side and expelled all of her flames into the machine. Alarms went off inside the machine as its legs melted. The robot looked down at the flames impacting its treads and analyzed its temperature. If the robot could pain, it'd definitely be crying right now. The robot watched the metal on its left side sink, bend, and twist. It adjusted itself and slowly started to lean a bit, raising its arms and balancing on a nearby building. Amy continued screaming one last time before feeling her body weaken from stress. More smoke exited her mouth than fire, forcing her to gag. Her eyes bulged open as soon as she felt the smoke enter her throat. She gagged and coughed, choking from smoke. She quickly deactivated her quirk and gulped. This was it. No more fire left. She looked up at the damage she caused on the tank treads and felt her eyes expand. It was like the robot had been walking on lava. Its treads on the left side were melted beyond repair. The robot could feel the circuitry in its treads begin to turn off, causing it to start tipping. The robot quickly swung its arms into the surrounding buildings and performed a balancing act. Much to Ami's dismay, the robot was still standing. VRRRR. The robot roared, doing a systems check. It assessed itself for internal damages and detected multiple system failings on its treads. It quickly attempted to reboot its systems and failed. Its legs were inoperable and too damaged to repair. It raised its head up and analyzed the buildings it swung its arm into to maintain balance. Its sensors scanned the building's integrity and calculated its chances of falling. The gigantic machine quickly scanned itself and reached a conclusion. Scanning buildings. Warning. Buildings unstable. Chances of falling. 100%. The left side of the robot's leg collapsed on itself. Metal bent and cracked under the extreme temperatures it had faced. Amy saw the robot start to lean over and smiled. She sighed and dropped to the floor, panting in exhaustion. She let her guard down and relaxed, finding herself unable to move. She looked down at the floor and closed her eyes. She had actually hurt the giant robot. She let out tears of joy at her achievement and celebrated. "I did it," she screamed, hurting her throat. She winced at the pain in her throat and cringed, feeling tears fall down. "Crap, my throat's super dry. I overdid it." Amy cursed herself, rubbing her neck. As she rubbed her neck, she heard a sound from above her. Glancing up, her eyes widened when she saw the massive robot's arms break through the buildings, sending debris falling to the ground. She gasped as the robot's body leaned towards her slowly, darkening the street below her. The robot's red eyes lit up like floodlights and illuminated the street below with a red glow. The robot scanned the floor as it crashed, quickly noticing Ami's presence. The robot looked down at Amy as it fell and activated its alarms. Human life detected. Chances of stopping fall, 0%. Chances of human survival, 39.8%. Activating emergency horn. B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B R R R R R R R R R R R R R R R R. The robot roared at her like a cruise ship, getting every applicant's attention. The people closest to her and the robot gasped, realizing what was happening. Most of them could see the danger Amy was in and panicked. Some of them bolted straight towards the robot. Amy watched as the robot made a desperate attempt to slow its descent, slamming its arms into surrounding buildings. Unfortunately, the robot's giant fists easily tore through the weaker buildings, doing nothing to slow down. Amy looked up at the falling robot and realized it was going to fall on her. Oh no, Amy barely squeaked out, still grabbing her throat. She tried to stand up but tripped on her backside. She had put everything she could give into that final blast, draining her entirely of her stamina. She fell back onto the pavement and crawled backwards, hyperventilating in fear. She looked up at the falling robot and found herself unable to scream. She started to regret her actions and silently prayed. "Please, someone help me," she prayed. She then felt something latch onto her stomach. She opened her eyes and looked down and saw tape wrapped around her. Before she had time to think, she was flung backwards into the air and narrowly avoided the gigantic robot's path. The robot landed on the street with a loud crash, damaging the street below. Amy panted heavily at the fallen robot and relaxed as best she could with her rapidly beating heart. "I think my whole life just flashed before my eyes," she struggled, thinking out loud. Another teen approached her and quickly tried to help her up. Several others approached her and had their own looks of worry. "Hey, are you all right? That robot almost crushed you," another teen asked, freaking out. "Water," she barely whispered out. "What? I need water," Amy said, feeling completely exhausted. She laid there on the pavement, too weak to do anything. She couldn't even see anything anymore. Amy thought about Izuku as she blacked out. Luckily for her, she was quickly tended to as she laid there unconscious. After an hour of recovery, Amy had chugged at least 3 bottles of water. She was grateful for the help the other applicants gave her. Most importantly, Amy wanted to say thank you to whoever the applicant was that saved her life. Unfortunately, she was unable to. She didn't actually know who any of the applicants that saved her looked like. Just that one of them had wrapped tape around her stomach and pulled her out of harm's way. All she had on her savior was a tape quirk. She made a note in her head to remember that just in case. Amy was a little disappointed in herself. She hadn't actually defeated the giant robot when she set it on fire. Apparently after she blacked out, the robot had attempted to get up using its arms several times before it was eventually shut down. She hoped the watchers would at least recognize what she did. More importantly, she was a little annoyed that she had blacked out in the first place. This was the 3rd time she blacked out after getting saved. First by Kachan, second by Kamui Woods, and now a 3rd time thanks to Tape Man. After reuniting with Izuku, she was shocked to learn that her brother had activated All Might's quirk to save a girl. Amy giggled to herself after learning it was the same girl he had talked to at the entrance. She was also horrified to learn that his quirk had literally broken his arm and legs. "It did what?" she cried out, covering her mouth. "No, it's okay. See, good as new," Izuku stuttered, flexing his recovered arm. Izuku had also blacked out after his exam. Amy breathed a sigh of relief knowing Izuku was safe. She was lucky nothing was broken in her body. Recovery Girl had easily healed her after recovering enough of her strength. When it was time to leave, Amy and Izuku both walked out together. Amy didn't know what to say to Izuku after hearing about his performance. She could tell he was freaking out on the inside and tried to give him words of encouragement. "It's all right, Izzy. Maybe it's a trick. Maybe the robot wasn't actually 0 points after all," she hoped. "You think so?" Izuku asked. "I mean, no. But why else would it be 300 feet tall, right?" Amy guessed, giving him an apologetic smile. Her answer did the trick for Izuku as it made him feel slightly better after getting 0 points. He hoped, for All Might's sake, that Amy was right. Izuku smiled and laughed with Amy after listening to what happened to her exam. "You should have seen it, Izzy. Her hair was like this," Amy laughed, holding up her own hair to imitate the Vine Girl. That's so awesome. Izuku laughed. She continued telling him what happened until they had gotten home. Now it was time for the waiting game to commence. 1 week later, Amy and Izuku were working out together in his room. They may have taken the exam already, but there wasn't any reason to stop the American Dream plan afterwards. They were already so used to working out every day, so why stop? Izuku thought back to what Amy had told her a couple months back when he was starting to get stressed. He was thankful that Amy had prevented him from going overboard after getting caught one day. "Izzy, you've gotta stick to the plan," Amy said, urging Izuku to listen. She watched Izuku struggle to work out and immediately grew concerned. "But I need to do this, Amy." Izuku frowned, shaking his head in disagreement. Amy frowned at Izuku's stubbornness and stayed strong. "No, you don't. Listen, Izzy. All Might told me to watch you in case you overdid it," she explained, causing Izuku to freeze up. He raised his eyes and stared at Amy incredulously. "He did?" Izuku asked. Amy nodded and continued. "The American Dream plan was designed specifically for you. If you try and do more than it says, you'll only end up hurting yourself. We're doing this for you, Izzy," Amy said, grabbing onto Izuku's shoulders. "I know, it's just that. I have to work harder, or I won't stand a chance against the applicants," Izuku said, putting his head down. Amy stared at Izuku with a worried face. "Of course you're gonna stand a chance, Izzy. All Might is doing this for you so that he can give you his," Amy said, looking back at the closed door, quirk. She whispered, quietly. "That's just it, Amy. I don't just want into UA, I want to excel. I want to be like him," Izuku said, looking up at Amy with tears. Amy looked back at him with a warm smile. "You're already like him, Izzy." Amy smiled, surprising Izuku. He stared at her completely stunned until he started to sniffle. He immediately hugged her, letting out tears onto her sister's shirt. Amy looked down at her crying brother and felt embarrassed. Amy put her hand on Izuku's head and hugged him back, tears falling down her face. "We're gonna do this together, okay?" Amy told him. All Might Jr. and his sidekick, Lady All Might, Amy joked. Izuku heard her words and couldn't resist laughing through his tears. Those were their hero names when they were 4. They both weren't very original. Izuku returned back to the present and felt warm inside. He had met his hero, All Might. He and his sister were closer than they ever were before. And now they were anxiously waiting for their results. Then their exercise was interrupted by the door opening. Izuku and Amy stopped their workouts and turned to see their mother looking at them both with nervous eyes. "Izuku, Amy, look. A letter. They're here. Your test results. From UA." Inko frantically cried out. Izuku and Amy looked at each other with the same nervous face. This was what they've been waiting for. A minute passed and Amy and Izuku were both sitting on chairs, looking at the letter on Izuku's desk. They gulped and had nervous wide eyes on their faces. They glanced at each other, unsure of what to do. The front of the letter had both of their names on it. They both assumed UA had combined their test results. "So, should I, or should you?" Amy asked, shaking anxiously. Izuku was also shaking and tried to talk. "Let's open it together," Izuku said. Amy nodded and stared at the letter. They grabbed one side of the letter and pulled with all their strength. The letter ripped in half and dropped a small circular tablet onto the desk. Both Amy and Izuku looked at it with confused expressions. Then it turned on and projected All Might on the wall. "I am here as a projection now," All Might exclaimed. "All Might," they said in unison. "But this is from UA, isn't it? I know it's been a while, but with great power comes a great amount of paperwork." "My apologies, young Midoriyas," All Might said, putting emphasis on Midoriyas. "The truth is, I didn't come to this city just to fight villains." "You're looking at the newest UA faculty member," All Might exclaimed. What's the matter? Who's showboating?" "Oh sorry, I'll wrap it up, but I have to show them something first." "Wait, I have to do how many of these things?" "Right, so, moving on. Ladies first, to Amy. You certainly made quite the first impression in the practical exam. Especially after crippling the giant robot. Well done. Your actions have awarded you with 50 villain points. You also passed the written exam." "You," Amy said with relief. She slung back onto the chair after hearing her points, feeling the weight in her shoulders vanish in an instant. To Izuku, even though you passed the written test, you got 0 combat points in the practical exam. Sorry, All Might said. Izuku frowned and looked down at the ground. Amy looked at Izuku and put her hand on his shoulder. She was about to say something but was cut off by All Might. Fortunately, there were other factors. But, before we get to that, I have another surprise. Look, a short clip for your viewing pleasure. All Might said, pointing at a TV screen on the hologram. Do you have a sec? Sorry to interrupt, Ochako said, looking up at Present Mike. Hey, it's that nice girl. Izuku said, she showed up after the exam to talk to you, young man. All Might smiled. Ooh, Amy said, looking at Izuku with a devious grin. Izuku felt himself get red in the face and laughed awkwardly. You know that boy with the messy hair and all the freckles? It's hard to describe his face. He's kinda plain looking, doesn't really stand out or anything, you know. Ochako said, giving an apt description. She means me, Izuku said. Amy giggled at the girl's description of Izuku. I was wondering, would it be possible to give him some of the points I earned in the exam? I heard him say something about wanting to get just 1 point in. Which seems crazy. How can someone who took down that huge villain all by himself not have any points in the end? Ochako exclaimed. Ochako's words made Izuku think about what Bakugo and Death Arms had said to him. You'd never be able to hang with the best of the best. Bakugo said in Izuku's mind. He would have had a better score if he hadn't stopped to help me. Ochako said. There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger like that. Death Arms said in his head. He saved me. I have to make it up to him. Please, sir, can't you just give him my points? Ochako pleaded. The video paused and returned to All Might. You have a quirk now, yes. But it's your actions that inspire others. And that's why I am here. You see, the practical exam was not just graded on combat alone. All Might explained, crossing his arms to form an X. He turned and resumed play on the video. Izuku and Amy watched Present Mike pat Ochako's head. Even on screen, Amy could see Ochako thought it was weird. Thanks for showing up to the station with your request. But there's no reason to give him your points. The kid's charting well on his own. Present Mike responded. How could a hero course reject someone who was committed to saving others no matter the consequences to himself? After all, that is what makes someone a hero. And that's what this is all about. Training those who would risk their lives for the greater good. So, we have rescue points. A panel of judges watches, and they award points to heroic acts beyond just fighting villains. All Might explained. Izuku Midoriya, 60 rescue points. Amy Midoriya, 10 rescue points. And Ochako Uraraka, 45 rescue points. Izuku and Amy looked at the results on the screen with shock. They were in the top 10 results. And to Ami's surprise, next to each other. Ochako was at 3 road, Izuku at 7th, and Amy at 8th. They sat there in silence, too shocked to say anything. You both passed the exam, All Might said, smiling brightly through the hologram. Welcome, Izuku, Amy, you have made it. You were both part of the Hero Academia. All Might smiled. Both Izuku and Amy looked at each other and cried at the same time. They did it. Their work had paid off. The both of them celebrated and hugged. It took a lot of help. But now our lives have changed completely. And now, we're enrolling in the high school of our dreams. Izuku narrated. Outside the door, Inko paced around the hallway. She had done this the entire time, waiting for them to come out. When the door finally opened, Inko looked at both of her children's faces. Izuku and Amy gave their mother a happy smile. Inko received the message loud and clear. She then started to cry and embraced both of her children. Ooh, my babies, she cried, losing her ability to speak through her tears. Check out the results from the exam. A male voice said, looking at the top 10 examination results on the wall. Wow, the first place student didn't even have rescue points. The female voice pointed out. She watched as Bakugo rampaged through bot after bot, destroying them in a blast of explosions. He took down those villains like an ace. When most of the other examinees were running from the big obstacle, he stayed focused on letting the smaller targets get in close and then counter-attacking. That kid is tough, an older man's voice said. On the opposite end, the 7th place student had 0 villain points. The woman said, watching Izuku destroy the 0-pointer with one punch. He's not the first UA hopeful to take out that giant robot. It's been a while since I saw someone blow it away with one attack. The man said. But at what cost? Did you see how badly he injured himself? If you ask me, it's like his body isn't used to his quirk. The man commented, watching Izuku fall to the floor with an arm and both legs broken. How about the girl below him in 8th? His sister, right? The woman assumed, reading off their last names. She certainly caught the principal's attention with that fire-collecting quirk. And when she managed to cripple the robot by breathing fire. It's fortunate that 10th place saved her from getting crushed by the giant robot. The older man said, looking at the footage of Amy getting pulled out of the giant robot's path with tape. Is no one gonna mention how different their quirks are? What's up with that? The man asked, getting the others to nod in agreement. Off in the back of the room, another teacher stared at the results with blank, tired eyes. He was leaning on the wall, watching the footage of Izuku and Amy Midoriya. He found the two of them to be odd to say the least. The tired man groaned, staring at the two with interest. Dagoba Municipal Beach. The night after we got our UA acceptance letter, he finally got in touch with us. Izuku and Amy rushed down the street towards the beach. They could see All Might standing there on the beach in his deflated form. The two of them were excited to have heard from All Might again after taking the exam. They rushed down the stairs and onto the beach and quickly approached All Might. They smiled at the sight of All Might and picked up the pace. All Might heard them coming and turned around, raising his hand. Before he could say anything, Izuku screamed out a greeting. "Hi, All Might!" Izuku exclaimed, his voice echoed on the beach. Amy had also greeted All Might but at an incredibly lower volume compared to Izuku. All Might coughed blood from the loud outburst and responded. "Chill out, kid," All Might whispered, coughing up blood. Amy then heard voices coming from the boardwalk and saw two people turn to look at them. All Might turned and saw them as well. "All Might's here," a man asked on the boardwalk, hearing the commotion on the beach. "No way, where?" a woman asked, standing next to the man. "Way to blow my cover. Say it was a mistake," All Might ordered. Izuku stuttered out words until Amy swooped in to save them. No, he said high tide tonight. Amy blurted out, hoping it would work. Yup, high tide tonight. Very cool, Izuku exclaimed, waving his hands out. Man, I thought he said All Might. The man said with disappointment in his voice. Yeah, I wanted an autograph. The woman said, disappointed. The couple on the boardwalk turned around and resumed back to what they were doing. All Might, Izuku, and Amy both sighed in relief. A few seconds they calmed down and smiled. All Might nodded at them both with approval and raised his hand for a high five. Congrats on getting in, you two, All Might said, high-fiving Izuku and Amy. We couldn't have done it without your help, Izuku said. Oh, speaking of which, I didn't tell anyone at UA that I trained you kids or anything, All Might said. Really? Amy asked. Really, I wasn't one of the judges and I didn't pull any strings for ya. You earned your places on your own, All Might nodded. Wow, thanks for telling us. I'm glad to hear that. Izuku bowed, feeling grateful. I was just surprised to hear you're gonna be a teacher at UA, All Might. Amy admitted, getting a nod in agreement from Izuku. Yeah, me too. I was wondering what brought you here all of a sudden. After all, your agency's in Minato, Tokyo, and everyone knows, Izuku stated before getting interrupted. Getting creepy, All Might interrupted him. Amy giggled at her brother's antics. All Might turned around and took a couple steps towards the ocean. The school didn't want me telling anyone about the job until they made an official announcement. It seemed like fortuitous timing. An easy way to find someone new to inherit, one for all. Both Izuku and Amy were surprised to hear that. Amy glanced at Izuku and saw he was staring at his hands. She knew what he was thinking about. All Might was gonna give one for all to a student. That means it was a miracle All Might had chosen Izzy. Amy thought to herself, feeling sad. She didn't want to think about what would have happened if All Might hadn't showed up in time. What would happen to Izuku? Or what would happen to her? She gulped at the thought. Your power completely wrecked my body. And all I did was jump and throw one punch. I can't control it. What do I do? You'll learn to manage it in time. Hoping to master it right away is like asking a baby to run a marathon. You still have to go through the process of learning how to walk. All Might explained. The twins nodded at the explanation and agreed. Wait. Both their eyes went wide when realization had struck them at the same time. Wait, you knew I was gonna get hurt that badly? Izuku exclaimed, clenching his hands in fear. Well, we were in a time crunch. But it turned out all right. Plus now you know what you're dealing with. All Might said, holding his hands up. He smiled awkwardly and made a glance at Amy, who had a look of disapproval on her face. All Might, he almost died. Amy narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms. I know, but right now, Izuku's quirk is either all or nothing. One day, you'll learn how to control your output. Then you'll be able to adjust exactly how much power you're using. I just need control, Izuku asked. All Might nodded and picked up cans on the beach. He continued on with his explanation. You're overflowing with energy at the moment. With training, your body will hold it better. All Might changed into his muscle form and crushed the cans in his hand. Then it's yours to command, he said. The twins looked at All Might in awe at his strength. Look, All Might is here, the man on the boardwalk said. No way, where'd he come from? The woman next to him yelled. All Might's smile faltered. He started to regret powering up for his metaphor. Both Amy and Izuku looked at the couple on the boardwalk with nervous expressions and turned back at All Might. They saw you. What do we do? Amy asked. What everyone does after getting caught, young Amy. Run, All Might shouted, bolting off. What? They said in unison. Ah, wait for us, All Might, Izuku said, running after All Might. Amy quickly followed after them and caught up. All Might slowed down a bit till the two of them were behind him on each side. He looked to his right and saw Izuku, and on his left was Amy, matching speed with Izuku. He smiled at the two of them and thought to himself. Young Midoriya, in time it will be kindled. Until you wield the raging inferno. The more powerful you become, the more you'll outshine me. Eventually, I'll retire. My job, complete. HMPH. Deep stuff, All Might. All Might said, thinking of the future. April. Amy and Izuku were both excited to be going to UA. Hi. They had spent their time getting supplies earlier the whole day. Now the two of them stared at the bathroom mirror and brushed their teeth. Izuku had finished first and waved goodbye. Good night, Amy, Izuku said, exiting the bathroom. Night, Izzy, Amy muttered, brushing her teeth. She took a drink of water and spit into the sink. After cleaning up after herself, she thought about her quirk training. And then it hit her. She furrowed her eyebrows and started thinking. I wonder, Amy said in a quiet voice. She slowly turned and closed the bathroom door shut and locked it. Looking back at herself in the mirror, she gripped the sides of the sink and took a deep breath. She closed her eyes and activated her quirk. She felt the tingling sensation climb up from her stomach and into her throat. She smiled at the mirror and saw a little bit of flame through her teeth. She closed her mouth with the flame inside and began her experiment. 15 years and she never once thought of doing this. She felt the flames dance around her tongue and swooshed it back and forth. Amy felt the small flames in her mouth gather into one place and started to laugh with her mouth closed. She stopped moving her tongue around and stared down at the sink. Here goes nothing, Amy said. She hesitated for a second and spit into the sink. To her surprise, she spat out a fireball straight into the sink. She quickly inhaled the fireball and swallowed, making sure the smoke would travel outside the bathroom. She turned the sink on and took a drink of water. She started to laugh again and smiled with intense pride. She felt like a genius. Amy left the bathroom with a cheerful walk to her room. She flicked the light on in her room and dropped into her bed. The room was small like Izuku's but had less space than his. Her clothing drawer and TV stand was lined with statues of her favorite heroes. At least some of them. Backdraft didn't have a cool statue yet. Relaxing into her bed, she smiled at the fireproof teddy bear that laid on her bed. It was a gift from her mom shortly after her quirk manifested. It gave her something to hold onto instead of a living person. The teddy bear made her feel safe. The teddy had a cute firefighter costume on that reminded her of an older hero she was a fan of. A bear man that lived across the ocean in the states that fought off wildfires. She liked firefighters. It was a profession she admired ever since her quirk showed. Amy always thought if being a hero never went through, she could at least try for firefighting. She smiled and held onto the fireproof bear and turned her phone on. She stared at the photo she had set as her lock screen. The photo caused her to stop smiling. She was smiling with her two friends. A memory flashed before her eyes. Amy sat across the table at a fast food restaurant, unsure of what to say to the two friends in front of her. She had tears coming out of her eyes with hands grabbing onto hers on the table. "I can't believe it, you're both moving away," Amy asked. She stared across the table at the orange-haired girl and her boyfriend, feeling like she had just been hit by a train. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Amy cried. "We didn't want to upset you, Amy. You told us you were trying to get your act together after the villain attack with your brother and well," the orange-haired girl's boyfriend explained. "We didn't want to make you feel sad again. We wanted to tell you sooner, but you just looked so happy," the orange-haired girl said, finishing for him. "Ever since you and your brother started talking to each other, you changed. You were working out more, eating healthy, focusing better in class, and you were always smiling. As much as it hurt not to tell you, we knew if we did you would be sad again. And we didn't want that for you, Amy," the orange-haired girl explained. "So when you started training for UA, we were so happy to see you open up more to people. That's why we just couldn't tell you. I hope you can forgive us, Amy," she finished. Amy sat there in silence for half a minute before she held onto her friend's hands. "When I manifested my quirk for the first time, I accidentally set your desk on fire. I thought you would hate me. But you didn't. Instead you hugged me and whispered to me that you had a fire quirk, too," Amy said, smiling at her friend. The orange-haired girl nodded, tears falling down her face. Thinking back on the day they became friends. "I never thought it'd end like this, but I'm so glad I met you too," Amy sniffled. Amy hugged the two of them right then and there. It took a couple minutes of hugging for the three of them to stop crying. After they had left the restaurant, an idea had formed in Ami's friend. "Hey, let's take a photo together. One last time," Ami's friend suggested. The three of them had huddled together with the boyfriend holding up Ami's phone. They stared at the camera and made sure they were ready. They finished and smiled one last time at the camera. Amy stared at the photo and finally smiled, a tear falling down her face. "I'll miss you guys," Amy smiled. She turned her phone off and turned the light off in her room. She closed her eyes and thought about UA. Things would be different there. She wasn't gonna repeat the same mistakes of the past. She'd stick by her brother's side and hopefully make new friends. She fell asleep soon after dreaming about her future. Amy and Izuku had quickly eaten breakfast and gotten ready for the day. Amy stared at her phone and checked the time. Amy was the first to stand and wait for Izuku at the door. He was busy putting things in his backpack while Amy watched. "Hey, slowpoke, I'm gonna leave," Amy joked. Izuku rushed to put things in his backpack and panicked. "Wait, I'm almost done," Izuku said, putting his notebook in his backpack. "Izuku, you're all set?" Inko asked, looking at Izuku. "Yeah, are you sure? You didn't just pack action figures, right?" Inko asked. "I have everything," Izuku insisted. He zipped up his backpack and stood up. Amy nodded and opened the door for the both of them. "We gotta go, or else we'll be late," Izuku said. "Izuku, what?" Izuku asked. "I'm really proud of you, son," Inko said. Izuku felt embarrassed and felt himself blush a little. He composed himself and smiled. Amy smiled at Izuku as well. He really had come a long way since the sludge villain. "I'll see you soon," Izuku said. "Bye, Mom," Amy waved. The two of them walked out the house and walked beside each other. They walked ahead with determined faces, ready to start their first day at UA. As they walked onto the streets, Amy looked at Izuku and asked him the important question. "So which sleeve has the All Might action figure?" Amy asked, walking with Izuku. "This one," Izuku replied, pointing to the side pocket of his backpack. They both laughed together as they crossed the street. The Midoriya twins entered UA and looked at its shiny entrance with excitement. They had quickly entered the building and looked around the place. They passed by familiar rooms as they searched the halls for their class. Class 1A. 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 Huh, there it is. Amy, I found it. Izuku exclaimed. That's a relief. Amy sighed, running up to Izuku. They approached the door and gawked at it. The door was 5 times their height. The size alone made their skin crawl on their backs. They looked up at the door and gulped. Is it just me or is the door really tall? Amy asked, shaking quite a bit. Do they have giants here? Izuku asked, feeling nervous. The most promising students in the country are behind this door. Izuku thought. Izuku immediately thought of Bakugo and the man with glasses and scared himself. He shook his head and composed himself. Maybe they're in different classes. Maybe everyone in here is nice. Izuku thought. Amy was having her own worries. She hoped the students behind the door wouldn't be afraid of her quirk. She didn't say it to Izuku, but she hoped Bakugo was in there so she wouldn't be the scariest person in the room. She snapped out of her thoughts and watched Izuku open the door. No turning back now. They entered class at the same time and saw the students. The first 2 people their eyes looked at were Bakugo and the man with the glasses. Amy looked at the man with glasses and made a tiny frown. Great that one guy is here, Amy thought. She quickly realized who he was looking at and genuinely stopped breathing. Take your feet off of that desk now, the man with glasses ordered. Huh, Bakugo grinned evilly, pretending he didn't hear. It's the first day and you're already disrespecting this academy by scuffing school property, you cretin. You're kidding me, right? Did your old school shove a stick up your ass or were you born with it? Bakugo asked. Just my luck, Izuku thought, staring at Bakugo. Let's start over. I'm Tenya Iida from the Sume Private Academy. Iida introduced himself. Sume. Huh, so you must think you're better than me. I'm gonna have fun tearing you a new one. He threatened. Iida took a step back and felt discomfort. You would threaten me, your own classmate. Are you sure you're in the right place? Iida asked. I'm pretty sure nowhere is the right place for him. Amy blurted out, getting a look of fear from Izuku. The class had turned and looked at the 2 students that entered the room. Most of them looked at Izuku, while a smaller group had looked at Amy. Bakugo looked at them both with anger. Iida was surprised to see Izuku and the girl that had confronted him at the exam. The other classmates recognized Amy. Hey, it's that girl that melted the robot. A girl with earphone jacks said. Amy liked her hair. And that's the kid who punched the robot. A voice said. Good morning, Iida said. Amy looked at Iida, approached them and gripped her backpack strap. My name is Tenya Iida. Yeah, I know. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's super nice to meet you, he said, nervously. And I'm his sister, Amy Midoriya. She introduced herself, crossing her arms. Yes, I know you, too. But I was unaware you were related. I apologize for my harshness at the exam. Iida bowed, getting Amy to raise her eye. Wait, really? Amy asked, surprised that someone from Sume would apologize. Iida nodded and turned to Izuku. Midoriya, you realized there was something more to the practical exam, didn't you? You must be very perceptive. And I completely misjudged you. I admit, as a student, you are far superior to me. Iida said. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. Amy said, completely breaking down laughing. What, was it something I said? Iida asked, unsure of her reason for laughing. It's nothing. She laughed, hiding her shame. Oh man, I didn't like him over nothing. And I thought only the rich stuck-up kids went to Sume. Amy thought to herself. Amy thought all Sume students were stuck up and thought they were better than others, but it turned out to be false. Then again, she heard it from Bakugo. Hey, I recognize that messed up hair. Falling boy. Huh, Izuku stammered, looking at the girl behind him. Amy turned and saw the girl that tried to give Izuku her points and smiled. Izuku looked at Ochako and started to get red in the face. Oh my gosh, it's that nice girl who talked to me. She looks good in that uniform. Izuku thought, not listening to what Ochako was saying. Amy looked at Izuku's red face and laughed internally. Real subtle, Izzy, she thought, hiding her smirk. I should probably be thanking you for going in and talking to him. Izuku said, thanking her. Ochako stopped fake punching the air and looked at him with confusion. How do you know about that? Ochako asked. Oh, what? Izuku asked. Amy was trying not to facepalm, listening to the awkward conversation. At his desk, Bakugo glared at the twins with annoyance. He couldn't believe they both got into UA. Hi, especially Izuku. He stared off at Amy with anger. He didn't like how close they had gotten. They were both inseparable after the sludge villain, which angered him. He couldn't do anything to Izuku with Amy there. He remembered talking to their teacher with the two of them behind him at Aldera. I can't believe not one but 3 of my students got accepted into UA. And to think it was the Midoriya twins who got in, too. Gee, thanks. Amy smiled, nervously. After that meeting, Bakugo confronted the two of them outside discussing some workout plan. He clenched his fists and raised his voice. Hey, how the hell did you get in, you damn nerd? You must have cheated, right? I'm supposed to be the first and only student from this crappy school to get into UA. But you two had to go and screw it all up. I warned you not to apply, Deku. Bakugo exclaimed. Amy glared back at him and stepped forward ready to stand up for Izuku again. Before she could speak, she felt a hand grab her shoulder. Amy turned to look at Izuku, who gave her a reassuring look. She knew what he meant and backed down. Bakugo watched their exchange and grit his teeth in anger. He watched Izuku step forward and listened to him talk. Kachan, someone I looked up to told me that I can become a hero. That's why I applied. Like it or not, you can't stop me. Izuku shouted, surprising both Bakugo and Amy. Bakugo thought back to the present and glared at him. I'm gonna ruin that little bastard. Right after I figure out how you got in. Bakugo thought. What do you think we're doing today besides orientation? I wonder what our teachers are like. I can't wait to meet everybody. Ochako exclaimed. Amy smiled at the face Izuku was making while he was hiding his face. She liked Ochako's positive attitude towards the school. If you're just here to make friends, then you can pack up your stuff now. A voice said. Both Izuku and Amy heard the voice and jumped in surprise at the voice. The two of them made small gasps at the sight of the man behind Ochako. Ochako made anxious noises and turned around. She looked down at the floor and was surprised to see a tired-looking older man wrapped in a yellow sleeping bag. Welcome to UA's hero course, the man said with zero enthusiasm. The man took a sip from a squeezable drink inside the sleeping bag. Izuku, Amy, Ochako, and Iida looked at the man with shocked confusion. What is that thing? They collectively thought. The man stood up in the sleeping bag and unzipped it. It took 8 seconds before you all shut up. That's not gonna work. Rational students would understand that. The man said. The 4 of them looked at the man with confused looks. Amy looked at the man's tired, emotionless expression and felt extremely nervous. Who is this guy, and why does he look so scary? Is he a pro hero? She thought. Hello, I'm Shota Aizawa, your teacher, Aizawa said, getting everyone wide-eyed. Our teacher, Amy thought, feeling concerned. Aizawa stepped out of his sleeping bag and reached his hand inside and grabbed clothes. The students looked at the clothes in Aizawa's hand and recognized it. It was the school uniform. Right, let's get to it. Put these on and head outside, Aizawa said, surprising the students. The students had taken the uniforms and headed to the locker room to change. Amy put the uniform on and thought to herself. She wasn't completely sure, but she thought she recognized Aizawa. She tried thinking about the pro heroes she knew of and couldn't recognize him. Maybe Izzy knows who he is. Amy hoped. After getting dressed, the students gathered around the field and listened to Aizawa. Their eyes grew wide again after hearing what Aizawa had planned for them. What? A quirk assessment test? The class exclaimed in unison. But orientation? We're gonna miss it, Ochako asked. If you really want to make the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Here at UA, we're not tethered to traditions. That means I get to run my class however I see fit. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives. But you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country's still trying to pretend we're all equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day the Ministry of Education will learn, Aizawa said, getting a few nervous gasps from the students. The class was caught off guard by what Aizawa had said. Both Amy and Izuku were not expecting this to happen on day one. Aizawa looked at Bakugo and continued. Bakugo, you managed to get the most points on the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance throw when you were in junior high? Aizawa asked. 67 meters, I think. Bakugo answered. Right. Try doing it with your quirk. Aizawa asked. Bakugo walked to the circle in the sand and looked at the tired-looking teacher. Anything goes. Just stay in the circle. Go on. You're wasting our time, Aizawa said. All right, man, you asked for it, Bakugo said, stretching his arms. He held onto the ball with his hand and readied himself. I'll add a little heat to my pitch and drop their jaws, Bakugo said, raising his arms. He activated his quirk and threw the ball with an explosion, propelling it further into the air. Amy looked up at the ball as best she could and watched it break the sound barrier. Damn, Kachan, she thought, feeling slightly intimidated. Izuku was also shocked at the power Bakugo held in his arm. Aizawa was impressed by the action but kept his emotionless face. He looked at the device in his hands and watched the meter go up. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities, Aizawa said. The ball dropped to the ground, getting a reaction from the device. Aizawa stared at the number and turned around, showing it off to the class. It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential. 105 meters, are you kidding me? A teen with electric-looking hair said. Amy wasn't too surprised at the number. She knew Bakugo all her life, just like Izuku. She knew what Bakugo was capable of doing, but she never imagined he was that strong with his quirk. To her side, the pink girl clapped her hands with excitement. I wanna go. That looks like fun, she said. This is what I'm talking about. Using our quirks as much as we want. Another teen said. Amy glanced over at the teen and felt like she knew him from somewhere. Aizawa looked at the positive enthusiasm coming from the students and sighed. So this looks fun, huh? You have 3 years here to become a hero. Do you think it's all gonna be games and playtime? Aizawa asked. Idiots, he whispered. He grew a sadistic smile on his face, causing several of his students to feel nervous. Today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last will have 0 and will be expelled immediately. Aizawa smiled, getting all of his students' attention. They gasped in shock at the revelation, unable to think. Ami's face turned pale at the thought of expulsion and felt her heart stop beating. Off in another room, All Might looked at the classes with fear. He was not particularly happy at the class that the twins had gotten. Crap, they got Aizawa. Izuku's gonna be singled out from the start, All Might said, putting a hand on his face. Back at the field, Izuku's world turned dark as he thought about the words that came out of Aizawa's mouth. Immediate expulsion, 8 tests, oh crap, not good. I can only use one for all at either 0 or 100% right now. I don't have any control yet, Izuku thought. Like I said, I get to decide how this class runs. Understand? If that's a problem you can head home right now, Aizawa said. You can't send one of us home. I mean, we just got here. Even if it wasn't the first day. That isn't fair, Ochako whined. Amy nodded at her words, unable to say anything. Oh, and you think natural disasters are? Aizawa asked, getting surprised looks from the class. He looked at them and continued. Or power-hungry villains, or catastrophic accidents that wipe out whole cities. No, the world is full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to try to combat that unfairness. If you wanna be a pro, you're gonna have to push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years UA will throw one terrible hardship after another at you. So go beyond, plus ultra style, Aizawa said. Show me it's no mistake that you're here, Aizawa said, wiggling his finger back and forth. The class gasped at his words. Iida listened and pulled out his cup of water and thought to himself. I don't approve of this kinda hazing. But UA's the top hero program. I have no choice, Iida thought, taking a drink. Time to blow these nerds away, Bakugo thought, readying his arms. Amy narrowed her eyes and stared at the ground. She glanced at the back of Izuku's head, unable to see his face. Guess we have to show the teacher why we're here, Izzy. Amy thought, clenching her fists. She looked back up at Aizawa with a more serious face. She was determined not to fail. Now then, we're just wasting time by talking. Let the games begin, Aizawa said. Test 150-meter dash. Iida and a frog girl readied themselves at the starting line. They stared up at the robot and waited for the test to start. The test robot stood at the end of the 50-meter dash and started talking. Runners on your mark. Ready, the robot said. A bullet sound rang out the air. Iida activated the engines on his legs and dashed forward with extreme speeds. The girl he was racing with crouched down and jumped like a frog towards him. Iida quickly passed the 50-meter line with the frog girl following shortly after. 3.04 seconds. The robot said, marking the score. Iida stopped his quirk and skidded on the ground. He quickly stopped running and looked back with a serious face. At 50 meters, I can only get up to third gear. He thought. Tenya Iida, his quirk. Engine. As you can see, he is really fast. Present Mike announced. Aizawa looked at Iida's engines in his legs and kept score. Well, he's definitely in his element. But speed won't help him in every test. Aizawa said, analyzing Iida. Aizawa counted off the number of students in his class and noticed something. He narrowed his eyes at the number and quickly reached a conclusion. I'll lighten up my clothes. Oh, and my shoes too, Ochako said, touching her clothes and shoes. The robot started the race with Ochako running as best she could. Ochako Uraraka, her quirk. Zero gravity. She can nullify the gravitational pull of anything she touches. Ochako reached the end of the line and panted. She stopped panting and smiled at her time. Well, at least that's faster than junior high. Ochako smiled. Amy crossed her arms and smiled. She liked her positive attitude. Amy watched the next runners walk up to the starting line and looked at the pink girl. She saw her take off her shoes and wondered what she had planned. Nice attempts, Mon Amy. But you're just not showing enough panache, the French teen said. Amy raised an eye at his accent and watched a laser blast out of his belly with wide eyes. Yuga Aoyama, his quirk. Naval laser. That's right, a belly button laser, but he can't shoot it forever. Amy watched Aoyama fire his laser to about halfway on the track. Amy watched the pink girl use her quirk to secrete some type of acid from her feet and quickly pass Aoyama. Aoyama held onto his stomach as he stood on the finish line. Shooting my beautiful beam for more than a second turns my tummy, Aoyama said, turning towards his classmates. Aizawa stared off at his students and reminded himself what he was doing. Testing the upper limits of their powers helps me assess their room for growth. It becomes clear what they can and can't do. Their true potential, Aizawa thought, staring off at the two students in front of him. Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya. Amy watched the two of them with anticipation. Despite the belief she had in her brother, she knew this was Bakugo he was facing. She didn't know if it was okay to think her brother stood no chance against him. Ready, the robot said, firing a fake gun. Bakugo fired off explosions on his hand and propelled himself off the ground with his quirk. Aizawa watched this and continued his thoughts. Sometimes pros have to be creative in order to succeed, Aizawa thought. Izuku ran as fast as he could, but was unable to catch up to Bakugo. Amy felt bad for Izuku and watched as Bakugo quickly crossed the finish line. Amy knew Izzy stood no chance against Bakugo given the nature of his quirk. A small part of her wanted to eat the flames off his quirk and make him fall, but she knew better. Bakugo would murder her if she did that, and the teacher looked like he'd cover it up. Katsuki Bakugo, his quirk. Explosion. Present Mike narrated. Bakugo finished with 4.13 seconds, getting Amy to roll her eyes. No surprise there, Amy murmured. She watched Izuku cross with 7.02 seconds and started to approach them. She watched Izuku pant a little and saw him gripping his knees. She wondered just what he was thinking at that moment. I hope you pass, Izzy, she thought. She reached the two of them and waved at them. Bakugo glared at her and deactivated his quirk. The hell do you want, habanero? Bakugo glared angrily. Amy rolled her eyes at the name. He'd been using that name since they graduated elementary school. It was far superior to Flame Breath, though, which made her happy. She wouldn't dare tell him it wasn't insulting her at all. She didn't want to risk reverting to flame breath again. I'm just congratulating my brother, Kachan. Amy replied, annoying Bakugo even more. Hey, Amy. Hey, Izzy. Nice job running. Amy smiled. Izuku smiled back and nodded. Thanks, he replied. Aizawa stared at the two of them and noticed their similarities. He made quick note of their appearances and started thinking about what he saw in the exam footage. They're related, yet their quirks are radically different from one another. Very interesting, he thought, crossing his arms. Amy, Aizawa called out in a low voice. Amy heard her name from the teacher and looked at him. He could tell she was slightly scared of him. You, Shoji, and Todoroki are next, Aizawa said. Amy looked at Aizawa and nodded, acknowledging him. She watched as a man with 6 arms walked to the starting line. To her surprise, she saw the same boy from the battle center walk up to the starting line as well. Amy recognized his face, thinking back to that cold stare of his. I remember him. That's the guy with the ice on his left side, Amy thought. She looked at the boy and noticed his face had a huge burn mark on the side of his face. She didn't know how she didn't notice that before and shuddered at the thought of who did that to him. She snapped out of focus and looked back at Izuku. Wish me luck, Izzy. Amy smiled, walking to the starting line. Izuku waved and gave a supportive nod at Amy before he walked back to his classmates. Amy stood beside the 6-armed man and prepared herself. She stretched her arms above her head and yawned. She tensed up her body and waited for the robot to start the race. She activated her quirk and felt the flames shoot up into her mouth. She had an idea. Not a very original idea, but she knew it would work. The students next to her prepared themselves and waited for the robot. Let's hope I don't mess this up, Amy thought, praying in her head. Ready, the robot said. The robot fired a fake gun and started the race. Todoroki activated ice under him and quickly shot off. Shoji darted forward with quick speed, leaving Amy behind at the starting line. Instead of running, Amy didn't move and instead turned around. The other students looked at her with curiosity. Amy looked down at the dirt and clenched her fists. Show time. She let a huge blast of flame on the floor, letting her flamethrower lift her up in the air. Izuku and Bakugo were both surprised to see her use her quirk like this. They both couldn't believe she was capable of doing that. Bakugo felt himself get angry at the sight of it, while Izuku couldn't stop smiling at her. Amy blasted past Shoji within a second, causing him to slightly falter, feeling the warm heat blast by him. She continued letting out her flames and counted every 10 meters she passed. To her left, she could see ice melting away on Todoroki's side. She realized she was starting to catch up and kept on firing. Todoroki looked at the finish line from just a short distance away and showed no emotion. He suddenly felt heat on his left side, which caused him to lose focus for just a second. His eyes widened at the warm feeling, triggering some anger inside. For the split second he wasn't focused. He thought the fire was coming from him, only to turn his head and watch as a girl flew right by him. Flames coming out of her mouth. 4.23 seconds. The robot said. Amy heard the robot say as she flew right by it. She closed her mouth and prepared for impact, hitting the ground with a thud. She landed back first on the ground, and winced in pain. She laid there on the dirt with arms spread, gasping for air. Izuku ran up to his sister and got to his knees. Bakugo stared down at her, hiding his shock. There was no way she could have done that, yet she did. He knew Amy and her quirk. It was never that strong before. He could only guess it was from whatever workout plan Habanero and Deku had that he overheard a while ago. Amy, are you okay? Izuku asked. I'm good. I just gotta work on my landing, she said between breaths. She stood up, brushing off the dirt on the back of her uniform. She looked at Iida's drink and coughed. Hey, Iida, do you have an extra bottle of water? Amy asked. Iida nodded and pulled out another bottle of water from nowhere. I always carry an extra bottle, Iida said, handing her the bottle. Amy quickly grabbed the bottle and took a huge drink. Thanks, Iida, Amy said, walking up to the crowd beside Izuku. Off to the side, the half-frozen teen looked at Amy with surprise. He clenched his fist with annoyance. He was unaware of the quirk his classmates had. The flames that came out of her mouth caught him off guard. Seeing and feeling the flames made him panic. The image of the person he detested most flashed before him. He looked at the floor in disappointment, feeling a bit of anger well up inside him. He kept it to himself and said nothing, choosing to stare off in the distance. Izuku was excited to see her sister pull ahead right at the last minute. He couldn't believe she had managed to lift herself off the ground with her quirk. "Amy, how did you come up with that?" Izuku asked. "Well," Amy said, looking at Aoyama, "I got inspired," she explained. Izuku nodded and clenched his hands. He knew he needed to come up with something like Amy in order to pull ahead. He didn't want to get expelled and disappoint All Might. He thought about a conversation he had with All Might and remembered what he said to him. "You can harness one for all. It's simple," All Might said, lifting his arm up in the air. "You have to feel it." "Can you be a little more specific?" Izuku asked. "So, you already know what it's like to fire on all cylinders." "Yeah, like a lot of broken bones," he commented, getting All Might to shake his head. "No, I'm talking about the rush inside. You must have felt it coursing through you. What was it like? Like pzzipi, or no, like, whoosh, or maybe kapow?" "Oh, I know, like an egg about to explode in a microwave," Izuku exclaimed. All Might coughed blood at the metaphor. "That's pretty boring, but okay. That's the metaphor you wanna go with, then lower the wattage or decrease the cooking time. Whichever one works, keep focusing on that image and keeping the egg from exploding, alright?" "I can do that," Izuku nodded. "You got 3 weeks until school. The more you concentrate the faster you'll learn. Control over one for all isn't gonna happen overnight. But you'll nail it one day. You just gotta keep trying," All Might said, putting a finger on his head. Izuku returned to reality and tensed his body. He was ready. Test 2. Grip Strength. Izuku tightened his grip on the machine, deep in thought. He stood there remembering what All Might said and focused. He took a deep breath and thought about the egg. "Okay, keep the egg from blowing up." Izuku concentrated, gripping the device as hard as he could. He stopped and read the number. 56 kilogram. Izuku was surprised and felt a bit of disappointment in himself. "Wow, you hit 540 kilograms. You're such a beast," Shiro said, looking at Shoji with awe. Izuku looked at the 6-armed teen with awe. "Yeah, like a muscly octopus," a small purple kid said. Test 3. Standing Long Jump. Aoyama lasered his body past the sand with ease. He easily passed the sandbox underneath him. Bakugo yelled as he used his hands to propel himself forward, clearing the sandbox as well. Amy repeated her technique again, letting her flamethrower push her past the sandbox. She closed her mouth and deactivated her quirk, landing on her feet. She gulped and let out a tired sigh. "At least I landed this time," she said, catching her breath. "Hey, Kachan, what do you think of my flames?" Amy said, walking up to Bakugo with a smug face. She could tell he was bothered by her quirk. "Screw you, I don't give a damn about your quirk, habanero," he replied, looking in front of him. The two of them looked at Izuku perform the long jump and landed in the sand. Bakugo laughed at his jump, getting a small glare from Amy. "He's pathetic," Bakugo sneered. Amy glared at him for a second before looking at Izuku again. She smiled and gave him an encouraging thumbs up. Izuku smiled a bit and walked out of the sandbox. He frowned at himself. Focus, he thought. Test 4 was pretty unspectacular compared to the previous ones. Amy and Izuku did alright doing the repeated side steps. Their training with All Might shined through with the two of them doing just fine. When it came time for the small purple kid, both Amy and Izuku looked at his performance in shock. He was bouncing back and forth with the balls that he pulled out of his head. After his side-stepping came to an end, the 5th test started. Test 5. Ball Throw. Ochako stood in the circle where Bakugo had previously stood in the beginning and glanced at the ball in her hand. She looked up at the sky and raised her arm. She threw the ball with a happy smile and watched as it flew up high. And never came back down. Aizawa looked at his device with an unenthused look and showed it off to the class. "Infinity," the students repeated in shock. "That's insane. How's that possible? This is bad. I've gotta come up with some kind of a game plan. Everyone's had at least one crazy good score already," Izuku thought, getting more nervous. His turn was next and proceeded to enter the circle. Amy looked at Izuku's nervous expression on his face and could tell he was freaking out. Izzy hasn't used his quirk for any of the tests yet. He's gotta use All Might's quirk or else he'll be sent home. And then I'll be alone. Again, Amy thought. Izuku looked down at the ball in his hand and narrowed his eyes. All that's left is this. The distance run, sit-ups, and the seated toe touch. It's now or never. This is my best chance to use one for all, Izuku thought. Within the crowd, Iida stared at Izuku with anticipation. But even he could see the nervousness in Izuku's face. If Midoriya doesn't shape up soon, he's the one going home. Iida thought out loud. Amy couldn't help but nod in agreement at Iida's words. Of course he is. He's a quirkless loser, Bakugo said, turning his head towards Iida. Wah, he has a quirk. Did you not hear about what he did in the entrance exam? Iida asked in confusion. Bakugo replied, surprised to hear what Iida said. Don't underestimate him, Kachan. Amy defended, getting an annoyed scoff from Bakugo. What the hell are you talking about, Habanero? Bakugo snarled. Izuku stared down at the ball and tensed his grip. It's time. He has to do this now. He wasn't gonna let himself fail. Aizawa stared at Izuku's face and knew what was coming. Here it comes, he thought. Izuku thought of the people in his life. Izuku, I'm really proud of you, son. Inko said. Young man, you too can become a hero. All Might said. We're gonna do this together, okay. All Might Jr. and his sidekick, Lady All Might. Amy said. Izuku lifted his arm and activated his quirk. Amy watched with anticipation, realizing he was gonna use one for all. This was his chance. I won't let them down, Izuku thought. He threw the ball as best as he could with his quirk. Unknown to him, Aizawa's eyes turned red, activating his quirk. Izuku didn't notice one for all deactivate and threw the ball. To his shock, the ball didn't go far. Ami's jaw dropped at the disappointing throw. Izuku looked at his hand in shock. What gives? I was trying to use it just now. Izuku asked himself. I erased your quirk, Aizawa said. Izuku and Amy gasped at the sight of their teacher. The scarf around his neck was floating up by an unknown force as well as his hair. The judges for this exam were not rational enough. Someone like you should never be allowed to enroll at this school. Wait, you did what to my? Izuku gasped, looking at the goggles around Aizawa's neck. Those goggles. I know you. You can look at someone and cancel out their powers. The eraser hero, Eraserhead. Izuku said, recognizing him. Amy gasped as well. She knew about Eraserhead because of Izuku. Eraser. Who's that? A student asked. Oh, I heard of him. I think he works in the down low. The frog girl said. Off in the distance, All Might watched the class behind the building. He witnessed what had happened with his own eyes. Aizawa's one of those guys who doesn't like the media because he thinks they interfere with our work. And he judges celebrity heroes like me because I look good in the spotlight. You're not ready. You don't have control over your power. Were you planning to break your bones again? Counting on someone else to save your useless body? No, that's not what I was trying to do. Izuku defended himself. Aizawa grabbed onto Izuku with his scarf and pulled him closer. No matter what your intentions are, you would be nothing more than a liability in battle. You have the same reckless passion as another overzealous hero I know. One who saved 1,000 people by himself and became a legend. But even with that drive, you're worthless if you can only throw a single punch before breaking down. Sorry, Midoriya, with your power there's no way you can become a hero, Aizawa said, dropping Izuku. Hurry, get it over with, Aizawa said, walking off. Amy looked at the sad expression on Izuku's face and felt sympathy for him. She wondered what exactly Aizawa could have told him to upset him like that. I wonder if our teacher gave him some advice. Iida wondered. He probably told him to start packing. Bakugo replied, getting Ami's elbow on his arm. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Amy with anger. Don't ever touch me again, you damn nerd. Bakugo threatened, angrily. Amy crossed her arms and huffed, looking away from him. Izuku stood there in the circle in silence. He was unsure how to proceed after hearing what Aizawa said. I've only got one shot at nailing this, so what am I going to do? Izuku thought. Aizawa stared off at him with his tired eyes. He thought about what he had seen in the battle center footage and shook his head. He's had twins in his class before, but none were as strange as the Midoriya twins. Too much fire and she's useless. Too much power and Izuku breaks his body. He ran a background check of his own after he had seen the test footage and came across a newspaper about a sludge villain attack last year. The twins endangered themselves to save another student in his class. Bakugo. Further reading told him more details about the two. The girl exhausted herself with her own quirk and the boy didn't have a quirk. That part intrigued him more. No quirk, until now. Aizawa had heard of people developing their quirks late after going through puberty. Late bloomers they were called. It would explain the boy's quirk and his body's response. He shook his head again in thought. The girl had better chances than the boy. He was used to expelling a twin and keeping the other. He looked at Izuku and waited for his next move. Is he gonna use his mutated quirk and have to forfeit the rest of the events like a fool? Or admit defeat and settle into last place? Either way, he doesn't belong here. He thought. I still can't control my power. But I can't just give up either. Do I let the egg explode? It might be my only shot at staying at UA, I have to try something. No matter what the consequences. Izuku thought, tensing his body. A waste of a quirk. Aizawa sighed in disappointment, watching Izuku. Mr. Aizawa was right about what he said. If I can't control my quirk, there's no way I'll ever become a hero. Izuku thought, activating One for All. All Might watched from afar with a surprised face. Hey, is he for real? All Might blurted out. Within the crowd, Amy watched Izuku activate One for All and clenched her hands. Break a leg, is he? Amy smiled, ignoring the irony. Amy knew the risk of using One for All from Izuku himself. She wondered just what he had in mind. I have to work way harder than everyone else here if I want to succeed. Even if I have a lot to learn, I'll focus on what I can do right now. Izuku thought loudly, before letting out a shout. SMAAAAAAAAASH. Izuku exclaimed, launching the ball far into the air. He quickly recovered and took a few breaths. He looked down at his hand and saw he had only broken a finger. It hurts, but not as bad as before. Izuku thought, wincing in pain. Aizawa hid his surprise behind his tired eyes and looked down at the device. 705.3 meters. To say he was surprised seemed like an understatement. Mr. Aizawa, you see, I'm still standing. Izuku said, smiling through the pain. Aizawa broke his tired look and showed a smile at the move. He was impressed at the action. This kid, he said. Yes, you did it, Izzy. Amy exclaimed, much to the shock of everyone around her. Bakugo and Iida were both shocked at the action performed by Izuku. Bakugo felt a rage build up inside him, looking at what Izuku just did. All Might looked at Izuku's move and smiled. He didn't even bother hiding behind the building after seeing it. I was worried about you, young man. But you're doing a great job. You knew you had to use One for All, but not at full power, or else you'd be KO'd. So you propelled the ball at the last possible point of contact. By sending the power of your quirk shooting through your fingertip, minimizing the injury to your body while maximizing the throw. What the heck, Midoriya? How did you get so cool? All Might thought with pride. Nice, he's finally showing us his true power. Ochako exclaimed in excitement. His finger appears to be broken now. Just like in the exam. His quirk is very odd. Iida pointed out, looking at Izuku with a puzzled look. It wasn't a very pretty throw. Aoyama stated. What the hell was that? If he had a quirk he would have gotten it when we were kids. This is impossible, Bakugo thought, having a breakdown. He watched Deku's throw in shock, his mouth opening wide in surprise. Seeing the height he got with his throw sent him over the wall. His rage started to build up at the sight of the ball throw. He's up to something, he thought, thinking back to what Deku had said to him. Someone I looked up to told me that I can become a hero. That's why I applied. Like it or not, you can't stop me. Izuku shouted. Bakugo remembered his words and clenched his fists in anger, growling at Deku. He grunted and activated his quirk in his hands, rushing forward using momentum from his explosions. To Am's shock, Bakugo jumped forward with explosions igniting in his hands. The explosions weren't big enough to push him like in the tests. Amy realized he was using them as an intimidation display and raised her eyes at him in anger. She opened her mouth to inhale the flames, but hesitated. She didn't want the flames to fly into anyone as it traveled to her mouth. Amy closed her mouth in anger, growling to herself. Bakugo knew what he was doing with her around. Knowing that much, she glared at him and yelled, "Kachan, get back here," Amy yelled, clenching her fists in frustration. Bakugo grinned at Ami's words. He knew she wouldn't do anything again. He kept up his intimidation tactic and watched it do its work. Izuku saw the rapidly approaching Bakugo and freaked out. He glared at Deku with an intense rage, running towards him without a second thought. "Deku, you bastard, tell me how you did that or you're dead," Bakugo roared. Amy stared at Bakugo with frustration. She clenched her fists and was about to charge after Bakugo. Before she could move, however, she noticed Aizawa throw his scarf towards the angry teen. She stopped and watched the scarf wrap around Bakugo's chest and forehead, much to the surprise of everyone around her. Amy saw the scarf put a stop to Bakugo's advances and calmed down. She unclenched her fists and sighed in relief. Bakugo was surprised to see the scarf grab onto his chest and forehead and prevent him from moving. He groaned and struggled as he tried fighting back against the scarf. He quickly realized he was unable to move. "What? Why the hell is your damn scarf so strong?" Bakugo gritted. "Because it's a capture weapon made out of carbon fiber and a special metal alloy," Aizawa explained, keeping his serious glare. "Stand down. It'll be wise to avoid making me use my quirk so much. It gives me serious dry eye," Aizawa said, not wanting to deal with student conflict today. "Too bad. That power's amazing," the class said, impressed by the teacher's incredible quirk. Class 1A's homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. He can erase the quirk of anyone he looks at, but the effect ends when he blinks. Present Mike narrated. "You're wasting my time now. Whoever's next can step up," Aizawa said, pulling his scarf back together. He turned around and walked off, leaving behind a startled Izuku and an annoyed Bakugo alone. Amy watched Izuku slowly walk around Bakugo and approach the class. Izuku walked up to Amy with his hands held together in nervousness. Both Amy and Ochako looked up at him with concern. "Ouch, is your finger okay?" Ochako asked, getting Amy to nod in agreement. "Sure, fine," Izuku answered, nervously. Amy could tell he was hiding the pain and felt concern for her brother. Bakugo glanced back at Deku with anger. He watched Habanero and Ochako gather around Deku with frustration. Until the exam he was nothing. A little bug I could crush if I wanted to, Bakugo thought. Flashes in his head overtook his mind. Bakugo wandered through the forest with a bug net. Both Izuku and Amy tagged along behind him. Amy wore a puffy coat despite the warm weather and made sure she was a few feet away from her brother. "Wow, you're so lucky. Your quirk is so amazing, Kachan. When I get mine I hope it's just as cool," Izuku exclaimed. "Whatever, Deku. No matter what power you end up with you'll never be able to beat me. Even if it's like flame breath over there," Bakugo said, making Amy feel sad. Bakugo snapped back to reality and felt his eyes twitch in anger. "Just an annoying bug that I can smash into the ground," Bakugo thought. "After that, I had to fight through the pain as we finished up the rest of our physical fitness tests." Izuku narrated. He dropped down to the floor in exhaustion. The tired feeling he felt through his body almost numbed the pain he felt in his finger. He panted heavily on the floor, hearing the other students walk past him. He heard dirt kick next to him and felt the sun was no longer on his face. He opened his eyes and saw his sister looking down at him. She had a smile on her face and reached her hand out. "Need a hand?" Amy asked. "Just don't give me the broken one." Izuku nodded and grabbed onto Ami's hand with his non-broken hand. Amy pulled him up and helped him get the dirt off his uniform. "I can't believe you just did the rest of the fitness tests with your finger broken." Amy cringed, looking at Izuku's broken finger. "Oh, it's all right. It actually doesn't hurt as much as it looks," Izuku said, assuring Amy he was fine. "I hope I did all right. I only used my quirk on the 50-meter dash and the standing long jump." Amy hoped. Those sit-ups weren't bad though. Guess I have All Might to thank for that. She smiled. She glanced at Izuku and noticed his somber expression. You okay? Amy asked. I'm fine. Just thinking. Izuku replied. She knew he only used one for all for the ball throw and was concerned about his safety. She remembered what Aizawa said at the start of the tests and started to get anxious. The twins approached the rest of the class and listened to Aizawa. All right, time to give you your results. I ranked you all from best to worst. You probably have a good idea of your standing already. I'll just pull up the whole list. It's not worth going over each individual score. Aizawa said. Amy and Izuku thought to themselves about what Aizawa had told the class at the start. The person ranked last is gonna be expelled. And the only test I was any good at was the softball throw. Can I squeak by on that score alone? I bombed the rest of the challenges. Izuku thought. Aizawa activated the device in his hand, triggering a hologram of the test results to the class. Amy and Izuku hesitated looking at the results and gulped. They stared up at the hologram with anxiety. Izuku read the results looking for his name and saw his sister first. 16. Amy Midoriya. Amy muttered under her breath. She breathed a sigh of relief knowing she didn't get last and continued reading. Her eyes widened at the last name on the board and internally gasped. Number 21 is me, Izuku said, feeling a mass amount of dread enter his body. On the hologram Izuku's name was plainly listed in last place at number 21. I'm in last place. I failed, Izuku thought. He stared down at the hand with his broken finger and clenched it, wincing at the pain in his finger. Amy tensed her whole body up and started to get teary-eyed. No, this isn't how it was supposed to go, Amy said, feeling her heart race. Before the two of them could let loose, the hologram quickly vanished. And I was lying. No one's going home, Aizawa admitted, causing everyone to gasp. That was just a rational deception to make sure you gave it your all in the tests. Wah! Amy exclaimed. Izuku's face turned white after hearing Aizawa. He felt his soul re-enter his body. Ami's heart was still beating at the sudden twist and felt her face turn blue. She immediately realized she wasn't breathing and corrected herself. I'm surprised the rest of you didn't figure that out. Sorry, I guess I probably should have said something. The tall girl stated. Amy turned and looked at the tall girl with a slightly annoyed, but mostly relieved face. Easy for you to say, you got first place. Amy mumbled in a tired voice, getting the students around her to nod. That's it, we're done for the day. Pick up a syllabus in the classroom. Read it over before tomorrow morning. Aizawa instructed, wandering off. Aizawa looked for Izuku and saw him standing next to Ochako and Amy. Midoriya, take this and go have the old lady fix you up. Things are gonna be tougher tomorrow when your actual training begins. Make sure you're prepared, Aizawa said, handing Izuku a nurse's slip. I managed to make it through the first day. But there's so much I completely failed at. I still got a whole lot to learn. If I'm going to achieve my dream. Izuku thought, walking off. Aizawa turned the corner around the building and saw All Might staring at him. Aizawa, that was a rotten move, All Might said, disapprovingly. All Might, so you were watching. No talk shows today, Aizawa asked, facing away from All Might. A rational deception. That's cute, but you're not exactly known for being lighthearted. I read your file. Last year you expelled an entire class of freshman students. You have no problem kicking students out. Anyone you deem unworthy. You were planning to send last place home. All Might accused. Aizawa stood there listening, wondering where he was going with this. So that can only mean you see the same kind of potential in young Midoriya that I do. All Might said, pointing at Aizawa. Aizawa glanced at All Might where he stood. What is this about? It almost sounds like you've been in his corner the whole time. Aizawa asked, getting a nervous smile from All Might. Isn't it a little early for you to be playing favorites? He doesn't have zero potential, I admit. If that were the case, I would have kept his sister and sent him straight home after class without hesitation. Aizawa admitted. All Might faltered at his harsh words. It's cruel to let a kid keep dreaming of something that'll never come true. Aizawa said, walking away. All Might watched him leave and thought to himself. In your own strange way, you're a kind man, Aizawa. I know that, but clearly, we are gonna have us a problem. All Might said. After the tests, I got sent to Recovery Girl's office to get my broken finger checked out. Izuku narrated, walking out of the high school. Amy met up with Izuku outside the nurse's office and smiled at him. Izuku walked beside Amy, feeling incredibly tired. He then felt a hand grab his shoulder from behind him. The twins turned around and saw Iida. Izuku jumped at the sight of Iida while Amy looked at the teen in silence. She felt a little bad for calling him Richie. "How's the broken finger doing?" Iida asked, concerned for his classmate. "Oh, it's doing fine thanks to Recovery Girl," Izuku answered. Amy cringed at the thought of Recovery Girl. She remembered her own experience with Recovery Girl and how drained she felt after being on the receiving end of her healing. The three of them started to walk together with Amy on Izuku's right. "I was a bit concerned by Mr. Aizawa's approach to class. But I trust the school's judgment. UA is the top program, even so lying is downright immoral." Iida thought out loud. Both Amy and Izuku stared at him in fascination. Despite their initial thoughts of Iida, the two of them quickly realized he was really serious about school. "Hey, thanks for the water, Iida," Amy thanked, taking a sip from the bottle. "No worries. I always make sure I'm fully prepared for any situation," Iida responded. "Hey, wait, you three, are you going to the station? I'll join you guys," Ochako called out. The three of them heard the voice and stopped. They all turned to see the identity of the girl's voice and had their own reactions. Iida had a puzzled stare and recognized her. Izuku felt himself get red again and Amy couldn't stop giving a devilish smile. A quick glance at Izuku reaffirmed her thoughts. "It begins," Amy thought to herself, holding on to her backpack straps. She took another sip of water and watched the scene unfold. "Oh, you're the Infinity Girl," Iida said. Ochako caught up to the three of them and happily nodded. "I'm Ochako Uraraka. Let's see, you are Tenya Iida. And your name is Deku, right?" "Midoriya," Ochako asked innocently. Amy cringed after hearing Ochako call her brother Deku. Deku," Izuku asked in confusion. Yeah, isn't that what Bakugo called you?" "During the fitness test he said," Ochako explained, quoting Bakugo. Amy shook her head at the memory. The whole class probably thinks his name is Deku now, Amy thought. Well, my name is actually Izuku. Deku is what Kachan calls me to make fun of me," Izuku stuttered out in embarrassment. "That's unsportsmanlike," Iida commented. "Oh, I didn't realize that, I'm sorry. You know what, I like Deku. It could make a great hero name. Plus I think it sounds kinda cute," Ochako said, putting her fist up. "Deku it is," Izuku blurted out. His eyes were wide and his face was completely red. Ami's eyes shot wide open at Izuku's proclamation. She had just taken another sip of water and quickly spat it out in surprise. More water shot out of it as she had accidentally squeezed the bottle. Iida was surprised as well to hear Izuku change his opinion on Deku. "Just like that, weren't you saying that it was an insult?" Iida asked in confusion. Izuku quickly turned around in embarrassment, hiding his red face in shame. Amy had covered her mouth at the scene and couldn't stop herself from giggling. "Paradigm shift. My whole world is upside down," Izuku said. Amy smiled, laughing out loud. "Wait, what?" Ochako asked in confusion. "Oh, Izzy," Amy said between bursts of laughter. Amy couldn't stop herself from imagining them standing at the altar. In her mind, All Might gave the couple a thumbs up in his muscle form. Their mom was crying and Amy would catch the bouquet when they left. The thought made her giggle. She was probably jumping the gun there. Ochako looked at Amy and smiled awkwardly. "Well, I guess that explains why I heard him call you habanero," Ochako said, awkwardly putting a hand behind her head. Amy stopped her giggling and nodded. She looked down at the shorter girl and smiled. "I'm Amy. I'm Izzy's twin sister," Amy introduced herself. "Oh, hi, it's nice to meet you," Ochako greeted Amy, happily. Izuku watched Amy interact with Ochako and smiled. The four of them wandered off of the schoolgrounds together. As they walked, he looked up at the sky and thought about the day. "I survived my first day at UA even if I kinda failed. But you know what, All Might? At least I'm making some new friends. That's gotta be a good thing, right?" Izuku thought to himself as they all walked to the station together. Inside the school, All Might sat in a room in his deflated form. He stared at his Silver Age costume thinking about the twins. You don't have time to relax, kids. The real test begins tomorrow. All Might thought. Tomorrow. UA's Hero Course Curriculum. There are normal core classes like English. They meet in the mornings. Izuku narrated. Now, which of these 4 sentences contain a mistake? Present Mike asked, looking at a classroom full of bored teens. So boring. The class said out loud. This really sucks. Bakugo said to himself. No kidding. Amy replied, causing Bakugo to glare at her. Who told you to sit next to me, Habanero? Bakugo asked, angrily. I figured you'd wanna sit next to your friends. Amy pretended to smile, and Izzy's behind you. She answered, pointing at her brother. Hey everybody, look alive. Grammar rules. Yaoyorozu lay it on us. Present Mike instructed. We eat lunch in the main cafeteria, where we can buy pretty tasty stuff on the cheap. Izuku narrated. White rice is the perfect comfort food, isn't it? Lunch Rush asked. Izuku was excited to be talking to the cooking hero. Amy and Ochako were both admiring the taste of the food and gave Lunch Rush approving nods. This is super good, Ochako approved, admiring the food. Amy savored the taste. She had never eaten school food that tasted so good before. And then in the afternoon. It's finally time. Hero Basic Training. Izuku narrated. I am here, All Might exclaimed, causing some of the class to gasp in excitement. All Might burst through the door in his muscle form. Coming through the door like a hero. He exclaimed, leaning forward on his tiptoes. He held himself up with his hands on the doorframe. Wow, I can't believe it's really All Might. The electric-haired teen said in awe. So he is a teacher. This year is gonna be totally awesome. A teen with spiky red hair said. Hey, look, is he wearing his Silver Age costume? The frog girl pointed out. The other kids took notice and looked on in admiration. I'm getting goosebumps. It's so retro. Another teen with a giant tail complimented. Welcome to the most important class at UA. Hi, think of it as Harrowing 101. Here you will learn the basics of being a pro. And what it means to fight in the name of good. Let's get into it. Today's lesson will pull no punches. All Might exclaimed, showing off a card with the word, battle. Bakugo read the card and smiled disturbingly. Fight training. Bakugo said, getting thrilled. Real combat. Izuku asked, getting nervous. But one of the keys of being a hero is looking good. All Might said, pointing to the wall. Suddenly the wall opened up, revealing numbered lockers. The students looked at the lockers and smiled with excitement. These were designed for you based on your quirk registration forms and the requests you sent in before school started. All Might explained. Izuku held onto his backpack, smiling. Costumes, he thought. Get yourselves suited up and then meet me at Training Ground Beta. All Might instructed. Yes, sir. The class obeyed, listening to instruction. The students stood up and headed towards the lockers. Amy sat in her seat in the class and watched students pile up towards the lockers. She saw bits and pieces of their hero costumes and smiled. She even saw Bakugo's for a split second. She had to do a double take as soon as she noticed the strange shape of his gauntlets. Bakugo didn't let her see any more of it before he scrambled out of the classroom in front of everyone else. She shrugged and rubbed her hands together in excitement. This was the moment she'd been waiting for. It was time to find out what her hero costume looked like. Amy felt the anticipation swell up inside her. The thought of seeing her hero costume in all its costume glory sent her over the moon. All she had to do was wait for the pile-up to clear and she could get up and take her costume. She stared at her desk and smiled, getting sentimental. A memory popped in her head. One she remembered fondly as it was the first time she had showed her 2 friends her hero costume design. Last year, Amy sat at the lunch tables, doodling in her notebook. Sitting across from her were her 2 friends. Amy looked up at them and listened to what they were saying to each other. Her orange-haired best friend was laughing at a story the boy sitting next to her was telling. She wasn't paying much attention to his story, but judging from the bits and pieces she heard, it sounded pretty funny. Amy stared at the happy couple in front of her and felt a little shy, noticing the arm wrapped around the orange-haired girl's shoulder. They were getting all romantic in front of her again, which made her bury her face in her notebook. She didn't mind when they showed public affection to each other. She thought it was sweet. However, she couldn't hide the uncomfortable feeling she felt from seeing others close by watching them. She made a small laugh to make it look like she was listening and went back to looking at her notebook. She looked at the drawing on her notebook in thought. It was her best work yet. It was a drawing of her new and improved hero costume. Something she had worked hard on for the past few hours. Ever since her and Izuku's encounter with the sludge villain, Amy had been thinking recently about her future. She decided now was the time for her to start planning ahead. A couple weeks after the attack, she had recently gotten back into drawing. She found her old notebook that housed her old drawings of her long-forgotten hero costume concepts. Looking at them all was nostalgic to her, bringing back memories of drawing them. She hadn't put much thought into her hero costume or her hero name back then. Even now, she was undecided about her hero name. But she had an idea about what her hero costume should look like. And that's what drew her into start drawing. Flipping through the pages, memories of the past went through her. She laughed at the earlier pages, seeing a crude drawing of herself with huge bulging muscles. A feat that now seemed possible these days with the training All Might was putting her through. She looked at each drawing on every page and recognized them as her previous attempts to create a hero costume. Through the years, Amy made concept designs of her hero costume that ranged from the overly simplistic to the edgiest thing in existence. The order of her costume designs reflected her overall opinion of her quirk at the time. It was a perfect timeline showcasing the changes to her costume design. The earlier pages were crude and made with crayon. Eventually, the drawings were made by pencil and the detail on them tripled over time. Amy was always good at drawing since she was little. It's a good skill you acquire from wanting to be left alone in your childhood. She stared off at the sketches she had in her notebook. Reaching the end of her old costume designs, she frowned at how depressing they looked. As nostalgic as they were, she felt unsatisfied by them. The times really have changed for her. Looking at her old hero costume designs reminded her just how much she's changed in the past months. She was training under the #1 hero, All Might. She was communicating with her brother more and they were training together. All so that she could be ready for the UA entrance exam. And, most importantly, so that Izuku could be ready to inherit the greatest secret quirk of all time. She was improving her body, her mind, and her relationships. She wasn't as scared as she used to be. And the feelings she had about her quirk were beginning to change. She looked at her notebook and on the most recent page that contained her new hero costume. Compared to her old designs, this one was completely different. When thinking about a possible hero costume in the past, it was always dark, edgy, intimidating. If anyone had gotten hold of her notebook, they'd probably be somewhat concerned. Thinking about them made her frown. They weren't what she wanted anymore. They weren't her. Those old costumes designs in her notebook made her look completely unapproachable. Some looked downright dangerous, villainous, even. They were a reflection of how she felt about herself back then. Dangerous and unapproachable. All the kids in elementary school avoided her then. All her life she was told her quirk was dangerous. But, no more. She wasn't going to let herself get caught in what others thought about her quirk. Not anymore. She thought of the praise she received that fateful day by Kamui Woods and Backdraft and smiled. Then she thought about All Might and his quirk training. They were working on her flame breath at close combat. Recently, they had started referring to her fire-breathing move as her flamethrower move. It sounded cool to her, so the name stuck. Thinking about herself now, she realized she didn't want to be unapproachable. She wanted to be approachable. She didn't want to base her costume on the thoughts of her classmates. She didn't want to wear an intimidating costume like other heroes with fire quirks. She intimidated her classmates without even using her quirk. She wanted to wear a costume that would make her happy whenever she wore it. Not just her, but everyone. A costume that reflected her changed outlook. Something that even a baby would approach. With that in mind, she started drawing. She placed all of her heart and soul into the design, putting a lot of thought in her hero costume. She thought about the heroes she was a big fan of and what made them approachable, incorporating a lot of their looks into her own design. Several hours of brainstorming ideas later and she had finished drawing her hero costume. She stared at her masterpiece and smiled. Her head had a red firefighter helmet with the initials AM engraved on the front, a placeholder for when she'd come up with a hero name. Her eyes would be protected by blue-tinted glasses while her nose and mouth would be left exposed so she could use her flamethrower. She wore a sleeveless dark blue full bodysuit that was flexible, fireproof, and left no skin exposed. Wrapping around her neck was a red poncho that had a fire design in the front. Above her bodysuit was a red jacket with yellow lines at the bottom. The jacket's sleeves reached her wrist and led to red gauntlets with a hole in the palm of her hands. It wasn't a part of her she used often, but Amy knew from a young age that her body was immune to fire. And that flames she inhaled from the environment could be flung towards her hands if she so wanted it. The jacket went all the way to her belly, leaving a bit of her blue bodysuit exposed. On her lower half was a red skirt with a flame design matching her scarf. She wore a utility belt on her skirt that had rows of pockets for smaller items. Amy put a lot of thought into what the bags would carry. She put little logos in the pockets to identify them easier. A plus sign for first aid, a candle for her lighter, a water droplet for her canteen, and an extra bag to carry miscellaneous items or things she picks up along the way. Amy put some thought into if she would have some support items and realized they were necessary given the nature of her quirk. She needed items that would help her in case she couldn't fight with her fire. She thought about other heroes with this idea and sketched it onto her belt. On both hips, she would have an item. A fire axe and a whip. The whip would be fireproof but flammable. Her legs would be protected by the blue bodysuit with her feet being covered by dark blue boots. Amy looked at her final design and inspected her costume. It looked cute, practical, and, most of all, approachable. Amy looked at the costume in her notebook and felt a warm feeling tug at her heart. She smiled warmly at the drawing. Her costume's design was inspired by backdrafts in her fireproof teddy bear. She would never tell anyone about the teddy bear. Amy held her notebook in her hands and looked up at her friends. They were still acting romantic towards each other. She frowned and lowered her eyes in hesitation, unsure if she should interrupt them. Eventually, she decided to get their attention. "Hey," Amy said, quietly. Her friends broke eye contact and glanced at Amy at the same time. They stopped what they were doing and looked at her curiously. "What's up, Amy?" her orange-haired friend asked, smiling warmly at Amy. "I want to know what you two think about this hero costume design I just finished," Amy asked, causing her orange-haired friend to gasp in excitement. "You're making a hero costume?" she asked, smiling at Amy. Amy smiled back and nodded, looking down at her notebook. She stared longingly at her costume, getting sentimental. "Before I show you guys, I want to get something off my chest. I've been thinking about what kind of hero I want to be. I'm sure you already know what other people think of my quirk." It's dangerous and all?" Amy questioned, cringing at the memories of her classmates' insults. Her orange-haired friend nodded, frowning at the memories. "I didn't think it affected me as much as I thought until I looked back at old designs for my hero costume. I realized most of my old designs reflected what I'd been told all my life. My costumes looked intimidating, threatening, and dangerous. They were kinda like something a villain would wear," Amy said, causing her friends to frown even more. She stayed silent for a couple seconds, getting caught up in a memory. Before she knew it, she was thinking of words that All Might had told her. "It's all right to be afraid, young Amy. I understand not wanting to harm people with your fire breath, but you shouldn't let it hold you back. It's not always about fighting the villain, you need to save people as well. Inspire others and create hope. Think back to why you wanted to be a hero. Before you had your quirk, why did you want to become a hero?" All Might asked. Amy looked at her drawing and smiled. "Why did I want to become a hero?" Amy repeated, pondering her answer. "Because of you. Me and Izzy used to watch the same video on repeat every day. It was your debut. We thought you were so cool how you saved all those people with a smile on your face," Amy said, chuckling at the fond memory. All Might smiled back, remembering that day. "And after?" All Might asked. After my quirk, I avoided people because I didn't want to hurt them. Even my own brother. But even so, me and Izzy always followed around one person," Amy said, remembering her childhood. Then I met my friends and made me realize I didn't have to worry about hurting others if their quirks countered mine. It wasn't the right answer, but it was half of it. But I know who I want to be now. I want to do more than save people. I want people to look at me and my dangerous quirk and see that anyone can become a hero. I want to inspire people. And I want them to see my smile and know they're safe. Just like you, right? Amy asked. All Might looked at her determined face and smiled. His mind drifted as he looked at her, causing him to smile in nostalgia. A wise woman once told me that real heroes don't just save lives, they save their hearts, too. No matter how scared you are, you should smile to show that things are okay. And that in this world, the ones always smiling are the strongest. All Might quoted, looking at Amy with a warm smile. Wow, she sounds really cool, Amy said, amazed by the quote. All Might laughed and nodded peacefully. She was. In a way, you remind me of her. All Might smiled, looking up at the sky. Really? How so? Amy asked, excitedly. All Might smiled and put his hands on each side of his face to mimic her hair. Same hairstyle, All Might said, smiling. Amy was caught off guard by the answer and started to laugh. Amy's mind went back to her drawing. Looking back up at her friends, she noticed the sympathetic looks on their faces. She smiled and started to speak again. I used to think a quirk like mine meant I should look scary. Like the kind of heroes who look like villains. But now, I don't want that anymore. I don't want people to think I'm a villain because of my quirk. When a person sees me, I want them to feel happy. Whether I'm saving their life or if they see me on TV, I want people to look at me and smile knowing I'm there to protect them. So that's what I wanted my costume to reflect, Amy said, turning her notebook around. Her friend stared at the notebook and saw her hero costume, eyes lighting up. I want to make people smile just by looking at me. That's the hero I wanna be. So, what do you think? Amy asked, seeking their input. She saw her friends' surprised faces and watched them smile. You look so cute, she exclaimed, gushing with joy. Her positive response surprised Amy. It looks great, Amy. Her other friend replied, agreeing with his orange-haired girlfriend. She blushed a little at the compliments towards her costume and smiled. Thanks. I wanted my costume to look approachable, you know. I don't want to scare anyone when I become a hero. Even if a villain isn't afraid of me, as long as people smile, I know I'm doing right. Amy said, hiding her embarrassment with positive excitement. Present day. UA. Girls' locker room. Amy looked at her costume in the mirror of the locker room. The costume was almost exactly how she imagined it. The differences between drawing and reality, though, were alarming. The bodysuit she wore underneath her jacket and skirt was skin-tight. It certainly did no favors in hiding her body. She wanted to be approachable, but not that kind of approachable. It was fortunate for her that her jacket, scarf, and skirt did the job covering her body. She put on the blue-tinted glasses on her face and looked back at the mirror. She stared at herself and felt her emotions get the better of her. Her dream was getting closer to fruition. Cute, she thought, looking at herself in the mirror. The other girls had put their hero costumes on and left. Ochako had her costume on and approached Amy. Hey, Amy, I like your hero costume. Ochako greeted, looking at Amy's hero costume. Amy looked at Ochako and appreciated the compliment. Thanks, but it turned out a little tight around some parts of me, Amy said in embarrassment. She looked at her midriff and scrunched up half of her face in dissatisfaction. Her abs were in plain sight through her costume. They were more noticeable than she expected. She flared her nostrils and shrugged, happy they were at least covered. Ochako looked at Amy and nodded in silence. She understood what she meant and put her hand on the back of her head. Yeah, I know how you feel. They made my costume skin-tight, too. Ochako laughed. Amy looked at Ochako's hero costume and understood. She could definitely tell. Anyways, we should probably go out there and see what everyone else looks like, Ochako suggested. Yeah, Amy agreed, locking her locker. Amy and Ochako walked out the locker room and headed to training ground Beta. The both of them caught up to the rest of their classmates. Their costumes were obscured by the dark entrance to the training ground. All Might watched as the students exited the dark tunnel and walked into the light. They say that clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen. And behold, you are the proof. Take this to heart, from now on you are heroes in training. All Might said, enthusiastically. He stared at the students and saw Amy in her costume. All Might remembered when Amy had shown her a drawing of her costume and asked for his opinion. He remembered suggesting she axe the axe in the design. He quickly realized that Izuku was absent from the crowd of students. Amy had also realized this when she looked at all the other heroes until he heard running coming from the tunnel. She turned and stared into the tunnel, a smile appearing on her face. Standing proudly in front of her in what could be described as a green bunny costume was her brother, Izuku Midoriya. "Hey, Deku," Ochako waved, getting Izuku's attention. Amy would have to get used to hearing that name from other people. "Uraraka," Izuku said, quickly taking notice of Ochako's hero costume much to Ami's discomfort. Amy hid her discomfort and listened in on their conversation. "Love your costume. Not very flashy, you know. I should have been more specific about what I wanted. This bodysuit is skin tight, not really my style," Ochako admitted, rubbing the back of her head. Amy looked at her brother's actions and noticed the heavy blush on his face, raising her eyebrow at him. She knew what he was looking at. She looked at her brother and at Ochako and didn't know how to react. Amy never put much thought on Izuku's interests. She had only ever seen him get excited to see a hero, much less from a girl. Amy thought about it more and wondered if Izuku ever once talked to a girl in his life that wasn't either her or their mom. He never interacted much with her orange-haired friend, either. "I love this school," a small purple kid said in the corner of the twins' vision. They both turned to look at the small kid in confusion. All Might took notice of the twins and made eye contact with Izuku. He quickly noticed several aspects of Midoriya's costume that looked similar. Very suspiciously similar to him. All Might took no time deducing the similarities between him and Izuku's costume and felt his smile falter. "You're so obvious." All Might cringed, covering his mouth. "Now that you're ready, it's time for combat training," All Might announced. "Sir," Iida said, raising his hand. Izuku and Amy looked to the robot on their left and realized it was Iida. "That's Iida's costume. I wonder if he likes Ingenium." Amy wondered, impressed by his costume. "This is the fake city from our entrance exam. Does that mean that we'll be conducting urban battles again?" "Not quite. I'm gonna move you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly evildoers take place indoors. Think about it: backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. For this training exercise, you'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles." All Might explained. "Isn't this a little advanced?" the frog girl asked. "The best training is what you get on the battlefield. But remember, you can't just punch a robot this time. You're dealing with actual people now," he warned. "Sir, will you be deciding who wins?" Yaoyorozu asked. "How much can we hurt the other team?" Bakugo asked, hoping to hospitalize Deku. "Do we need to worry about the losers getting expelled like earlier?" Ochako asked with worry. "Will you be splitting us up based on chance or comparative skill?" Iida asked. "Sir, if this is supposed to be 2-on-2, then you know there's 21 of us, right?" Amy pointed out. "I wasn't finished talking." All Might groaned. "Listen up," All Might instructed, pulling out a script. "The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do that, the good guys either have to catch the evildoers or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys succeed if they protect their payload or capture the heroes. Time's limited, and we'll choose teams by drawing lots," All Might said, pulling out a box. "Isn't there a better way?" Iida asked. "Think about it. Pros often have to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot. So maybe that's the reason we're seeing that here," Izuku explained. "Yes, I see. Life is a random series of events," Iida replied, understanding the reasoning. He quickly bowed and apologized. "Excuse my rudeness," Iida said. "No sweat. Let's draw," All Might exclaimed. The class moved forward and took a piece of paper out of the box and made up their teams. "Wow, what are the chances? We're a team," Ochako exclaimed. Amy could see Izuku's nervousness through his mask and smiled. She looked at the other students and felt unsure about the way the teams were made. She approached All Might with a question about the battle. Hey, All Might, sir. I'm confused. How is this gonna work with an odd number of students? Amy asked. I understand your confusion, young Amy. But to make it simple, the student will have to team up with 2 students in a 2-on-3. What? But, sir, isn't that unfair for the hero or the villain team? Amy asked, getting nods of agreement from her classmates. Yeah, how's that gonna work? The red-haired student asked. Whether you're dealing with heroes or villains, it's not too uncommon to be outnumbered. It's up to the villains or the heroes to formulate a strategy against the odds. All Might explained, proud of the justification. So in other words, the enemy team is screwed? Amy asked, causing All Might's smile to falter. Just grab a paper, All Might said in defeat. Right, sorry, Amy apologized, seeing All Might's defeated expression. Amy put her hand in the box and pulled out a card. Team J, she said. Hey, we're Team J. The red-haired teen waved. Amy saw the red-haired teen and approached him. She also took notice of his hero costume, which exposed his chest. Amy looked at the man and gulped. Beside the teen was a masked teen with a strange hero costume. Amy wondered what his costume meant and initiated contact. Hey, guys, Amy greeted, anxiously. She felt a little uncomfortable with her teammates. Not because of her classmates' choice of costume, but because of her. Man, I hope my team's quirks counter mine. I don't wanna burn Redhead's body. Amy thought, raising her hand forward. I'm Amy Midoriya. It's nice to meet you. We know who you are. The redhead said, causing the other teen to nod. Amy looked at the 2 of them in confusion and replied. You do? She asked. Yeah, we saw you at the battle center. The redhead nodded. We saw what you did to the robot. You were awesome, he said, putting his fist up. Amy thought back to that day and couldn't for the life of her remember seeing a guy with red hair at the exam. Seeing you charge in and burn that robot was the manliest action ever. He complimented. Amy raised an eye at his words. You know I'm a girl, right? Amy asked, slightly confused. The redhead looked at Amy and nodded. He shook his head and introduced himself. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Eijiro Kirishima, Kirishima said. And I'm Honta Siro, Siro said, taking off his helmet. Amy nodded at them and remembered seeing their names on the top 10 results. Oh, you guys were on the top 10 with me and Izzy, Amy said, recognizing them. Yeah, but it's kinda thanks to you I even made the top 10. Siro admitted, rubbing his hair. Amy looked at Siro in confusion. Really? How so? Huh, oh man, I forgot. You blacked out after using your quirk. Remember when that tape wrapped around you and pulled you away from the robot? Siro asked. Amy nodded in confusion, trying to understand the question. She started to put together the pieces and formed a realization. Yeah, that was me, Siro said, pulling out tape from his elbow. Ami's eyes widened at the revelation. Wait, that was you, you're Tapeman, Amy exclaimed, feeling the nervousness fade away. Siro nodded and reeled the tape back into his elbow. Oh, man, thanks for saving me, I thought I was a goner. Amy bowed. Well, a lot of the applicants ran towards you after we heard that robot's alarm. I was just the closest, Siro said, recalling his location. He remembered seeing the robot fall and the outline of a girl on the street below it. Once I realized you couldn't use your quirk, I knew I could use my tape to grab you. So you can make tape with your quirk? Amy asked. Uh-huh, Siro nodded. And what's yours? Amy asked, looking at Kirishima. Hardening, Kirishima said, hardening his arms and chest in an instant. We'd ask about your quirk but I think we already know what it is. You breathe fire, right? Like the monster hero, Godzilla? Siro asked. Amy laughed at the comparison and nodded. She touched her belt and grabbed her lighter and ignited the flame. There's more to it than that. I breathe fire through my mouth. But I can also collect the fire in my environment, even from another quirk, to boost the power of my fire. But if I eat too much like a whole burning building, I end up getting dehydrated faster. Amy explained, eating the flame from her lighter. Seriously, that's sick, Kirishima said. Amy smiled in appreciation at her classmates' reaction to her fire. She was expecting them to freak out. I can also collect fire with my hands and eat the flame later, she explained, rubbing the fire from the lighter onto her other exposed palm. See? Amy asked, showing off the candle from the lighter on her hand. Hiroshima and Shiro gave impressed smiles at her action. That's so cool. Hey, with us as a team, we'll definitely win as heroes or villains, Shiro said, giving a thumbs up. Now that the teams have been chosen, I declare the first teams to fight will be these guys, All Might explained, pulling out 2 balls with the letters D and A. Amy looked at the letters and tensed up. Team A and D, that's Izzy and Ami's thoughts ended upon seeing the twisted smile form on Bakugo's face. Oh no, Amy thought. The students fighting first were Izuku and Ochako versus Bakugo and Iida. Team A will be the heroes. Team D will be the villains. Everyone else can head to the monitoring room to watch, All Might instructed. Yes, sir, the class answered, walking up to All Might. Izuku heard All Might's words and gulped. In the corner of his vision he could see Bakugo. He made a glance toward him and saw his cold angry stare. He frowned at the sight of him and clenched his fist. Izuku knew he would have to use one for all if he was gonna have any chance at winning. Behind the two of them, Amy watched Izuku's nervous expression change into a determined look. She gave a tiny smile at him and hoped it would be okay. Bad guys, you can go on in and get set up. In 5 minutes the good guys will be let loose and the battle will start, All Might said. Yes, sir, the students replied. All Might stood at the building's entrance watching Bakugo and Iida approach. Young Iida, young Bakugo. The key to being successful in this challenge is to embody villainy. Think from the perspective of an evildoer. Got it, Iida replied. If things go too far, I'll step in, All Might said, getting a nod from Iida. Understood, Iida said. Bakugo stared at Izuku while he was talking to Habanero. He watched Habanero give Deku an encouraging smile before walking away. He could only assume they were talking about him. He watched Deku clench his fist repeatedly behind his back and scoffed. He was going to crush him. Bakugo headed off into the building behind Iida. The two of them quickly made note of their surroundings and prepared themselves. Bakugo stared off at the door while Iida looked at the nuke. Even though this is training, it pains me to be aligned with criminal behavior, Iida said, walking up to the bomb. So this is the weapon we must protect, Iida said, knocking on the metal. Fake, of course. Hey, Bakugo called out, getting Iida's attention, do you really think Deku has a quirk? Iida took note of the unsportsmanlike name for Izuku and ignored it, replying to his question. You saw how he threw that ball. Though I think that power hurts his body, Iida theorized. Why is it that you seem to be especially angry when it comes to Midoriya? Iida asked, getting no response. Bakugo ignored his partner's question and felt his rage building back up. The image of a sad quirkless little Izuku was in his head. Was he seriously just tricking me all these years? Bakugo thought. The image of Deku pointing and laughing at him filled his head. Then the image of his stupid sister standing beside him laughing at Bakugo appeared. No, not just him, Bakugo thought, thinking of the twins laughing at him. He thought back to the many times he tried to use his quirk on Deku and remembered Habanero. She was there in all of his memories. The one person that stopped him from using his explosions wasn't here to protect Deku. Bakugo leapt out of his thoughts and started to smile. I'm gonna roast that damn nerd today. Inside the monitoring room, the class had gathered to watch the two teams. Amy had stood by her future teammates and stared at the monitors. She could see the layout of the buildings through the cameras placed in every room. One camera in particular had her attention. Standing in the bomb room was Iida and Bakugo. Amy stared at Bakugo through the camera and felt herself shaking in nervousness. She took off her firefighter hat just to have something to hold on to. Normally when dealing with uncomfortable conditions she'd pull out her lighter and start practicing eating flames, but she didn't think any of her classmates would appreciate the smell of smoke in the monitoring room. She was afraid for her brother. From the look on his face alone, she knew he was also realizing the same thing she had then. Izuku was facing Bakugo without her. She knew Bakugo's antics since childhood. If there was a chance he could use his explosions on Izuku, he'd take it. Amy gulped in fear. Hey, Amy, Kirishima said, bringing Amy out of her thoughts. Huh, what is it? Amy asked, puzzled. That green guy on the hero team. Izuku. That's your brother, right? Kirishima asked. Uh-huh, Amy nodded. We heard what he did at the entrance exam and were wondering what he can do. And when he broke his finger at the fitness test yesterday, it made me wonder what his quirk was. And you're his sister, so you gotta know, right? Kirishima asked, enthusiastically. Some of the other classmates listened to Kirishima and nodded in agreement. I was wondering that too. Zero nodded in agreement. Yeah, I wanna know, too. A pink girl said, coming out of nowhere. Some of the class formed around Amy with curious smiles. Amy could see them all gather around her and started to get anxious. Amy looked at her fellow classmates' faces and felt a strange feeling inside her. She could hear their questions, but the specifics were starting to blur. Her mind started to change their faces into the ones she saw in her childhood. A memory of excited kids surrounding her as she covered her mouth in fear. Amy stopped paying attention to her surroundings and started to cover her mouth. The memory of hiccuping and setting desks on fire were causing her to sweat. Outside the group, several students took notice of her facial expressions. All Might had also taken notice of her facial expressions. He remembered what Amy had told him when she activated her quirk for the first time and quickly approached the group. In the center of the group, Amy covered her mouth with one hand and tightened her grip on her hat with the other. The students were unaware of the panic she was feeling as the memory flashed through her. She closed her eyes and grinded her teeth in an attempt to stop her imaginary fire. As she did this, the questions suddenly stopped and the voice of All Might was all she heard. Now, class. Let's not overwhelm her with questions. Look at her, All Might said, getting the students to look at Ami's face. I'm sure, you mean well, but you don't have to swarm your fellow student. Instead, why don't you watch the monitors and see what young Midoriya's quirk is for yourself? All Might said, getting the students to realize their actions. Right, sorry, Amy. Kirishima apologized. Yeah, we didn't mean to surround you like that. The pink girl nodded, feeling bad. Amy opened her eyes and looked at her classmates' faces return to normal and started to return to reality. She felt her heart start to beat normally and her breathing resume. Amy took a sigh of relief and loosened her grip on her hat. She felt embarrassed that she had a panic attack in front of her classmates. She looked up at All Might and saw the concern on his face. Everything okay, young Amy? Yeah, I'm good, thanks, All Might. Amy thanked, appreciating the save from All Might. The questions aimed at her brother's quirk had made her freeze up. She knew she couldn't tell them about One for All, but she was unable to say anything. When the class surrounded her, it brought back painful memories that she hid inside her mind. Now, class, it's time to start, All Might said, walking over to the monitors. All right, let's begin the indoor combat training. Team A and Team D, your time starts now. All Might announced over the mic. Pay attention, kids. Think about what you would do. All Might instructed, getting the class to stare at the monitors. Young Midoriya, in this class you're just another student. I'll grade you as I would anyone else. Without playing favorites, All Might thought. Amy and her teammates approached the monitors with anticipation. Her classmates were excited to see the battle, but Amy held her breath. Hey, Amy, you think your brother's gonna win? Zero asked. His smile faded when he saw Ami's face staring up at the monitor. His smile was replaced with an unsure look. In all honesty, no, Amy admitted, staring down at the floor. What, really? How come? Kirishima asked, glancing back at Amy. Don't get me wrong, I'm rooting for him, but it's just that, the person he's up against. Oh yeah, Bakugo, you guys are friends, right? Kirishima asked. Well, to tell you the truth, I don't know what we are to him. Amy explained, looking at Izuku and Ochako enter the building. Me and Izzy grew up with Kachan in the same neighborhood, so we've known each other since we were little kids. Amy explained, thinking of the past. She remembered her and Izuku's unsure face as they stared into the entrance to the forest. The fence had been torn down, leaving an exposed path to the forest. Come on, let's fight bad guys. Bakugo said, pointing towards the forest. The kids closest to Bakugo shouted in the air, cheering him on. Bakugo smiled and stepped forward into the forest. Izuku and Amy both made weak cheers towards Bakugo. All the other neighborhood kids followed him around. It seemed like he could do anything. And no matter what he decided to do, he would always do it with a brave look on his face. Me and Izzy thought he was the coolest person we ever met. However, after his quirk manifested, Amy said, thinking back to when she had eaten the flames off Bakugo's quirk in order to protect her brother, he started to change. Amy said. She watched Izuku and Ochako walk down the dark hallway of the building, hoping Izuku had a plan. Before she knew it, Bakugo had appeared from around the corner, causing her to gasp. She watched Bakugo ignite his explosions into Izuku. To her relief, the camera captured Izuku grabbing onto Ochako and jumping out of the way in time. Amy watched the screen and felt her heart skip. I knew it. Kachan went after Izzy first. Amy thought. He almost got the jump on him. The small purple kid said. Sneak attack, Bakugo. What kinda man pulls cheap crap like that? Kirishima said, pounding his hardened fists together. It's a viable strategy. He's playing the part, acting like a true villain would. All Might explained. It didn't work. Midoriya dodged it. The pink girl smiled, watching the screen with excitement. Amy nodded at her observation. All Might's training really improved his reflexes. But I don't know what Izzy could do now against him. If he uses one for all, he might break his arm. And Bakugo might break the other arm. Amy thought, staring at the screen with a serious face. She watched the smoke clear, revealing Bakugo staring down at Izuku. Now that I think of it, he hasn't used one for all on a person before. Amy thought. There he goes, the electric-haired teen said. Amy snapped out of her thoughts and watched Bakugo charge towards Izuku, ready to punch him. To her surprise, Izuku grabbed onto Bakugo. Sliding his foot across the ground, Izuku held onto Bakugo's arm with his body behind him. Amy watched the scene in disbelief. Izuku grit his teeth and put all his strength into his arms and flung Bakugo over his head and onto the hard floor. The class gasped in shock at the action. Ami's mouth dropped open in awe at the action. This was All Might's training revealing itself. Holy crap, Izzy, Amy thought out loud. She watched Bakugo show visible pain through the monitor, cringing at the impact he must have felt. Izuku said something to Bakugo as he stood up and recovered. Amy watched the scene wishing she could hear what Izuku was saying to him. Izuku caught his breath as he stared down at Bakugo. He had just taken him down without using his quirk to the surprise of Ochako and the class. He tightened his fists and started to talk. Kachan, you always use a big right hook to start a fight. I know because I've watched you for years. I analyzed every amazing hero, even you. I wanted to learn everything I could about them. It was all in the notebook you threw away. Izuku stated. Bakugo glanced at Izuku with an annoyed growl. Izuku kept his stance and stared down at Bakugo with a determined face. You can call me Deku. But I'm not the same helpless, defenseless kid anymore. You hear me, I've changed. From now on Deku is the name of a hero. Izuku shouted. Ochako heard his words and remembered what she said to him. You know what, I like Deku. It could make a great hero name. Plus I think it sounds kinda cute. Bakugo stood up and listened to his words. He stared down at the ground and saw the same crying Izuku staring back at him with fists ready to defend the child behind him. Then his mind flashed with images of Deku and Habanero laughing, pointing fingers at him with twisted smiles. The images contributed to his anger, making his rage reach beyond its natural boiling point. He got up from the hard floor and stared at Izuku in complete anger. Deku, you're shaking in your boots, you're so scared. Yet you wanna fight me anyway. That's why I hate you. Bakugo shouted. Amy watched the scene unfold through the monitors. The two students faced each other down in the hallway. She could tell Izuku was saying something to Bakugo. Bakugo's angry expression made it obvious that the conversation wasn't friendly. She also took notice of the small earpiece attached to both Izuku and Bakugo's ear. She glanced over to another monitor and saw Iida stomping his feet on the ground in frustration. Bakugo was clearly pushing Iida's buttons. She wondered just what the two of them were thinking. She wasn't the only one who wished she could hear them. Hey, who is Bakugo talking to? I'm not hearing anything. Can we get any sound with this video? Kirishima requested, wanting to listen to the action. All Might turned his head and looked at Kirishima with his standard smile. He's got a radio in his ear so he can talk to his partner. I gave it to him before the match started, along with a map of the building. Also this, All Might said, picking up a roll of tape with his fingers. A roll of capture tape. Wrapping this around your opponent means you apprehended them and they're out for the rest of the game. He explained. So there's a 15-minute time limit and the good guys have no idea what floor the nuclear weapon's hidden on, right? The pink girl asked. Correct, he nodded. Then the heroes are clearly at a disadvantage here. A big one, the pink girl pointed out, frowning. Real pros have to outwit villains on a daily basis. That's life. Even when the odds aren't in our favor, we fight. All Might said, wiggling his finger. All together, All Might ordered, raising his fist in the air. Let's hear a plus ultra. All Might and the class exclaimed. Monsieur, he's on the move, the flashy French teen said. All Might responded, turning his head towards the monitors. Amy looked at the monitors and saw Izuku shout at Uraraka. Uraraka nodded and left the sight of the camera. Amy could only guess what Izuku's plan was. Bakugo activated his quirk and attempted to kick Izuku midair. Amy watched as Izuku tried to wrap the capture tape around Bakugo's leg, causing him to counter by exploding the wall. Amy grinded her teeth and held her hat tightly. Bakugo quickly responded to the attempted capture by blasting the wall where Izuku stood. Izuku jumped out of the way of the blast, angering Bakugo. Little guy's really good, a muscular teen said. He's holding his own and he hasn't even used his quirk yet. Zero said in awe. His reflexes are better than mine. Amy commented. Amy watched the two of them run further down the halls. Bakugo was yelling something at Izuku while he ran. His anger was shown in full view to the class as he consecutively ignited small explosions in frustration. Amy sighed and shook her head at Bakugo's intimidation display. That guy's got some real anger issues. Kinda scary, the electric-haired teen said, feeling unsettled by Bakugo's anger. Midoriya told me that young Bakugo thinks very highly of himself. But this level of pride is something else. It may end up being his demise. All Might thought. Amy stared at the screen watching Izuku catch his breath. She wondered exactly what he was thinking. He must have realized Kacchan went solo. Maybe that's why he's running. Could he be distracting him? Amy mumbled out loud, putting herself in Izuku's shoes. Zero heard her mumbling and glanced at her. Zero asked, overhearing Ami's thoughts. Izzy's distracting Kacchan long enough so that Uraraka can get away and look for the weapon. Once she does, he's probably going to try and capture Kacchan so they can meet up and fight Iida together. Only, I don't know how he's going to capture him, Amy said, unsure of her brother's chances of dealing with Bakugo alone. Zero raised an eye at her worried look and wondered what the deal was with her, Izuku, and Bakugo. Hey, you said you grew up with him, yeah. What was he like? Zero asked, watching Bakugo explode open a door. What was he like? Amy repeated, looking at Zero. Amy looked back at the monitors and watched Bakugo walk down the hallway with the same frustrated glare she was used to seeing on his face. She knew that very well, remembering every time she saw it. Memories of her childhood with Bakugo went through her head, quickly filling up her mind. The abundance of memories made it difficult to focus on one, making her frown with uncertainty. Where should I start? Amy said, watching the monitors. She continued to stare at Bakugo while she sorted out her childhood memories in her head. She clenched her fist and focused on the image of a younger Bakugo in her mind. She flared her nostrils and took on a more neutral face. She sighed and stared at Zero and gave him an answer. I should probably start with his quirk. He secretes nitroglycerin like sweat from his hands to make them blow up. I still remember when he first got it. It was an awesome, flashy quirk. It's no wonder he got so popular afterwards. Me and Izzy thought it was amazing. Then after a while, the praise got to his head. He started to make fun of Izzy and I. Amy said, flashing back into a memory. Amy stood a foot away from the group of kids next to her. Her puffy jacket reached past her neck and covered her mouth. She never once tried to pull it down. She watched Bakugo and his friends gather along with Izuku. Bakugo held up a yellow bucket with his hands, pointing at the owner's name printed on the side. Look, you can read the last part of Izuku's name as Deku. Bakugo said, pointing to the text on the bucket. Hey, whoa, so you can read that? Bakugo's friend asked. Well, obviously. Bakugo smiled, proudly. Deku, that must be what you call a helpless loser who's completely useless. Bakugo smiled, causing Izuku to stop smiling. Why are you being so mean, Kachan? Izuku frowned, hearing the insult from his friend. Amy heard the insult from Bakugo and glared at him under her jacket. That was when he first called Izzy, Deku. He started to make fun of Izzy more and more after that. Even though Bakugo made fun of us, we stuck around him anyway. I always kept my distance, but Izzy would stay close to the group. Amy narrated. Bakugo threw the rock down the river and watched it skip across the surface several times. Izuku and his friends watched the rock skip several times before falling in the water and gasped in amazement. They were astonished at the skill Bakugo had at rock throwing. Dude, that has to be a new record. The kid with stretchy fingers said. Wow, the chunky dragon-winged child said in awe. Hee hee, cool, some other kid said. Where's yours? Bakugo asked, smirking in superiority. Well, it sank. Izuku frowned. Bakugo and his friends started to laugh at Izuku. Why can't you do anything right? Bakugo asked. Amy overheard Bakugo from the back of the group and glared at him. She stared at the blonde in anger with her mouth uncovered by her jacket. Bad thoughts formed in her head as she imagined pushing Bakugo into the water. She immediately realized what she was thinking and tensed up. She shook her head and sat down on the ground, listening to Bakugo laugh at her brother. He took every chance he had to talk down on Izzy. But no matter what, he never stopped coming back. Amy stated, thinking back to the time when it was just the three of them in the forest. Wow, you're so lucky. Your quirk is so amazing, Kachan. When I get mine I hope it's just as cool. Izuku said. Bakugo smiled at his words but laughed that it came from the quirkless kid behind him. Whatever, Deku. No matter what power you end up with you'll never be able to beat me. Even if it's like, flame breath, over there. Bakugo said, making Amy feel sad. She stared down at the dirt and clenched her hands in anger, feeling her fire rise up. Then it got worse, Amy said, remembering the day Izuku went to school after the doctor's visit. He stared at the wall all day and did nothing, never once making a sound. Amy looked at Izuku with hesitant concern. Izuku was nothing but a shell of his former self. When word of Izuku's condition had spread around the classroom, the other kids looked at his blank expression and whispered amongst themselves. Hey, did you hear? A kid asked. Deku doesn't have a quirk. Like none, he said, getting a look of surprise from the kid next to him. What, really? He said, a little skeptical. But doesn't his sister have a quirk? He asked, getting a nod from the kid. Yeah, it's called being quirkless, he answered, making the other kid laugh at Izuku. That's dumb, a kid said, getting a few laughs. The teachers heard the insults and laughs being said towards Izuku and attempted to cheer him up. Amy stared at her brother in silence and frowned. She remembered what her mom said to her and Izuku about how some kids aren't born with quirks. In less than a month both of their worlds were shattered. She shook her head and stared at Izuku's empty blank eyes and felt more ashamed. She looked at him for a couple seconds and glanced to the right. She looked across from Izuku and saw Bakugo staring at him with a twisted smile on his face. The news of Izuku being quirkless had brought a smile to Bakugo's face, making Amy mad. One look at that smile and she knew Bakugo was going to use this to make fun of him even more now. Even worse, calling him Deku seemed prophetic now. He knew it would make her mad but he didn't care. It wasn't like she could stop him. Psst. Hey, a little girl whispered to Amy. Amy didn't pay attention to her only friend until she felt a tug on her jacket. She snapped out of her thoughts and turned to look at her friend. Is it true? Does your brother really not have a quirk? The little orange-haired girl asked. Amy looked at her sympathetic eyes and frowned. She nodded and stared at the ground in shame. Some time afterwards, Amy was approached by Bakugo and his friends. Just when I thought your brother couldn't get any more worthless. He's quirkless. Bakugo laughed at his own rhyme. He really is pathetic. Bakugo said. Amy heard Bakugo's harsh insults and didn't reply. She stood there with a sad frown, tears dropping onto the ground below her. The lack of sound coming from Amy annoyed Bakugo. He looked at her sad expression and narrowed his eyes at her. He shook his head and scoffed. There was nothing he could do now. He turned his back towards Amy and wandered off. His friends made small laughs as they left Amy alone. His words repeated into her mind. When they left, Amice felt more tears fall down her face as the realization hit her. Their dreams were over before they could even start. With a quirk like hers and a now quirkless Izuku, they had no more hope. They could never be twin heroes now. She squeezed her tiny hands and sniffled a bit. Her orange-haired friend had reappeared seconds after Bakugo had left. Seeing the state Amy was in, she glared at Bakugo from afar and didn't hesitate sitting down with her. She gave Amy her support and accepted it all without saying a word to each other. She would have remembered more, but Ciro's voice brought her out of the memory. But your brother isn't quirkless. Ciro interrupted, getting confused. Amice's eyes widened after realizing what she said and quickly recovered before he saw her surprise. Back then, yeah, we didn't know it then, but Izzy was actually a late bloomer. It's super rare, but it happens. Amy explained, waving her hand through her hair. Ooh, Ciro nodded, believing her cover story. Phew, Amy thought, internally sighing in relief. She caught her breath and relaxed, returning to her story. Anyways, even if Izuku was quirkless and I was afraid of setting a kid on fire, we still followed Bakugo around. Watching from the back all the time, I knew Bakugo was annoyed by him. When I said that he changed after getting his quirk, I meant it. He really believed his quirk was the best and no one came close to him. But then I fought back. Amy explained, remembering her first few instances of rebellion. Amy thought back to when she had arrived to see Izuku standing in front of a crying kid on the sand. She could see Bakugo and his friends were ready to pummel him with their quirks and quickly reacted. She opened her mouth and inhaled. Bakugo watched in surprise at seeing his explosions fly off his hands and dart away. He stopped his advance and watched his explosions fly into the hands of a little girl. Amy watched her brother peek his eyes open and stare into hers. Sis, Deku squeaked out, still crying. The thing about my quirk is that I collect the fire in my environment. Even fires caused by quirks. And explosions are just the same. Amy narrated. Don't you dare hurt my brother, Bakugo. Amy screamed. The fire from Bakugo's explosion now hovering above Amice's open hand. Amy looked at the flame on her hand and glared. She opened her mouth and took a breath, inhaling the flame until she had it all in her mouth. The kids behind Bakugo looked at her in confusion. Bakugo glared at her and growled in frustration. You ate my explosion, flame breath. Bakugo yelled at her, clenching his fist. I always watched Bakugo use his explosions to show off. It made me jealous back then. My quirk got me ostracized by the whole class, but he got popular with his. Bakugo was basically a walking bomb. It made me angry, but over time, I got caught up in the hype, too. Amy said, another memory appearing in her head. She sat in the playground with her lighter in her hand along with the orange-haired girl she called her best friend. Amy stared at her personal lighter and flicked it. She activated the lighter and watched as a small candle-sized flame appeared at the top. She was mesmerized by the flame. She quickly gulped and opened her mouth. In an instant, a stream of continuous fire flung itself into her mouth as she inhaled the flame. Amy flicked the lighter again and extinguished the flame. She panted heavily and worked herself a sweat. In her vision, she saw a water bottle appear in her friend's hand and stared at it. She saw her orange-haired friend's excited smile and smiled back, accepting the bottle. Because of him, I started using my lighter more to practice my collecting. Each time I saw Bakugo use his explosions I was excited like the other kids. So when I learned I could eat Bakugo's explosions I knew I could use my quirk to my advantage. Every time he tried to use his explosions on Izzy, I used it on him. I could tell he was angry at me for eating his flames. Eventually, he stopped calling me Flame Breath and switched to Habanero. I never understood why, but it stuck with me. Even in junior high, he called me Habanero. I never told him I liked Habanero. I just didn't want to be called Flame Breath anymore. Don't tell him I said that, Amy said, glancing back at Zero. He nodded and zipped his mouth with his hand. Bakugo doesn't like when his ego is in danger. He's always thought he was better than everyone else. That's why I think he targeted Izzy and me. I was a complete counter to his own quirk. And Izzy. Bakugo laughed to himself as he marched forward through the forest. Amy and Izuku followed him and his friends through the woods again. She kept a closer distance from Izuku, but not too close. She watched the group of kids in front of her and saw Bakugo using his quirk to make small explosions. She stared at his hand and shrugged. She looked under Bakugo and stared at the wooden log he had stepped on. Forward march and here we go. Members of the agency, Bakugo. Sound off. Bakugo was interrupted by a misstep and immediately fell off the log. Amy and Izuku's eyes widened at the sight of Bakugo falling and gasped. Bakugo landed in the shallow water, completely uninjured. His friends peeked over the log with concern on their faces. Kachan. His friend called out. Hey, you okay down there? His other friend said. Oh, don't worry. Kachan is super tough. See, the chunky friend said. I knew Bakugo was okay. We'd crossed that log countless times before. The water was shallow and you couldn't swim in it. But still, Amy narrated. Hurry and get back up here. His friend said. Sure, just give me 1 second. Bakugo replied, standing up in the water. He shook his head in an attempt to get the water off. Izzy had to be sure. Amy narrated. Bakugo laughed at his predicament and stood up. He then heard the sound of footsteps splashing in the water and opened his eyes. He stared at the open hand reaching out to him in surprise. Are you all right? Are you hurt? I was worried you might have hit your head or something. Izuku said, feeling worried for his safety. Izuku went down there and checked on Bakugo. I could see his face from up the hill. Here's the thing about Izzy. Even though he didn't have a quirk, he treated everyone equally. With respect. And Bakugo. I knew the second he saw that hand it made him angry. The only injury that fall gave him was a hit to his ego. Bakugo hated that Izuku didn't treat him like royalty like so many of us did. I think that pissed him off more than anything I could do. Amy said, returning to the present. Izzy and I still consider him our friend. But his feelings towards us have changed so much. I don't even know what he thinks of us. He sounds intense. Zero commented. Yeah, Amy nodded. She stared up at the other monitor and saw Ochako in the bomb room. Hey, she found the bomb. Amy pointed out, grabbing the class's attention. The class watched as she hid behind the column. Amy wondered what she was doing just standing there until Iida started pointing. She just let herself get caught like that. A teen said. Amy watched the screen with a serious expression and crossed her arms. What is she doing? She thought, getting worried. Amy glanced at the timer on the other screen and noticed there was only 6 minutes and counting. She felt herself get nervous again and gulped. Looking back at Izuku, her eyes widened at the sight of Bakugo. Oh no, she thought. She could see Bakugo raise his arm up and Izuku started to take a defensive stance. The two of them were exchanging words again. Amy sighed at the two of them. Then he brought his arm forward, catching Amy by surprise. Those gauntlets again. Wait, don't tell me. Amy thought. The purpose of the grenade gauntlets was now dawning on her. Those gauntlets are holding his sweat. Amy said. What? Zero replied in confusion. All Might heard Ami's realization and listened to Bakugo's description of the gauntlets over the radio. No, he's going too far. Young Bakugo, don't do it. You'll kill him. All Might shouted into the radio. Inside the building, Bakugo ignored All Might's warning and pulled the pin on his gauntlets. He'll be fine as long as he dodges. He exclaimed, releasing the stored-up sweat from his gauntlets. Izuku watched the blast fly towards him and started to panic. Amy watched the huge explosion tear through the walls and the ground and felt her heart stop beating. Izuku had no time to jump and instinctively covered his head with both arms. The blast impacted him and sent him flying. The blast overtook Izuku and blew up an entire section of the building. The rumbling from the blast traveled all the way into the monitoring room. Amy quickly adjusted herself as did the entire class. When the rumbling stopped, All Might and the class were left shaking. Whoa, this is nuts, Kirishima exclaimed. Come in, Midoriya, All Might shouted. Inside the ruins of the building, Izuku struggled to get up. He took deep breaths on the floor and raised his body. Is that even allowed? Izuku asked no one. Hee. These are awesome. The more nitro sweat stored in these gauntlets, the stronger the explosion is. Bakugo said, walking through the smoke. Izuku watched Bakugo approach him with a sadistic smile and freaked out. Go ahead. Use your stupid quirk on me, Deku. Even if you give me everything that you got, you'll never beat me, he smiled, sadistically. Bakugo, answer me. What is going on down there? Did you cause that blast? Iida asked over the radio. Ochako watched Iida talk to Bakugo on his radio and quickly ran out towards the bomb. Now's my chance, she said, running out in the open. If I can claim the weapon, that means we win, Ochako thought. Iida saw Ochako run out and quickly spread his arms. Not so fast, hero, Iida said in a perfect evil villain voice. She saw the approaching Iida and leapt into the air, activating her quirk to float high above Iida. Iida stopped running and looked up at Ochako in surprise. Since when could she make herself float? I just have to touch the weapon. In one move this'll all be over, Ochako thought, staring down at the nuclear bomb. Release, Ochako said, clasping her hands. She smiled as she started to fall towards the bomb. Iida watched her fall and activated his engine. This special move is hard, but it's worth it, Ochako thought. Before she could react, Iida ran towards the bomb and grabbed it. He sped around her with the bomb in his arms and reached the other side of the room. Ochako was caught off guard and let out a yelp. She crashed into the wall in an upside-down position. Admirable attempt. But your quirk's no threat if you can't touch anything. I could easily keep this weapon out of your reach until time runs out. Mawahahahaha, Iida said, doing his best villain laugh. Uraraka recovered from her position and glared at Iida. It's not over. I won't let Deku down, she thought. On the floors below, Deku kept his eyes looking ahead. He stared at Bakugo as he approached closer towards him. What's the matter? You look scared. You dodged the attack so you can still fight, can't you? Bakugo asked, menacingly. He smiled sadistically and waved his arm forward. Come and get me. The gauntlets make it so he can use his powers at long range. I'm not safe even if I stay away from him. So what do I do? Izuku thought. Come in. What's the situation? Izuku asked Ochako over the radio. Bakugo watched him talk to his radio and scoffed. Are you ignoring me again? I'll get your attention. Bakugo scowled. In the monitoring room, the class watched with suspense as they stared into the cameras. Sir, isn't this getting out of hand? That Bakugo is acting real crazy. He's gonna kill him, Kirishima said, getting concerned for Izuku. Not so. Despite his fierce posture, he's not actually trying to kill Midoriya. But still, All Might said, mumbling to himself. He made a quick glance towards Amy and saw her holding onto her hat in fear. Bakugo, use that stored up power again and I'll stop this fight. Your team will lose, All Might ordered, getting Bakugo's attention. Huh, Bakugo asked angrily. To have placed such a strong attack indoors is inviting the destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting. That's a poor strategy, whether you're a hero or a villain. The penalty will be a massive loss of points, All Might ordered. Bakugo scoffed and tensed his muscles in frustration. All Might watched the scene with his smile slightly lessening. I know that as a teacher I should stop this fight now. But, the pillar by the window. Get there now, Izuku ordered. Fine then, we'll fight hand to hand, Bakugo shouted, igniting his arms with a blast of explosions. He prepared himself forward towards Izuku, yelling out in anger. Izuku saw Bakugo in his line of sight and stepped in place. He readied himself for the attack and tried to plan. It's no good. I can't dodge this. I'll have to counterattack, Izuku thought, clenching his right hand. Like this, Izuku blurted out, going for the punch. Bakugo ignited another explosion in front of Izuku, causing him to close his eyes. Bakugo lifted himself over Izuku and brought his left arm forward. He growled and ignited his arm into explosions that impacted Izuku's back. The class collectively gasped at the surprising move. Amy felt her whole body shake in fear at the sight of Izuku's pain. What was that move? Kirishima commented. He doesn't come off as a guy with a strategy, but he's actually quite intelligent. The teen covered halfway in ice said. Amy and Kirishima turned around and stared at him in confusion. What are you talking about? Kirishima asked. He changed his trajectory while in midair using a blast that doubled as a smokescreen. Very clever, the half-frozen teen complimented. A feint attack like that requires an extreme amount of precision. He had to calculate the physics and demonstrate control over his quirk. Yaoyorozu explained. Bakugo is uber-talented. I hate it, the electric-haired teen said. Amy stared back up at the screen, trembling in fear. I know Bakugo didn't like Izzy, but to do this much to him. Amy thought, holding on to her hat. Izuku grabbed onto his back and felt the smoke coming off his costume. Bakugo then shouted at him, causing him to turn his head and look back. Here it comes, nerd. That famous right hook you were whining about. Bakugo shouted, punching Izuku in the back. Izuku cried out in agonizing pain at the punch. Bakugo didn't stop and grabbed onto his wrist. He held onto Izuku and blasted his left arm till his body slid around Izuku and put him behind Bakugo. Deku, don't you ever forget what you are. You're a weakling, Bakugo shouted, slamming Izuku's whole body onto the hard floor. The hard impact lifted Izuku back into the air. He let out a gasp and let the air out of his lungs. As he fell, he thought about the situation. He's not giving me any time to form a strategy. I can't beat him without a quirk after all. He's too good. I have no choice. I have to use it. Izuku thought, clenching his hand. This is hard to watch. All he has to do is wrap tape around him. Not kill him. The pink girl cried out. Bakugo's certainly acting like a villain. The bird person said. I thought Midoriya was pretty amazing at the start of the fight. But he's completely outmatched in terms of combat power. Not to mention Bakugo seems like a natural at all this stuff. The electric-haired teen said. Amy watched the screen and started to feel tears falling down her face. She wanted to go out there and stop him, but she knew it was only training. She continued to stare at Bakugo through the monitor and saw his rage. But does Bakugo know? Amy thought, watching Izuku clench his fist. Her eyes widened at Izuku. He has to use it. Amy thought. All Might also watched the screen with his smile being tested. He clenched his hand and squeezed the microphone. I should end this, but... For his sake I'll let it go on. All Might said, watching Izuku run away. He's running away, the pink girl said. Not very manly, but he doesn't have a choice. He's outgunned. Unless he's got some kind of plan. It's possible, Kirishima commented. Amy watched Izuku run and gulped. She glanced toward All Might and could see him visibly sweating. She controlled her shaking as best she could and approached All Might. Izuku reached the opposite side of the building, unscathed by the blast, and looked back at Bakugo. Why won't you use your damn quirk against me? Still think you can stop me without it? Bakugo asked, getting a reaction from Izuku. That's not it, Izuku said, looking down. You and your sister's been hiding that quirk for years. What's the deal, Deku? Did you two think you were better than me this entire time? Bakugo shouted. That's what you think, Izuku said, tightening his fists. Flashes of their childhood went through his head. He stared at the ground and felt a bit of anger rise up inside of him. You idiot, Izuku blurted out. He looked back at Bakugo and stared at him with a serious expression. You've always been stronger, Kachan. I know that you're better than me. Can't you see? That's why I want to beat you. Because you're amazing, Izuku shouted, preparing for a final attack. You're even more of an idiot than I realized, Bakugo said, unclenching his fists. Come at me. He shouted. All Might watched the two of them run towards each other with intense glares. Amy stared at the screen in fear. This was the most intense situation she had ever seen Izuku be in. She wondered just what kind of plan Izuku had in his head. She tried to think logically, but the fear she felt was getting to her. Her mind drifted to a terrifying thought and gasped. The only other time I hear that much passion in his voice is when he talks about being a hero. In order to achieve his dream he has to do this. Not for me, but for himself. All Might thought, sweat dripping down his forehead. He then felt a tug on his shoulder and looked at the cause. His smile he was barely holding onto was quickly turning to a straight one. He stared at the source of the tugging and made eye contact with a horrified Amy. All Might, sir. You said he'll learn to control it over time, right? So what if he uses it on Bakugo now? Amy whispered, stuttering. All Might heard the words escape Ami's mouth and flinched. The thought of it entered his mind. Just then, Kirishima rushed up to All Might and Amy and spoke his mind. They're gonna kill each other. Sir, Kirishima exclaimed. On the screen, Bakugo and Izuku leapt into the air, each charging their powers. They shouted at each other with intense voices. All Might watched and dropped his smile, the pressure to keep it up dropped. Both of you, stop, Uraraka, now, Izuku shouted into the radio. Right, Uraraka replied, I can't beat you, not in a one-on-one fight like this. But I can win this. Izuku thought. Detroit TTSMAAAAAAAAAAAAAASHHHH. He exclaimed, raising his fist towards the ceiling. Bakugo raised his eyes at the action until he suddenly felt the air change in the room. His eyes widened as the wind kicked up at supersonic speeds, breaking the sound barrier inches from his face. The blast of wind broke through the hard floors of the building and shattered the windows on every single floor. Upstairs, Ochako grabbed onto the support pillar and felt the whole building shake. Iida wobbled and barely stood his ground as the floor shook below him. His eyes widened as well when a blast of wind broke a massive hole in the center of the room. Iida watched the wind blast rock the room and held onto the nuclear weapon. What's happening? Iida said, looking at the wind blast. This is it, Ochako said, activating her quirk on the pillar. Sorry, Iida. Ochako shouted, lifting up the pillar in her arms. Improvised special move, the Comet Home Run. She shouted, smacking chunks of metal towards Iida with the pillar. Iida watched the chunks of metal hurtle towards and grew wide-eyed. In the name of villainy, I demand that you stop this. Iida ordered, covering his arms for protection. Ochako let go of the pillar and jumped across the massive hole in the room. She floated past the hole and over Iida once again. Release. Ochako clasped her hands together for a second time and dropped herself. Iida watched Ochako fall and grab onto the nuclear weapon before he could react. His eyes popped out his sockets at the sight of her on top of the bomb. Ochako held onto the bomb and sighed, smiling at her accomplishment. I've got it, she shouted over the mic. No, the weapon, Iida shouted, breaking out of character. Downstairs, Bakugo stared up at the massive hole Izuku's quirk had caused. His mouth dropped at the sight of the hole. He had heard everything over the radio. Ochako had touched the bomb. Her and Izuku had won the battle. Bakugo flinched and closed his mouth, gritting his teeth and growling. He was completely caught off guard by the force of the blast. This was your big plan, from the very beginning, wasn't it? You were playing me this entire time, you bastard. Bakugo exclaimed, angrily. He looked back down and stared into the smoke. I wasn't going to use it, Izuku replied, causing Bakugo to scoff. He glared at the smoke as it started to clear, allowing him to see the condition Izuku was in. His eyes widened at the sight of him. Because I can't control it. My body just can't handle the backlash of my power yet. Mr. Aizawa said I'd be useless. But this was all that I could think of. Izuku stuttered. Bakugo stared down at Izuku's broken body and felt a bit of remorse somewhere between his rage. The anger in his face twisted to one of shock at the sight of him. This is the only way I had any chance of winning, Izuku said. Inside the monitoring room, the class stood there in shock. The timer reached 0 and flashed the words "time's up" on the screen. But no one paid attention to the timer. They were all too caught up staring at Izuku. Amy stood there completely baffled at the scene on the screen. She stared at the broken Izuku and felt her mouth hit the ground. Her grip loosened as her body started to tremble uncontrollably. She lost grip on her hat and heard it clang on the floor. Then before she could react, she fell onto her knees. The closest students around her, including her future teammates, dropped their attention on the monitors and stared down at Amy with concern. This was All Might's power. His terrifying power, Amy thought, staring at her brother. She sat on her knees and put her hands on the ground, barely holding herself up. Hey, are you okay? Kirishima asked, turning around. Amy felt a hand grab her shoulder and saw the pink girl look at her with concern. She looked ahead and saw Kirishima and Siro looking at her with worried faces. She glanced past them and looked at All Might. He had stood there not moving the entire time. All Might's smile was replaced by an open mouth. He quickly composed his face and brought his intense smile back on him. He tightened his grip on the mic and felt a feeling of intense pride inside him. But there was also the feeling of concern for Izuku's injured state. Nevertheless, he kept his posture and held on to the mic. "You did it. The hero team wins," All Might exclaimed. Izuku heard All Might's voice announce their victory over the radio and attempted to stand. He quickly realized his legs were broken. In an instant he fell back onto the floor again and fainted. Bakugo stood there in total shock at Izuku. The words Izuku had said to him quickly flashed through him as he stood there speechless. "Kachan, someone I looked up to told me that I can become a hero. That's why I applied. Like it or not, you can't stop me," Izuku shouted in Bakugo's head. "Your indoor combat training is over. The hero team wins," All Might exclaimed over the intercom. The training building was in shambles after the explosions exposed an entire section of the building. Up in the bomb room, Uraraka slid off the bomb and fell to the floor. She felt sick to her stomach after straining her quirk like that and vomited. Iida looked to her with concern plastered in his eyes. "Are you okay?" Iida exclaimed, flailing his arms around. Downstairs, Bakugo's rage had long since vanished. The expression he had on his face was nothing but pure shock. He stood there lost, staring down at the unconscious teen in front of him. Despite damages to the building, the cameras remained intact. The cameras stayed on and recorded everything that happened. Inside the monitoring room, All Might smiled to hide his concern. The class saw everything and had their own reactions to what happened. Among them was Amy, who had dropped to the floor in distress. The feelings she felt were too much to stand on and fell. Her teammates along with a couple other students approached her with their own concerns. What a weird way for this to end. The losers are practically untouched and the winners are both on the ground. The electric-haired teen said. How does the old saying go? They may have lost the battle, but they won the war. The bird person said. This class is intense. The frog girl commented. All Might let go of the mic and grip the sides of the electrical panels. His smile hid his true emotions. That was too close, All Might thought. He turned around and saw some of his students consoling Amy as she tried to compose herself. That must have been hard to watch for her. I forgot to take into account young Ami's feelings while I let this go on. All Might said, glancing at the reactions from all the students. He sighed and dropped his shoulders. He knew he had to go down there and assess the students. I never should have let it get to this point. All Might grunted, making sure no one heard him. He kept his smile and stepped forward. Stay here, class. I'll make sure everything goes fine down there, All Might said, walking up to Amy. The students consoling her heard All Might approach and stepped back for him to get close. Young Amy, I'm sure you'd like to accompany me as well, All Might asked, politely. Amy heard All Might and looked up at him. Tears were plainly visible on her face. She watched All Might give her an assuring smile and brought his hand out. She sniffled a bit and wiped the tears off her face and grabbed onto All Might's hand. All Might assisted her up and made sure she was stable. Can you stand? He asked. Amy felt her legs wobble as she regained her balance and nodded. She let go of All Might's hand and bent down and picked up her hat. She stared at the initials in the front of her hat and composed herself. She nodded to herself and put her hat back on her head. All Might nodded and exited the monitoring room, Amy following behind him. I didn't want to say it in there, but, I'm sorry. I should have stopped the fight before things got out of hand. Because of that, whatever injuries young Midoriya sustained, I place the blame on myself. All Might apologized, clenching his fists. Amy was surprised to hear the apology and frowned. I know, but please don't let it happen again. He may be your successor but you're also our teacher now. He won, sure, but he still can't use your power without breaking a bone. I'm not saying he shouldn't practice, I just think he shouldn't use it for exercises like this until he has some kind of control, you know. Amy asked. All Might listened and narrowed his brow in thought. You're right, he needs control. I'll do my best to help him, young Amy. You have my word, All Might said, nodding in agreement. The rest of the trip to the training ground was silent. Amy could see the destroyed building from a block away and quickly broke into a sprint. All Might watched her run ahead and chose not to stop her. She quickly entered the building and ran through the destroyed halls until she had reached Izuku and Bakugo's floor. The smoke had dissipated by the time she arrived, allowing her to have a clear view of the two students. She stopped running and looked ahead to see Izuku lying on the floor unconscious. She stared at his broken body and frowned. "Izuku!" she shouted, rushing up to his body. Bakugo heard the scream behind him and watched Amy run by him. She approached the unconscious student and fell to the floor. She grabbed onto Izuku and lifted his head up to her lap and called out to him. She made sure she was careful not to possibly hurt him more than he already was. "Izuku, Izuku, wake up," Amy whined, lightly shaking his body. She stared into his face and watched his eyes slowly reopen. Amy," Izuku said, his vision adjusting to the brightness. The massive hole above him made it hard to see Ami's face. "Yeah, it's me, Izzy." Amy smiled. "Did I break my arm again?" Izuku asked. "You did." Amy nodded, cracking a smile. "Oh, I feel it now. I can't move my legs. I can still walk right?" Izuku asked, hiding his pain. Amy looked at Izuku's legs and saw they were scratched up but not broken. Izuku was too weak and exhausted to lift his own body. "They're not broken at least." Amy smiled. "That's good. I'm just gonna lie down and not move," Izuku said, feeling relieved. He took a couple breaths and closed his eyes again. Amy watched Izuku fall back into unconsciousness and felt his breathing steady. She sighed in relief and dropped his head carefully off of her lap, gently placing him on the ground. She wiped her tears away and stared at him. "You shouldn't have used it, Izzy," Amy whispered. She felt a lot of emotions go through her at the moment. Rising above them all was anger. She narrowed her eyes and clenched her fingers. She glared up at Bakugo and saw his shocked reaction. She thought about what was going through his head at the moment and stood up. She kept her glare and walked right up to him. Amy looked at his reaction and saw him look at her. He barely registered Ami's presence in front of him until, without a second thought, Amy raised her hand and smacked Bakugo right in the face. Amy didn't even hold back on the slap. Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise from the force of the slap. The stinging sensation sent ripples down his face, changing his expression from shock to confused anger. He dropped whatever thoughts were filling up in his mind and felt reality quickly set in. Inside the monitoring room, the class witnessed the slap through the monitors. Some of the students let out gasps. "That had to hurt," Shiro said. Bakugo was baffled at the slap in the face from Amy of all people. He narrowed his eyes at Amy and saw the pained expression on her face. Her eyes were red from crying and her voice stuttered weakly. Bakugo could tell her own rage had overtaken her. He glared at her and gritted his teeth in anger. Bakugo growled in frustration at the hit and was about to say something. Amy didn't care what Bakugo had to say and got up to his face and yelled. "What the hell is the matter with you, Bakugo? You two were gonna kill each other. And those gauntlets, really, you didn't even hesitate," Amy shouted, her voice cracking at random points. Bakugo raised his eye at her and let out a harumph. "I don't care how far I went. It's what the bastard gets for hiding that damn quirk of his for so long. Admit it, you two have been hiding that quirk from me for years just to laugh at me." Bakugo shouted back, getting a surprised reaction from Amy. She scoffed and stared down at the floor in disbelief. "Hiding? Is that what you think we've been doing? Hiding his quirk from you for years just to laugh at you? What the hell kind of idea is that? I thought you were smarter than that, Bakugo," Amy shouted, causing Bakugo to get angrier. "We weren't hiding anything from you. He's a late bloomer, Bakugo. His quirk appeared after the sludge villain. That's why we've been together since the incident. I've been trying to help him," Amy shouted, getting in his face again. Bakugo flinched and took a step back. His anger towards Izuku and the results of the match were still weighing on him. He heard Ami's explanation and thought about the possibility of Deku being a late bloomer. He thought about what he knew about late bloomers and scoffed. He groaned in frustration and shook his head, not buying it at all. "A late bloomer? You're still a bad liar, habanero. There's no way it took that long for his quirk to manifest." And why the hell is it so different from yours, huh? Bakugo shouted, getting in her face. He raised his hand and pointed at her, poking her shoulder. It's a mutated quirk. He doesn't know how to control it yet. Amy retorted, telling half of the truth. Bakugo grunted and clenched his fists. If I'm supposed to believe that bullshit excuse, then you're even dumber than I thought. It's not an excuse, Bakugo, Amy said, putting her hand on her heart. The heat of the moment was slowly wearing off as she argued with Bakugo. She knew she had to say something to him that would convince him. Really now, huh, late bloomer, mutated quirk, if he can't control it, then why the hell did he use it to win? He asked, getting more frustrated. He didn't even want to use it. That whole time he was trying to beat you without it. It's your fault for him breaking his arm. You pushed him into using it. He only did what he did because he didn't want to hurt you. Amy countered. So the bastard does think I'm weak. Bakugo growled, causing Amy to widen her eyes in disbelief. She looked at Bakugo and felt a mix of anger, confusion, and surprise. Izuku doesn't think you're weak, Bakugo. Don't you get that? All those years we followed you around. How could you not see it? Amy asked, thinking about the past. She sniffled and frowned, hiding her face with her hat. He has no control of his quirk yet. Right now it's just raw power. You've seen what it did to the building. I watched the fight with the class. When I saw you weren't letting him get the chance, that's when I knew. I knew he would have to use it. And when he did, it scared me. And why is that? Bakugo asked, glaring at Amy. Damn it, Bakugo, I thought he was gonna kill you. Amy admitted, getting Bakugo to reel back and raise an eye. He wasn't expecting that answer. His mind immediately filled up with possibilities and none of them were positive. He scoffed at her worry. Amy saw his skeptical face and sighed. Think about it. If he had hit you with that punch, what do you think would have happened? Amy said, causing Bakugo to think. Amy sighed and took on a more serious face. She walked forward and got back into Bakugo's face. She raised her hand and pointed at him, poking him repeatedly in the chest. Bakugo was annoyed that she'd do the same thing he did on her. You want the truth, Bakugo. Even though you've done nothing but make fun of us for years, we still think of you as a friend. We had our own reasons to look up to you, Bakugo. So I don't care if you hate us, but you're still our friend. Amy admitted, poking him repeatedly. Bakugo huffed at her admittance. He could tell she wasn't lying and that made him more frustrated. He glared at her with an angry look and scoffed at her. He looked away at her and groaned. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Izuku's voice echoed through his head afterwards. You've always been stronger, Kachan. I know that you're better than me. Can't you see? That's why I want to beat you. Because you're amazing, Izuku shouted. He can't control it. So does that mean, if we were in an actual fight, would he actually beat me? Bakugo thought. He took in what Amy had told him and glanced at Izuku's unconscious body. He grit his teeth in annoyance and kept his anger in control. He glanced back at Amy and saw her angry eyes. Damn it, what the hell am I supposed to say to that? Bakugo thought. He took a deep breath and groaned. He glanced back at Amy and glared at her. Your brother is an idiot. He's just like you, Habanero. A dumbass too scared to use their own quirk on others. You tell that bastard to get it under control so I can beat his ass for real. You hear me? The next time this happens, I'll win. Bakugo yelled, glaring at her. Amy looked at Bakugo in silence. She was surprised to hear the response she got from him and shrugged. He's trying, she said, sighing in defeat. Bakugo let out a snarl until he felt a large hand grab onto his shoulder. Amy felt a hand grab her shoulder too and looked to her left to see All Might staring at the two of them with a smile. How's young Midoriya? All Might asked, concerned. His arm's broken and he's got scratches everywhere. But he needs to go to the nurse's office. I understand. The medical bots will arrive soon. Young Amy, if you could go upstairs and grab young Iida and young Uraraka for me, that'd be swell. All Might asked. Amy stared up at him and nodded. She slipped out of All Might's hand and walked past Bakugo. She stared at him as she walked past and saw his serious face. She could see the signature glare follow her as she walked down the hallway. She frowned and looked down on the floor as she walked out. She hoped Bakugo would believe what she had said to him. Bakugo watched her leave and scoffed. He was still angry at the results of the training and at what she said. As for you, young Bakugo, it's time to relax. Let's go review your work. Whether you win or lose, you can always take something away from an experience like this. As long as you are open to learning. All Might said. Bakugo didn't say anything to All Might and tensed his body. He stared at Izuku's unconscious body again and groaned. He turned around and walked out of the building. After Amy had gotten Iida and Ochako out of the building, the medical bots arrived and put Izuku on a stretcher. Amy watched them leave with Izzy and let out a sigh of relief. Amy assured Iida and Ochako that Izuku was gonna be okay. She gave Ochako a high five at her victory against Iida and Bakugo. Amy laughed at Iida after Ochako told her about Iida's villain act. Iida gave an example of his villain voice to Amy which made her laugh even more. The friendly interactions between the three helped improve her spirits. She knew Izuku wouldn't want her to worry about him, so she wasn't going to let Izuku's condition spoil her mood for the day. There were still the other students to watch in her own hero battle coming up. The three walked out of the training area and entered the monitoring room. The students walked up to the three and made small comments congratulating Uraraka. "Hey, nice slap at Bakugo by the way," the electric-haired teen whispered in approval. He smiled, hiding his face from Bakugo. "Yeah, he really looked surprised." Zero laughed. Amy looked at the electric-haired teen and at Zero and felt embarrassed. "You saw that? Oh man, I forgot the building had cameras. What did that argument even look like to them?" Amy thought, blushing in embarrassment. The class asked Iida and Ochako questions about the fight until All Might arrived. His entrance got everyone's attention in an instant. He turned the lights on inside the monitoring room and pulled up the results of the fight. "Greetings, class. It's time for the review. Team A, Team D, step over to my right. The rest of class on my left," All Might exclaimed. He stared at the monitor with the results and smiled. "Well, despite the results, the MVP of this exercise is young Iida," All Might exclaimed. Iida looked up at All Might with a bewildered face. "Huh," he blurted out, "shouldn't it be one of the heroes instead since they're the winners?" The frog girl asked, curiously. Valid question. Why didn't I choose one of those two? Who has a guess?" All Might asked, getting a single raised hand. "Sir, I can tell you why." Iida embraced this challenge. He was the only one who truly adapted to his assigned role. "I'll explain. Bakugo's judgment was clouded by a personal grudge against Midoriya. As you pointed out earlier, launching a large-scale attack indoors was a foolish move. It could have been disastrous. Similarly, Midoriya's plan was also poorly thought out considering the amount of damage he received. He rendered himself helpless. Not smart," Yaoyorozu explained. She glanced at Amy who was standing beside her and kept her professional appearance. "No offense," she commented before returning to her explanation. Amy nodded and rubbed the back of her head. She understood what Yaoyorozu was saying. As for Uraraka, she let her guard down mid-battle. Her final attack was far too reckless given the hypothetical stakes. If she'd treated the fake weapon as though it were real, she never would have risked using such an imprecise move. Iida was fully prepared for his opponent's arrival, had a strategy and never lost sight of his mission to protect the dummy weapon even if he was foiled in the end. Technically, the hero team won, yes, but they took advantage of the fact that this was training and didn't respect the spirit of the trial. She finished explaining. Iida heard his fellow students' analysis of his actions and cried in happiness. All Might was caught by surprise at the girl's explanation and flinched. This girl really has a good eye on her, All Might thought. Yes, well, you overlooked a few things. Young Iida could have relaxed a little bit in the exercise. But, otherwise, you nailed it. Hee. All Might gave an awkward laugh in approval. One should always start with the basics and devote themselves wholeheartedly to learning. That's the only real way to become a top hero, she replied, nodding to herself. Momo Yaoyorozu, one of the 4 students admitted to the hero course based on recommendations. Now then, time to blow this joint. Let's move on to the next match. Think about everything that we saw and discussed as you tackle this training for yourself. Yes, sir. Battle Building B. The class had gathered around the monitor to watch the next team of students go head-to-head. Amy watched the hero team and recognized them. She knew the guy with multiple limbs as Shoji, but she didn't know the name of his teammate. She remembered blowing right past him with her flamethrower at the 50-meter distance test. Amy was a little frightened by the cold stare the teen constantly had, but she was excited to see what his ice quirk could do. She looked at the other monitor and stared at the villain team. Amy thought to herself as she stared at them. Tail Guy and Invisible Girl, she could probably sneak up on them pretty easily since she's invisible. But Tail Guy could probably smack at the guy's ice and maybe get a chance to arrest one of them. But the arm guy's pretty cool looking, she thought, analyzing their quirks. Hey, Ojiro, Invisible Girl said. Ojiro turned and looked at where the Invisible Girl stood. Let's get serious. I'm gonna take off all my clothes and totally disappear, the Invisible Girl said, pulling off her gloves and shoes. Yeah, cool, Ojiro said. His mind quickly started thinking, Hagakure is using her quirk to our advantage, but it's kinda weird to know there's a naked girl standing by me. What exactly am I supposed to do here? He thought. Just don't look okay, Hagakure requested, getting nervous. What's the difference? Ojiro asked, slightly confused. Look alive, kids. Show us you're the embodiment of good. Or evil. Let's go, All Might exclaimed, activating the timer. The bell blasted through the training center, getting the team's attention. Shoji immediately shifted his arms into ears and listened to everything in the building. Mezzo Shoji. His quirk. Dupli arms. He can replicate different body parts on the tips of his tentacles. Now that's super strange, Present Mike narrated. One's in the hall on the north side of the 4th floor and I think the other's on the same level somewhere. Both are barefoot. I bet the invisible one plans to sneak up and surprise us. Shoji said, talking through a mouth on his arms. For your own safety, go outside. I'm sure our opponents intend to fight a defensive battle. But we've already won, the teen said, placing his hand on the wall. Shoji watched the wall start to freeze and quickly walked out of the building. To his surprise, the entire building froze in an instant. The villain team felt the ice cling to their bare feet and tried to move. Ow, 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 my feet are stuck, Hagakure said. This quirk is insane, Ojiro said, trying to move. He stopped struggling and listened to the footsteps coming from the front door. He grit his teeth and watched as the ice-covered teen entered the room. Pry yourself up if you want. But it might be hard to stop me with no skin on your feet, the icy teen said with a cold smile. He slowly walked by Ojiro and easily touched the bomb. Inside the monitoring room, All Might and the class shivered as they stared up at the monitor. Amy activated her fire quirk and felt warmer with the heat in her mouth. She crossed her arms and stared at the monitor with a shocked expression. What the hell? That guy's quirk is incredible, Amy thought. He incapacitated them without compromising the weapon or his teammate. Pay close attention to his technique, students, All Might instructed, shivering. Whoa, he's so strong, Kirishima said, shivering. In the back, Bakugo stared up at the icy teen in the monitor and felt threatened. The hero team wins, All Might exclaimed. The icy teen stared up at the bomb and activated his quirk. Heat started to expel off his hand and warmed up the entire room. Ojiro watched in awe as steam came off his hand and the ice covering the entire building started to melt into puddles of water. Hagakure bounced her feet off the ground, feeling the heat coming off the floor. Heat, too, Ojiro thought out loud. It's not your fault, we're just playing on different levels, the icy teen said. Shoto Todoroki, another of the 4, admitted to the hero course based on recommendation. Quirk. Half cold, half hot. He freezes with his right side and burns off the charts with his left. The range of his abilities is unknown, Present Mike narrated. Holy crap, the muscle teen said. That guy's kind of intimidating, the electric-haired teen admitted. He got in on a recommendation so he must be good, the frog girl pointed out. Moving on. Time to gather around for a review of the second match. After that, we'll jet on over to our next battle, All Might announced. Yes, sir, the class answered. Bakugo kept his stare on the monitor and scoffed. Amy had a different opinion of the team. She stared at the monitor with the teams and read off the name in the hero team. Shoto Todoroki. Shoto Todoroki. He's got a fire quirk like me. But he only uses the ice side. I wonder why. Is he afraid of his quirk just like I was? But his last name. It sounds familiar. Amy thought, thinking about the cold team. Maybe I'll have a chance to talk to him later. I should probably stick by Shiro and Kirishima right now. Amy thought, nodding to herself. She stared at her teammates and approached them. Battle Building C. Amy, Kirishima, and Shiro entered their building and quickly settled in. Once they had reached the bomb room, the three students had gathered around and sat next to each other. Shiro had his eyes on the map of the building and read it. Amy and Kirishima peeked over Shiro's shoulders and stared at the map. This building's amazing, Shiro said. How so? Kirishima asked. Just about everything is powered by electricity in this building. The doors, lights, even the windows. This building is almost perfect for the villain team. I hate to say it, but the hero team has no chance of beating us in here. Shiro admitted, reading the building plans. Seriously? Amy asked, feeling a little bad for the hero team. Shiro nodded and glanced at Kirishima, who was pumped up. All right, then this'll be easy, Kirishima exclaimed, raising his fist in the air. Well, wait, let's not get ahead, guys. We still need a plan, Amy said, smiling confidently. Kirishima said, thinking up a plan. He put a finger on his mouth and felt a lightbulb turn on in his head. I know, Shiro. How much tape can you use? Kirishima smiled, feeling like a genius. As much as I want basically. Shiro replied. All right, so, Shiro, get as much tape you can hold out of you and cover this whole room in tape. Make sure you leave as little space as possible between the door and the bomb. Kirishima commanded, getting a nod from Shiro. And for you, Amy, you'll be our last line of defense. If they get in the bomb room and manage to pass the tape, it'll be up to you to make sure they don't touch the bomb. Kirishima said. All right, I can do that, so what are you gonna do then? I'm gonna make sure they don't get in here. Kirishima smiled, hardening his arms. You want to go out in the halls? Amy asked. Kirishima nodded and made an X with his arms. With my hardening quirk, I'm basically a human shield. So I'll defend the bomb from out in the halls while you guys defend the bomb in here. Kirishima said. Okay, so we have a plan. What kinda quirks does the enemy team have? Should we worry about what they can do? Amy asked. Sue said her quirk lets her do anything a frog can. She can jump high and use her tongue to grab onto things. Shiro said, remembering running into Sue in the battle center. Okay, but how about the other one? Bird guy, what's his quirk? Amy wondered. Both Shiro and Kirishima glanced at each other and shrugged. To be honest, we don't actually know anything about him, Shiro admitted, giving an awkward laugh. Kirishima nodded and thought about the bird guy. He remembered everything he saw the bird man doing and came to a realization. Oh, I know it. Remember at the fitness test? His quirk was like a physical shadow. He used it to hold himself down during the sit-ups. Kirishima recalled. If that's all his quirk is, then this'll be easy. If he uses his shadow as a physical weapon, then I can tape it down and incapacitate him easily. Shiro smiled, excitedly. Yeah, and I'll be able to handle any hits he throws against me out in the halls. Kirishima said, feeling excited. And I'll be able to use my fire and stop them from getting close to the bomb. Amy said, feeling a rush of excitement. You know what? All three of our quirks basically counter theirs, Amy said, getting Shiro and Kirishima to agree. Yeah, they do. This is our chance to look cool in front of All Might and the class, so let's put on a show. Kirishima exclaimed, holding his hand up for a high five. Go, Team J, the three of them exclaimed, high-fiving each other. At the same time, near the entrance of the building, Sue and the bird talked to each other. Sue had thought long and hard about the matchup and quickly thought up a way to attack. She quickly realized, however, they were outmatched. Amy breathes fire. Shiro can fire tape from his elbows, and Kirishima can harden his body. I can avoid Shiro's tape, but I won't be able to do anything against Kirishima without cutting my tongue with his body. If it were just them, I'd say we had a chance, but with Amy there it gives them the advantage and leaves us outnumbered. I'm not sure if we'll be able to win this, Sue theorized. She stared at the bird person and made careful note of his facial expressions. The bird was deep in thought and had his hand on the tip of his beak. HMPH. On the contrary, Asui. This is almost perfect. Too perfect. The bird person said, gathering his thoughts. He stared up at the building and examined its features. The building is fully automated and powered by a generator. Even the windows are automated. So if I can find the generator and destroy it, then the lights will turn off and the windows will close. They'll be completely covered in darkness. They won't be able to do anything. With these conditions, I can let loose with Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow? Sue asked, putting a finger on her lip. To her surprise, a shadowy figure crawled out from under the bird person's cloak and laughed. That's me. Dark Shadow smiled, pointing at himself with a thumbs up. The bird person looked up at Dark Shadow with an expressionless face. Fumikage Tokiyami. His quirk. Dark Shadow. He's got a shadow-like monster inside him that can materialize and morph into any creation he wants. Present Mike narrated. Dark Shadow. Tokiyami said, getting his quirk's attention. The shadowy quirk turned and went to an equal height with Tokiyami. The two stared at each other and nodded. Can you look for the generator? He asked. Dark Shadow smiled and gave a thumbs up. You can count on me. Dark Shadow said. Tokiyami smiled and nodded. He and his quirk turned and looked at Sue with curiosity. How good at hiding are you, Asui? If you plan on making it dark in there, I won't be affected. My frog quirk lets me see in the dark. Oh, and call me Sue. Sue said, getting a nod from Tokiyami. As long as that generator is on, we'll be in their line of sight. It's going to make reaching the generator difficult if we run into them. Tokiyami stated. Actually, look, Ribbit, Sue said, pointing at the side of the building. Tokiyami focused his vision and realized what it was. The building had air vents. Human-sized air vents. We can sneak in using the vents. Once we're inside, I can hide in the vents and keep tabs on any of the villains while you look for the generator. Then we use the darkness to our advantage and get to the bomb as fast as we can. Sue said. Tokiyami thought about her plan and nodded. Just as they formed the plan, the alarm rang out through the training ground. Let the combat training begin. All Might shouted through the radios. Tokiyami narrowed his eyes and tensed his body. Him and Sue looked at each other once more and nodded. So, it's settled then? He asked. Ribbit, Sue said. Then let's win. The two students immediately sprang into position and approached the side of the building. Tokiyami glared at the air vent and communicated with Dark Shadow. On it, Dark Shadow said, spring out from the cloak and sharpening its claws. The quirk clawed at the air vent and quickly tore it open with ease. Dark Shadow looked inside the vent and nodded. All clear, he said, his voice echoing into the vent. I'll head in first and look for the generator. Tokiyami said. Okay. Sue nodded, watching Dark Shadow lift Tokiyami towards the vent. Tokiyami grabbed onto the edge and quickly crawled in. Sue walked up to the wall afterwards and started to climb up to the vent with ease. Meanwhile, in the bomb room, Hiroshima opened the door to the bomb room and stared down the brightly lit hallway. He glanced back at Amy and Zero and gave them a thumbs up. I'll tell you guys if I see them coming, okay? Hiroshima smiled. Yup. Amy nodded, responding to him with the radio. Hiroshima laughed and closed the door behind him. Amy locked the door behind him and clapped her hands. Alright, now that Hirošima's out, we should probably start preparing the room. Amy said, turning around. Way ahead of you, Zero said, releasing a large line of tape out of his arms. Hey, make sure I can get through, too, Amy said, watching Zero cover the whole room in tape. Right, Zero nodded, finishing up. Amy slowly made her way through the tape and narrowly avoided getting caught in the trap. When she reached the bomb, she caught her breath. She looked at the bomb and felt its weight. She rubbed the metal and knocked twice, listening to it echo inside. It's hollow, and surprisingly heavy, Amy said, trying to move the bomb. She let go and looked at it and started thinking. She put both her hands on the metal and then lifted her leg. Zero put his helmet on and then noticed what Amy was doing and got confused. What are you doing? Zero asked, watching Amy scale the bomb. Amy heard Zero's question and focused on reaching the top. When she reached the top, she felt proud of herself. Climbing to the top. Now that I'm up here, all I have to do is look down and use my flamethrower on the bomb. They can't win if they can't touch it. Amy smiled. Oh, I see. But wait, won't that set you on fire? Oh, don't worry. My whole body's fireproof along with my costume, Amy said, breathing a tiny flame out of her mouth and setting her arm on fire. She waved the burning arm and smiled. See, she said, quickly inhaling the flame. Huh, that's neat. How'd you figure that out? Zero nodded, looking at her with an impressed look. I set myself on fire once, Amy admitted. Oh, Zero replied. Hey guys, how's it going in the room? Hiroshima radioed in. So far so good. The tape traps are set and Amy climbed on top of the bomb. Zero said. Hey, Hiroshima, it's awfully quiet in here. See anyone on the hero team yet? Amy asked, curious on what the hero team's plan was. No, I haven't seen either of them yet, Hiroshima said, running through the halls of the building. He quickly circled the entire floor several times and had no luck finding them. Unannounced to him, Sue was staring at him from above. Tokiyami, I found Kirishima, she reported. What floor? Tokiyami asked, crawling through the vents on the ground floor. He checked every room inside the air duct and slowly heard the sound of electricity. Tokiyami quickly realized the generator was the source of the electric noise. He smiled knowing he was getting close. The fifth. I think he's guarding the door to the bomb room, Sue said, looking down at the metal door. Can you reach the bomb room through the air ducts? Unfortunately, no. I think the bomb room has its own vents inside, Sue said, looking for entrance. Then I have to work quickly, Tokiyami said, getting serious. He passed by a vent and heard rumbling and stopped. He peeked inside the vent and saw the room's interior. Sue, I've found the generator. I'll be there in a minute. On my mark, I want you to distract Kirishima. What's the plan, Ribbit? Sue asked. We give him a scare, Tokiyami said, breaking through the vent. Tokiyami leapt down onto the floor and kept his solemn stare. In the monitoring room, the class watched with anticipation. Some of the students wondered why Tokiyami split off from his teammate until they realized where he was. Oh, I get it. He's turning the power off to get the jump on the villain team, the electric-haired teen said, getting several of the students to nod in agreement. Having the element of surprise is a good idea, Shoji said, crossing his multiple arms. Standing off to the side, Bakugo stared up at the other monitor and carefully watched Habanero on the screen. He glared his eyes at her and silently prayed she'd fall. It would make him feel better for the slap she gave him. Back in the generator room, Tokiyami walked past several computers. He stared at them and noticed one of them had a map of the building. Tokiyami stared at the layout of the building and nodded. Wait, what? That computer has a map? The electric-haired teen asked. A good hero always gathers intel on the location they're in, whether by investigating the building or interrogating a villain. All Might smiled. Tokiyami read and memorized the map of the building and turned the computer off. He turned and looked ahead at the opposite wall and saw the generator. He narrowed his eyes and communicated with Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow, it's time, Tokiyami said. Dark Shadow sprang from under his cloak and laughed. He looked down upon the generator and sharpened his claws. Nighty-night, Dark Shadow said, clawing into the generator. Tokiyami stood there in silence, watching Dark Shadow tear into the generator. The sparks erupting from the generator reflected off Tokiyami's eyes. The lights in the room began to flicker. Up in the bomb room, Amy and Zero heard the sound of the generator breaking down and were surprised when the room suddenly went dark. The windows retracted instantly, destroying any chance of natural light in the room. Whoa, did they cut the power? Zero said, trying to adjust his eyes. One of them must have found the generator. Kirishima, the lights in here are off, Amy said, blowing a tiny flame onto her hand. The small flame gave Amy and Zero enough light to see each other. I know. The lights in here are off, too. Damn it, how did I not think about that? Kirishima cursed himself in disappointment. Inside the monitoring room, the class was disappointed they were unable to see anything. Aw man, we can't see the action, the electric-haired teen complained. Not to worry, class. These cameras come with night vision. All Might smiled, pressing a button on the electrical panels. Instantly, all the cameras in the monitors switched to night vision. The class was impressed at the night vision and were excited to see the fight again. Up in the air vents, Sue looked down on Kirishima. Her eyes instantly adjusted to the lack of light and her frog quirk kicked in. Seeing Kirishima struggle to see, she slowly took her chance and quietly opened her vent. Using her frog quirk, she crawled out the vent and clung to the walls, keeping her eyes on Kirishima's movements. Kirishima stretched his arms forward to make sure he wasn't walking into a wall. Sue, on my mark, I want you to kick Kirishima as hard as you can in the back. Copy, Tokiyami said. Ribbit, Sue whispered through the radio. Sue carefully crawled directly above Kirishima, making sure nothing gave away her position. Kirishima, Shiro called out on the radio. Yeah, what is it? Kirishima answered. Amy lit the room up with her quirk. You should see the door now. Shiro said. Kirishima nodded and squinted his eyes down the dark hallway and saw a small light on the floor. Yeah, I see it, Kirishima replied. Good, get back here and help protect the bomb. This is starting to get really creepy. You're telling me, I'll be there in a second. Kirishima complied. Kirishima slowly approached the door, unaware of Sue crawling towards him on the ceiling. Sue watched Kirishima and waited for Tokiyami to give her the go-ahead. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of claws scratching across metal. The shrill sound scared the both of them as they stared down the hallway. Sue cringed at the sound, but kept herself in position. Footsteps echoed down the hallway while the claws scratched the walls. Kirishima heard the sound and instinctively hardened his chest and arms. Kirishima grit his teeth and took a defensive stance. The footsteps got closer and closer down the halls, causing Kirishima to sweat. Sue looked down at Kirishima and noticed the front side of his body was hardened and not the back. Sue, now, Tokiyami commanded, causing Sue to tense up. She held onto the ceiling with a serious face and launched herself onto Kirishima. The force of her kick knocked the air out of Kirishima and caused him to fall to the ground. Kirishima felt the blow to the back and winced. Kirishima was so surprised by the attack that he still hadn't muted his mic yet. The sound of him falling echoed through the radio, getting Amy and Shiro to jump in surprise. Kirishima, what was that? Are you okay? Amy asked, her voice filling with worry. Block the door. They're here, Kirishima stated, feeling tired. He heard another loud bang and stared up at the dark hallway. When his eyes adjusted to the darkness as best as he could, he saw the faintest outline of a figure standing just a couple feet away. Before he could think, two large red eyes opened up, causing Kirishima to jump. The large red eyes took the entire hallway. The red eyes stared down at Kirishima and laughed demonically. The laughter sent a chill down Kirishima's spine as he laid there on the ground. What kinda quirk is this? Kirishima mumbled, feeling scared. Sue, how is the door? Tokiyami asked. Locked, and I think we only have less than 5 minutes left, Sue said, surprising Kirishima. Tokiyami approached the downed Kirishima and stared at him. He looked up at Dark Shadow and motioned for him to work. Dark Shadow understood and smiled. I'm sorry for this, Tokiyami apologized. Kirishima raised his eye at the apology until he was suddenly lifted into the air from his legs. Whoa, Kirishima exclaimed. Dark Shadow picked up Kirishima with his mouth and held him by his costume. Kirishima flailed around and hardened his chest and arms. He chopped at the air as Dark Shadow easily avoided his arms. Sue watched Dark Shadow hold Kirishima like a chew toy and gulped. She dropped down from the ceiling and approached Tokiyami on the other side of the hall. Is that Dark Shadow? Sue asked, curiously. She felt a little nervous at the threatening appearance that Dark Shadow had. Tokiyami nodded at her and spoke up. I didn't want Dark Shadow to appear like this, but given the circumstances, I felt I had no choice in the matter. Kirishima and Shiro were problems, but the real challenge is inside the bomb room, Tokiyami admitted. Dark Shadow. The door, Tokiyami ordered. Dark Shadow turned and stared down at the door with Kirishima and tightened his grasp on his costume. Kirishima heard Tokiyami's words and started to think. He's commanding his quirk. Does that mean it has a mind of its own? Kirishima thought. His thoughts ended when he felt Dark Shadow's claws grasp onto his legs. He wondered what he was going to do until it suddenly dawned on him. Kirishima hardened his whole top half and braced for impact. On the other side of the door, Amy and Shiro stared at the entrance to the bomb room with anticipation. They had nervous expressions on their faces as they prepared for the hero team's assault on the room. They jumped in fear when the banging had started. Both of them watched in shock as the metal door bent and formed a large bump on the door. So much power was being put into breaking the door down. Amy wondered what could be doing that. Zero. When that door breaks down, they're probably going to rush in and charge at us, Amy said. You think so? Zero asked, feeling the sweat drip down his face. So the second that door breaks, I want you to use your tape and fling as much as you can forward. Then when you're done, I want you to duck as fast as you can, Amy ordered. Okay, what are you going to do? Zero asked, calming down. He stared at the bending door and prepared his elbows. Something cool, I hope, Amy said, activating her quirk. She narrowed her eyes and glared at the metal door. I've been counting this entire time. There's only 3 minutes left. We just need to stop them from touching the bomb. So, that means, Ami's thoughts abruptly ended when the metal door gave up and flew right towards her. Ami's eyes widened at the approaching door and watched as it caught itself in Zero's tape. The tape held the door back a little, allowing Amy time to jump out of its way. The metal door hit the top of the bomb and tipped the bomb over. The bomb rolled on its side and smacked into the windows. The metal door fell onto the floor, covered in the tape trap. Zero stared at the entrance and fired a line of tape into the darkness. He shouted as he flung out tape from his elbows. In no time, the entrance and beyond was covered by the tape. Amy recovered from the jump and concentrated the fire in her mouth. Zero glanced back at Amy and saw her serious face and ducked. Amy stared at the tape and was about to fire until a body flew into the tape and hit the floor. Both Amy and Zero were caught off guard to see Kirishima covered in tape and restrained by the capture tape. Sorry, Kirishima apologized, unable to move in Zero's tape. Amy saw the capture tape around Kirishima's wrists and hesitated. This was a distraction, Amy realized, looking up and immediately saw a tongue fly out towards her. The tongue wrapped around Ami's leg and tripped her. Amy fell to the ground front first and felt the flames in her mouth go up in smoke. Amy winced in pain at the feeling inside her. The impact felt like a punch in the stomach multiplied 10 times with her quirk still activated. She coughed and felt the smoke escape her mouth. She knew immediately that she was unable to use her flamethrower. She swallowed the flames and coughed out the remaining smoke, groaning in frustration. Damn it, she tripped me so I'd fall on my stomach. She must have realized my fire came from my stomach, Amy thought, lifting her chest off the ground. Amy, Zero shouted, standing back up. He watched the tongue let go of Ami's leg and started to fling back into the entrance. Zero quickly calculated the speed and fired off another line of tape at the frog tongue and caught it. He yanked the tape back and pulled hard. Sue appeared out of the shadows and flopped to the floor next to Kirishima. She was surprised that Zero managed to grab her tongue with his tape. Zero saw Sue on the floor and immediately took the chance. He quickly fired off another round of tape and covered Sue in it. He stared back up at the entrance and heard a loud roar escape from the shadows. Zero looked at the entrance with fear in his eyes when he saw the 2 large red eyes stare back at him. Amy lifted her body off the ground with her arms and watched as Dark Shadow entered the room. Amy and Zero stared at the shadowy monster and felt goosebumps. They were beyond scared at the size of the monster. Dark Shadow glared at the 2 of them with its red eyes and looked around the room. He narrowed his eyes and saw the bomb on the opposite side, tipped over. Dark Shadow immediately relayed that information to Tokiyami. Standing outside the room, Tokiyami got the message from Dark Shadow and nodded. So, it's there. Sue's trapped in the tape. It's up to me and Dark Shadow to win this now, Tokiyami thought. Dark Shadow roared loudly and maneuvered towards the bomb. Zero saw Dark Shadow move past him and got back in the game. No, he's gonna win, Zero thought. He looked ahead at the bomb and saw the metal door on the floor between the bomb and Dark Shadow. An idea quickly formed in his head. He stood up and fired tape at the metal door and on the surrounding walls. He worked fast and attached the tape to the ceiling and pillars, watching the metal door rise up off the ground. Dark Shadow saw this and turned his head towards Zero. Zero made eye contact with Dark Shadow and saw a shadowy appendage fly off towards him. Zero saw the appendage and jumped out its way. The shadowy arm hit the wall next to Zero and cracked it, causing him to gulp. He looked over at Amy and remembered the radios. Amy. The metal door. Look at the tape, Zero shouted, getting Amy's attention. Amy looked to her right and saw the metal door and the tape that Zero had launched on it and knew what he had in mind. She slowly stood up and reactivated her quirk. She felt around her belt and pulled out her personal lighter. She flicked the lighter on and took a deep breath. Then she inhaled and let the stream of fire enter her mouth. This is gonna really hurt later, Amy thought, feeling the fire burn up her body. She felt her body's fire reach her mouth and closed her mouth. She flicked the lighter off and immediately started swooshing the flame around with her tongue. This was what I wanted to do before the door flew into me, Amy thought. She clenched her fists and raised her head up. I've never done it this far before, but there's a first time for everything, she thought, feeling the fire condense in her mouth. She glared at the metal door and spat out a large fireball towards the door. Dark Shadow felt an intense heat form on his right side and immediately twisted his head towards Amy. He gasped at the sight of the large fireball and reeled back in fear. He watched the fireball impact the metal door and saw the flames travel around the tape that Zero attached to the pillars and ceiling. Zero smiled at the burning door and fired another line of tape with both arms and pushed the tape holding the door back. This was what I wanted all along. When heroes team up, they always make cool names for their moves. Well, how about this? Flaming catapult, Zero exclaimed, using all his strength to push the tape holding the door back. The tape held and slingshotted the burning door forward and escaped its clutches. Dark Shadow watched in fear as the metal door came flying towards him and smacked him in the face. Amy watched Dark Shadow get smacked and felt really bad for the monster. Dark Shadow recoiled and shriveled up into a smaller form. The huge shadow fell back into the entrance, leaving Tokiyami shocked. He stared into the burning room and saw the bomb in clear sight with nothing stopping him. Knowing there was nothing left he could do, he bolted into the room and made a run towards the bomb. Dark Shadow hid inside Tokiyami's cloak, unable to move or assist him. Zero and Amy's eyes widened at seeing Tokiyami and immediately sprang into action. Amy deactivated her quirk and ran towards Tokiyami in an attempt to catch up to him. Zero launched a line of tape into the air towards Tokiyami. He saw the tape over his head and quickly sidestepped past the tape. Tokiyami was only a few feet away from the bomb. He stretched his arms out and reached for the bomb. Amy jumped and held her hands out towards Tokiyami. It felt like slow motion for her as she jumped. Amy reached for Tokiyami's cloak and grabbed it, falling onto the floor for the third time. Tokiyami felt the grip on his cloak and realized it was too late. His body was pulled back, causing him to hit the ground on his back. He winced at the hard impact and panted heavily. While he laid there on the ground, the voice of All Might came onto his radio. Time's up. The heroes were unable to reach the bomb in time. The villain team wins, All Might exclaimed. Both teams were surprised to see the windows retract and the lights turn back on. The teams felt relieved to see light again. Sue and Kirishima heard the radio on the ground and relaxed. Ribbit, Sue said in a defeated voice. Oh man. That was awesome, Kirishima exclaimed, wiggling victoriously through Zero's tape. Zero dropped to his knees and immediately took his helmet off. He sighed and stretched his arms out. He was incredibly tired after using all that tape for the combat training. Amy laid on the ground next to Tokiyami and rolled over onto her back. She panted in exhaustion and felt her belt and grabbed her canteen. She opened the canteen and quickly downed the water into her. She stopped drinking and let out a gasp. That was too close, Amy said, panting heavily. She glanced over at Tokiyami and saw his face was frozen with surprise. Hey, are you okay? Amy asked, feeling concerned for Tokiyami. That move on Dark Shadow. You knew he was weak to light and launched the burning door at him, Tokiyami stated. Amy heard his words and shrugged. She slowly stood up off the ground and stretched. She cracked her neck and felt some pressure leave her body. Actually, I didn't know about that at all. It was Zero's idea to set the metal on fire and launch it at Dark Shadow. I didn't think it was gonna be that effective, Amy admitted, smiling awkwardly. She looked down at Tokiyami and smiled, reaching her hand out. Your quirk, it's sentient, right? I'm sorry if it hurt him. I don't want him to be scared of me, Amy said, feeling concerned for Dark Shadow. He's fine, Tokiyami assured her. He stared at her hand and took it. She lifted him off the ground and bowed. I'm sorry anyway. Is there any way I can say it to him? Amy asked. Tokiyami listened to her words and nodded, slipping open his cloak. Hiding inside the cloak was a smaller Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow made eye contact with Amy and poked his head out of the cloak. Hello, Dark Shadow said. Hi, I'm Amy. Amy greeted him, reaching her hand out. Dark Shadow stared at the hand and slowly touched it. He shook it and felt his fear decrease. Ah, you know when you're this small, you're actually kinda cute. Amy smiled, looking at Dark Shadow. Tokiyami felt embarrassed for Dark Shadow and glanced at him. Amy patted Dark Shadow on the head and started petting him. Dark Shadow's fears immediately dissipated at the sign of affection and started purring. Tokiyami stared at the exchange and was disturbed. He let out a sigh and looked at the bomb. I'm sorry, it was my idea for Sue to trip you on your stomach. I watched how you used your quirk on the distance run and figured your quirk had something to do with your stomach. You did. Oh, it's okay. We're supposed to give it our all at the combat training, right? Amy said, accepting his apology. That we are. Tokiyami smiled, nodding in agreement. Hey, Amy, Tokiyami, could you help us out? Kirishima called out to them. Amy stopped petting Dark Shadow and stared at Kirishima and Sue. Amy bowed at Tokiyami and immediately rushed over to her friends. Tokiyami rushed over to Sue and made sure the tape holding her tongue was safely removed. Sue, I'm sorry for failing. Tokiyami apologized. It's okay. It was only combat training. You and Dark Shadow did most of the work anyway. I'm just surprised how far we got, Sue said, stretching out her muscles. Tokiyami nodded. It was teamwork and communication that got us this far. Thank you for understanding, Sue. You're welcome. Sue smiled. She glanced over at Team J and saw them break Kirishima free from the tape. You did good, too, guys, Sue said, giving Team J a thumbs up. Amy, Zero, you guys really saved this at the last second. I'm sorry, I got caught. Kirishima apologized, feeling like a disappointment. It's okay, Kirishima. I don't think anyone could have prepared for Dark Shadow, Amy said, getting Kirishima to feel better. I just can't believe the match got as intense as it did, Zero said, getting his friends to nod in agreement. After a while, both teams exited the building standing side by side. Team J smiled victoriously and shared laughs with the losing team. Tokiyami was surprised to see that his fellow classmates weren't as afraid of Dark Shadow as he had anticipated. He was lucky Dark Shadow wanted to win as much as he did and that his emotions were in check. Otherwise, this happy ending could have turned out much differently. Inside the monitoring room, Bakugo glared at the results of the battle. He was as surprised to see Dark Shadow as the rest of the class was. He crossed his arms and scoffed. He watched how quickly Dark Shadow had reeled back at the sight of the flames and instantly figured out his quirk. He's weak to light. Habanero was a perfect counter to Dark Shadow, just like his explosions. He grunted in annoyance at her victory. He was hoping Amy would freak out using her own quirk and cost her team the match. It would have made himself feel better after watching the previous match. He made a glance toward Todoroki and saw his calm demeanor and cold stare and got even more annoyed. What the hell is that extra's deal? Bakugo thought. When both teams had arrived in the monitoring room, Bakugo glared at Amy. As he stared at her, his mind drifted to what she said to him after his match. He has no control of his quirk yet. Right now it's just raw power. You've seen what it did to the building. I watched the fight with the class. When I saw you weren't letting him get the chance, that's when I knew. I knew he would have to use it. And when he did, it scared me. And why is that? Bakugo asked, glaring at Amy. Damn it, Bakugo, I thought he was gonna kill you. Think about it. If he had hit you with that punch, what do you think would have happened? Amy said, causing Bakugo to raise his eye. He clenched his fists and felt his anger rising. He remembered everything she said and hated it. She thinks I'm weak like that late-blooming bastard. I'll show her not to mess with me, Bakugo thought, glaring at her with anger. He stared at Ami's smile and scoffed. Afterwards, that's a wrap. Super work. You really stepped up to the plate. And we didn't have any major injuries except for Midoriya. You should be proud. Excellent first day of training all around. All Might exclaimed. It's nice to hear some encouraging words after our homeroom class. Sue said, thinking about Aizawa. Mr. Aizawa was kind of a buzzkill. Sue said, getting the whole class to nod in agreement. I'm happy to bring such staggering positivity to my own class. That's all for now, folks. I should go and check on young Midoriya's progress. Now watch how a pro exits. Like he's got somewhere to be. All Might exclaimed, running away from the class. Okay, you guys, that is a hero, the electric-haired teen said. Ah, I'll never be able to run that fast, Ojiro said, watching All Might run. So awesome, the small purple kid said. While All Might was running, he thought about what he heard through the radios while listening to the match with Izuku. He glanced back to his class and saw Bakugo hiding his face. Young Bakugo really is overflowing with pride. His ego may be justified, but a school like UA is bound to shatter it. As his teacher, it's my sworn duty to counsel him well. But it'll have to wait. All Might thought, reaching the teacher's staff room. He entered the room and quickly closed the door behind him. He gasped for air and breathed heavily as he sunk his weight into the door. I can't hold this form any longer, All Might thought, turning back into his skinny form. I barely have time to teach a class. Shit, All Might thought. Recovery Girl's office. The second day of school and he's already a regular patient. Why didn't you stop him, All Might? Recovery Girl asked, disappointed at All Might. All Might coughed and paid attention to her words. You're right, Recovery Girl. I'm sorry, All Might apologized. Well, it's no good apologizing to me. He's too exhausted from his classes for my quirk. I can't treat all his injuries at once. I did some first aid, but after the IV is finished, we'll have to wait for his body to heal overnight. Come on, All Might, I know you passed your powers onto this boy, but you can't spoil him. Recovery Girl scolded him. I am trying not to play favorites. I wanted to consider his feelings, though. He needed to see he was capable of winning the exercise. However, I forgot to account for his sister's feelings. You should have seen how heartbroken she looked. I regret letting the match go on and I take full responsibility for his injuries. Oh yeah, also, will you please not talk so loudly about One for All when anyone around you could hear? All Might stressed. Recovery Girl looked at her computer and nodded. Yeah, I know. Mr. Natural Born Hero. Mr. Symbol of Peace. Recovery Girl mocked. Still, it's good to see you're at least taking responsibility. Recovery Girl acknowledged. All Might shrugged and stared at his hand. Several people know about my injury and this weak form, like the UA faculty and a certain group of pro heroes, for example. However, only a select few people know the secret of One for All. There's you, the principal, Amy, and Izuku, of course, but no one else knows the truth about my powers. You're the #1 hero in the world, All Might. Does it really matter if you were born with your quirk or not? Do you have to be the symbol of peace? Is it that important? Recovery Girl asked. If they knew I wasn't. The temptation of this power could corrupt our society. This quirk, those who wield it are responsible for mankind's safety. All Might said. Recovery Girl sighed and smiled at his response. Well, if that's the case, it's even more important for you to be a good guide. And listen to this boy's sister more. Out of you three, she seems to be the one with some sense. Recovery Girl said, smiling. All Might looked at Izuku sleeping silently in the bed and smiled. You're right, All Might said. Afternoon. Izuku's eyes opened up as he regained consciousness. He lifted his head slightly and stared down at his body. His wrist had a tube of liquids going inside it. His arms and legs were healed, but he still felt some amount of pain in him. He leaned back into his pillow and relaxed. Opening his eyes again, he caught sight of the time on the clock. It's late afternoon, Izuku whispered to himself. Rise and shine, Sonny. Recovery Girl said, getting in Izuku's face. Izuku was surprised to see Recovery Girl and got startled. The sun was setting on the school, leaving the sky orange. Izuku walked down the halls with a support brace over his broken arm. Bandages covered the healing wounds in both of his arms. He stared at the floor thinking of everything he missed and shuddered. I missed all my afternoon classes. Mr. Aizawa's probably gonna choke me with his scarf. Izuku thought. Izuku reached the door to Class 1A and slowly opened it. Hey, it's Midoriya. Good to see you back, Super. Kirishima said, excitedly. Izuku stared back at him and got spooked, leaning back a bit. Huh, man, I don't know what you were saying during that match, but you were all fired up, huh? Kirishima asked, raising his fist. I can't believe you held your own against Bakugo. He's super strong. Zero congratulated him. You did a great job dodging. The pink girl exclaimed. You guys really turned up in the first match, so none of us held back in our rounds either. The muscular teen said. You were far from elegant, but I suppose, the French teen complimented before getting interrupted by the pink girl. And that dodging was like whoa. The pink girl exclaimed, jumping up and down. Izuku stared at everyone as they talked and was completely caught off guard by their praise. Hey, I'm Eijiro Kirishima. We've been going over training results while you were in recovery. Kirishima explained. Hi, I'm Honta Zero. Zero said. More importantly, I'm Yuga Aoi. I'm Mina Ashido, and I just got to say your dodging was awesome. Mina said, interrupting Aoyama. Suyu Asui. But, please, call me Su. Su introduced. Tokiyami heard the talking going on at the front and side. Hey, Sato. Sato introduced himself, giving Izuku a thumbs up. And my name's Mineta. The small purple kid announced, jumping up in the air in front of Izuku. So noisy. Tokiyami complained. Tokiyami, stop using that desk as a chair. Get off of it this instant. Iida ordered. Dude, you need to chill. The earphone jack girl said, causing Iida to groan. You're carrying a lot of tension. Ojiro stated. No one understands. I cannot condone actions that disrespect these desks. Not when great men and women. Our upperclassmen once used them. Iida said. Also noisy. Tokiyami said out loud. Iida never relaxes, does he? Izuku thought to himself. The class turned at the sound of the back entrance opening up and saw the electric-haired teen enter with Ochako and Amy. The electric teen and Amy held up a pile of books on their arms as they walked in. Hey, we should all get a bite to eat sometime. What kinda stuff do you two like? Mostly something sweet, Ochako replied. Anything spicy, Amy answered. The two girls both turned and noticed Izuku at the same time and rushed over to him. Hey, Deku, Ochako greeted. Izzy, Amy said, dropping the books she was carrying on the desks. Why didn't she heal your injuries? Ochako asked, confused at Izuku's current state of health. Oh, well, it has something to do with how much stamina I'm using. Izuku replied, nervously. Stamina, Uraraka repeated, getting confused. Izuku looked past Ochako and her sister and saw Bakugo's desk was empty. Uraraka, where's Kachan? Izuku asked. We tried to stop him from leaving but he wouldn't listen. You just missed him, Ochako said. Yeah, and I kinda went off on him after your match. Amy admitted, feeling bad for slapping Bakugo. I have to go talk to him, Izuku said, turning around. Amy watched Izuku exit the class and run down the hallway and called out his name. Izzy, wait, Amy shouted, waving her hand. The class walked out of the room and watched Izuku leave in confusion. Amy dropped her hand and looked back at the class. Go catch up to him now. See you guys later, Amy said, bowing at the class. She turned back towards the hallway and tried to chase after Izuku. Izuku ran down the steps as fast as he could. Bakugo's words filled his head as he ran down the stairs. Once he exited the school, Izuku stared out at the entrance and saw Bakugo walking alone. He stared at him and hesitated for a second. Kachan, Izuku called out. Bakugo heard Deku's voice and kept walking. Izuku ran down the steps and ran towards him. Wait up, Izuku yelled, getting Bakugo to stop walking. Bakugo turned his head and kept his rising anger to a minimum. What? He said, menacingly. I haven't told anyone this secret. Not even my mom, Izuku thought. I have to tell you something. Maybe then, you'll understand what's been going on. I wasn't hiding my quirk from you. It was given to me by someone else. Recently, Izuku said, getting Bakugo to scoff. But I can't tell you who I got it from. So don't ask. Sounds crazy, I know. It's like something out of a comic book. Only it's real. The thing is, I don't really have control over this power yet. I haven't figured out how to make it my own, but I'm trying. That's why I didn't want to use it against you in the exercise. But in the end, it was the only way I had a chance of winning. Izuku admitted. Bakugo scoffed again and listened to his words. The anger he felt inside was growing intensely. I still got a lot to learn. I know that. That's why I'm here. You'll see. I'll work until I have full control of this borrowed quirk. And I'll finally beat you with my own power. Izuku finished telling the truth. He stared at Bakugo and realized what he had just told him. Oh crap, what am I saying? I only meant to tell him that I wasn't tricking him. Izuku thought. What the hell are you talking about? He asked, gritting his teeth. He turned around fully and glared at Deku with a wave of anger and confusion entering him. Habanero told me that you were a late bloomer. That you didn't want to use it because you can't control it. Bakugo repeated what Amy had told him. Izuku felt his eyes shrink and his heart stop beating and froze. She did? Izuku asked, feeling his soul leave his body. Right after she slapped me in the face. Bakugo shouted, raising his voice. Late bloomer. Borrowed power. Don't talk to me like I'm an idiot. You already made a fool out of me in that damn training exercise. And your sister, she lied to me and I actually believed her. Hell, she even looked like she wanted to believe it. Bakugo shouted, getting angrier. Even though he didn't want to believe what Deku said, something felt off to him. He could always tell when Deku or Habanero was lying to him, and yet, there wasn't even a hint of bullshit. Damn you, Deku. I lost to you. I lost to you. Now you're standing there telling me this shit. You've got a lot of nerve coming up to me after what you did in the exercise. Wait. Shut up. You know, I thought you really were gonna hit me. Even Habanero thought so. Then when I saw that stupid hole you made and when Habanero showed up scared and told me all that stuff about you, I realized I couldn't beat you. Then when I was watching that ice guy, I realized I couldn't beat him in a head-to-head fight, either. Bakugo admitted, feeling an emotion he tried to bury for years. Launching a large-scale attack indoors was a foolish move. Yaoyorozu's words repeated in Bakugo's head as his emotions reached a tipping point. He quickly covered his eyes and tried to hold back his own tears. Crap, I even agreed with what that girl said. My attack was so stupid. Bakugo criticized himself, facepalming hard. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, he cursed, stomping his foot in anger. Enjoy that win, Deku. You won't get another. I'm just getting started. Got that? I'm gonna end up the #1 hero, no matter what. Bakugo shouted with all his might. You'll never beat me again, you bastard. Don't even try, he said, turning around. He started walking again, attempting to control his emotions. Izuku watched him leave for a few seconds. He was frozen in fear before sighing in relief. Then a gust of wind zoomed by him, catching him by surprise. There you are, Bakugo, I found you, All Might exclaimed, grabbing onto Bakugo's shoulders. Just so you know, pride is an important attribute to have. But while you certainly have the abilities to become a pro hero, there's still plenty you have to learn. All Might said, smiling. Let go of me, All Might. Right now, Bakugo ordered, getting All Might to drop his smile. All Might replied, looking down at Bakugo in confusion. Save your speeches. I'll be more famous than you and I'll do it without your help. Bakugo said, turning his head to look at him with an aggressive glare. The seriousness in Bakugo's tone carried enough weight to unnerve All Might. Right, he replied, letting go of Bakugo. Bakugo took a deep breath and continued walking. All Might stood there in silence, thinking about him. I guess he's already over it. Man, being a teacher is hard. All Might thought. Up in the school, Mina, Ochako, and Sue watched the exchange from the window in the hallway. I wonder what that was all about, Mina said, wondering what happened. The fated battle between rivals, Ochako stated. Whatever Midoriya was saying, it looked like Bakugo really wanted to punch him. Sue said, noticing Bakugo's body language. Childhood friends turned enemies, Ochako stated, pressing her head into the window. Kachan's fuse has been lit. There's a fire under him. But that doesn't change what I have to do. I'll keep chasing after him. Izuku thought, watching Bakugo leave. Midoriya, what were you saying to Bakugo before I arrived so heroically? All Might asked, walking up to Izuku. Nothing special, Izuku said, looking away from All Might. I'm so curious. Why don't you tell me all the juicy details? All Might cried. Actually, I kinda forgot, Izuku said. At the school entrance, Amy stood there watching the exchange in secret. Goosebumps had shaken her entire body as she stared out at Bakugo. She stopped watching him walk and sighed. She slumped to the floor, feeling sick. She had overheard everything. She thought back to what she had said to him and felt a wave of nervousness fill her mind. Oh, Izzy, why would you tell him that? She said, touching the top of her head with both hands. She cursed herself under her breath. If only she had stopped him sooner, maybe then the truth wouldn't have come out. That night, somewhere in the city, none of us were prepared for what was to come. All Might warned us about cunning villains. And a few days later, we learned firsthand how terrifying they could actually be. Izuku narrated. The streets were filled with people walking around late at night. Bright lights illuminated the street, unbeknownst to the civilians walking past the buildings. Inside of them was a hidden bar. In the bar, a bartender covered in a strange black mist cleaned some glasses. Sitting on a stool was a younger man with pale skin and pale blue hair. The young adult wore a mask that appeared to be a hand grabbing onto his face. The young adult was reading the newspaper about All Might's recent reveal that he was a teacher at UA. The young adult shook his head and threw the newspaper on the table. Did you see this joke? It says he's a teacher now. The young adult said. Sitting crouched on the floor behind the young adult was a large muscular man. The man had a beak-like mouth that carried an emotionless smile on it. Its brain was visibly exposed at the top. He looked at the bartender and asked him a hypothetical question. Hey, what'll you think will happen when the mighty symbol of peace is finally killed by the villains? He asked with a sinister smile. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.